distance.
Are you saying that they conducted the same experiment and came to the same measurement conclusions?
Well, there you go. They did the same thing, except they did it under moonlight, and it still came out the same. It shouldn't have, because the moon and the sun are allegedly different distances away. So that means the angles of the light should have been different.
So no, they used two different geometries.
Why would they use different geometries? We're measuring the one geometry, the Earth, as claimed. So we're not measuring two different geometries. They had different light sources. And because the light sources were different distances, that should have affected the results. It didn't.
But that's not what they did.
That's exactly what they did. That's the
Pull
problem.
up,
It should have
pull up
affected the results. And anyone can test this. Grab
the
your happy
experiment.
little mobile phone, turn the torch on,
Experiment.
hold your hand out in front of you, hold the torch to the back of your hand. Yep, you're not talking, you're listening again. Remember? Hold the torch to the back of your hand. Now what I want you to do is cast a shadow. Now, move the torch closer to your hand and then further away from your hand, and you will see the shadow change. That's what happens when the light source is at different distances.
You don't know what you're talking about. You just get loud and
So, how about
obnoxious.
that? How about you go and test what I just told you to do? Turn on the light on your mobile phone. Hold your hand up. Use the light to cast a shadow of your hand onto a nearby wall. Then move the light closer and farther from your hand. You will notice the shadow will change in size.
And we'll get the same geometrical measurements that determine the circumference of the Earth, is your conclusion.
It shouldn't. That's the problem.
I'm asking you if it does. I'm asking you. Because if it does,
Yeah,
you'd have to
yeah.
see.
If you do the measurement on the night of the full moon, yes, you get the same result. Yes.
But you don't. What the fuck? Holy shit. You guys just lie. I see what Professor Dave was talking about. You guys don't know what you're talking about. You're just lying. That's why
So
you
you're a
refuse to send
Professor
the.
Dave groupie.
No, Matrix. Step
He's not
aside.
lying.
Matrix, please step aside for a second.
The
Explain.
side
To the
chat.
audience.
Gotcha,
Explain to the
gotcha
audience how I
moment.
lied. Explain how I lied. Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Bro, no one even knows what you're talking about at this point. That's why everyone's leaving.
So
Schizo,
explain why I lied. That's all.
the question was put forward to you. Explain how he's lied.
Hold on, Matrix.
No,
Matrix. Let me, because
you're
you calling me a
confusing
liar.
the entire chat. No, you're confusing the entire chat. Aristophanes did not use the scale to make his observational conclusions. He used multiple observations to determine we live on a spherical Earth. We then measured it. Aristophanes then used geometry to measure it. We then double checked that information in the 1600s. Then in the 1960s, we sent the fucking rocket to the moon. We have these measurements. You guys refuse to believe it because you think you're smarter than science, and that makes you an idiot.
Okay, so everything you just said is basically non sequitur from me telling you about the moon point. Okay.
Like, you have the lowest IQ in the team. I want to talk to white people, honestly.
That's fine, but when I replay this for my college friends, they're gonna laugh because they don't understand why a flat earther who actually didn't go to college does this.
Don't.
Why I talk to people like you, why I sound like I know what I'm talking about, why they can ask their professors, why they can look up what I'm saying and it's actually true, and then they listen to retards like you who don't understand what a
Bro,
non sequitur is. Yeah, that's
your,
what it is.
exper- your experiment isn't real.
Okay.
Your phone shadow shit, it's not real science. It's pseudoscience.
What? So
Fake
Eratosthenes one was science, But yet when we do it with the moon, it's pseudoscience. Gotcha. I'm just keeping up with the lingo.
And you don't have any proof. You don't have any research. You don't have a peer-reviewed article. You don't have anything.
You don't
just say,
either.
I did this, that.
Hey, check it out. 23. You don't either. So where's your peer-reviewed documentation of Eratosthenes' experiment?
Holy shit. Are you serious?
Are you serious?
I'm asking, are you actually fucking serious right now? Do you not think science as a collective measurements?
You've got to get a better microphone, man. Yours sucks more than Elijah's.
Whatever. Keep coping, guys. The Earth is a globe. We landed on the moon.
You're the one that's coping. You believe in a story. That's all you've got is a cool story. You believe in it. You have absolutely nothing to back it up. You know this.
Science.
We know this. The same science. Okay, little boy, let's go step by step. Which field of science deals with shapes?
Holy shit. I am not a kindergartner. Sorry
yes,
to tell
you are. Which field of science deals with shapes? Let's go step by step through this. You keep claiming science, science, science. I want to know from you which field of science deals with shapes. Don't go quiet on me now.
He's got to Google it. He's going to look up what science deals with shapes. See what the AI overview says, dude.
I said it 30 times, so it's like redundant and boring.
Which field of science deals with shapes? You're appealing to science. I want to know which guys I've got to go and see because you're IQ subpar.
Guys, math and science correlate. You get it? Is that okay with you?
Which field of science? I didn't ask if math and science correlate. I asked which field of science deals with shapes.
You do know chemistry involves math, right?
You do know.
He might be a moron. Ask anything about. He might be a moron, Matrix. Matrix, listen. You said one thing, and he completely answered something from 3 hours ago. So there's something wrong with him.
What's your favorite type of car? Purple crowns are yummy.
You've been doing that all hour. You were like, yo, so what about Eratosthenes? And he was like, in books over the horizon. You're changing the subject. He's crazy.
Does science use math? Which field of science uses math? The entire field of science? Oh, but which
science? Look, hey kid, I didn't ask what field of science uses math. I asked which field of science deals with shapes.
Geometry, bro. It's math.
But geometry
That's not a field of science.
You can't do geometry experiments. Dumb.
Are there any good faith flat earthers in here that can agree that science and math go hand in hand?
Yep, non sequitur.
Science. Math and science go together. Yeah, it has nothing to do with the question that was asked of you.
Guys are so fucking bad faith. It's not even.
And now he's going to pretend that you didn't even hear it in the first place.
Yeah, like 23. Science goes hand in hand with a lot of things. That's why it's a non sequitur. Okay, that's why you were just told science and math going hand in hand is a non sequitur.
But we practice.
It does. Okay, science goes hand in hand with logic. Science goes hand in hand with observation. Science goes hand in hand with all kinds of things. Okay, science goes hand in hand with experimentation. All these things. It's a non sequitur. When you say something like, can we get someone to agree that science goes hand in hand with X, you're presenting a non sequitur. Okay, so you either A, you don't care that your logic is fallacious, or B, you didn't know. Science goes hand in hand with language. Science goes hand in hand with history. Science goes hand in hand with health. Science goes hand in hand with technology. Science goes hand in hand with art. Science goes hand in hand with communication. What the fuck are you trying to say? Spit it out.
I was trying to say that. No, Crit is like making an amazing point. Because I was like, if we're going to say what you're saying, then what you're saying is meaningless. But they actually found a way to actually articulate it in the way that I would have wanted to. Yeah,
And he still
friend.
hasn't
If
answered
you
what
want to say
science
what you're
deals with
saying,
shape.
he did.
Eli,
He did
yeah,
it.
yeah, he still hasn't answered what science deals with shapes yet. He asked,
He did.
he
Yes,
went,
yes,
what science
he
deals with
did.
shapes? Yellow
Yes,
crayons. That was his answer.
he did. He said he got there already.
Geometry, he spat it out. So just so you know, 23, geometry is not a field of science.
Oh wow, math is not a part of science, guys. Wow.
I didn't.
Math is not science.
Math is a tool used within
Can you
science.
math me an experiment?
Math
Can you do a
is
math
even,
experiment for me? I want you to do a math experiment for me.
Math isn't even geometry. Yeah, y'all
You guys are
didn't
trying to
catch
create.
that either.
You guys are trying
Y'all
to
didn't
create
catch
fake math.
math.
You guys are trying to create
One plus
separation.
one is a square. 1 plus 1 is a square. This measurement of 13 centimeters is also a square. Fucking moron.
You're coping so hard right now. Holy shit.
It's actually you
So
that's
how about
coping. The
how do
necessity
we
to
measure a
laugh in
tree's
between
height
for no
without
reason.
climbing? Okay, so how do we measure a tree's height without climbing it? Don't you need a measuring tape, a stick, and sunlight?
Non
Actually, you can
sequitur.
use a
No,
protractor.
you could do it in the dark.
Okay. Yeah, so the science part is you observe and measure real shadows. The math part, you use geometry and proportions to calculate something you couldn't directly measure. So
You don't
that's
use
literally a
shadows.
math.
You don't use shadows to get the height of a
Okay,
tree.
look, but listen. Because I want to wrap this back. I want to wrap this back to what he was saying. So based on what you just said, I agree with you. I agree with you. I'm gonna everything you just said. So you take the observation and then you do the math. We can apply the
Observation.
same method. We can apply the same method. We can apply the same method to the moon. Oh, that's right. It gives us the same result as Eratosthenes.
So you can see that math and science can correlate and that geometry and science can go hand in hand.
Non sequitur again. A
And it's giving
completely
us the
vacuous
same result.
statement. Okay, what you're
It's a-
giving there is a completely vacuous statement. I don't know if is it comedic. Are you trying to be a joke? Are you trying to make a joke about the absurdity of the point? What are you
want
trying to
energy.
do when you say two things go hand in hand? What the fuck does that mean?
And Starship start sending people to the moon for $100,000.
Oh my
All of you
God,
guys are
yellow
gonna be crazy.
crayons again.
All of you guys are going to be crazy by association because you're willing to die on the hill that the Earth is flat, when clearly we know in 2026 it isn't.
And you're willing
So
to
when
die on
everyone
the
in
hill that it's a globe with no evidence. You're not sounding
I like
very
blueberry
intellectual.
donuts. I like blueberry donuts.
we know you do, bud, and you like little McDonald's Happy Meals toys too.
So your favourite McDonald's food is a Coke with lies, because that's all we're getting from you.
I think he eats McDonald's food. I haven't had McDonald's probably in 10 years.
But honestly, guys, this is
You got nowhere. Refuse to be good faith.
honestly, guys, this is why Bill Gates is making us allergic to meat, because you can do it with idiots like him. You can literally do it with idiots like him. It's no wonder they do treat us the way they do.
They treat us the way we do. How do they treat you, bro? Tell us, bro. Tell us, bro. Tell us why you're mad. You can't even elaborate on why you're upset. You could think there's some grand conspiracy going on, but you don't know anything about it. Go
He's
ahead,
probably
bro.
upset. The reason he's probably upset is because of how low IQ you are.
No,
That
you said that
you're actually not thinking. That you're just blurting shit out. You're just Control C, Control V, paste, straight off other dumb shit. You've got absolutely nothing that you've presented to back up any of your claims other than cool story, bro.
Yeah, math. Math is cool story, bro, guys.
So your math, those numbers, must be taken from somewhere. Where are they taken from?
Is math reality? Hello? He can't. He's got to Google that.
Yeah, he's probably looking up Professor Dave bullshit.
I'm laying down, bro. I'm relaxing.
Dear AI,
I already understand.
Dear AI, is
Hey,
math reality?
Can I like deviate really quick? Like I have a question for everyone in the
Why
chat.
not?
Do
You've
you guys think
deviated every other
That's
time.
all you've done since
You
I
may as
got
well
here.
have
You
red
haven't
herring to
answered. You
another.
haven't stayed on track yet, dude.
so? I'm the one that keeps deviating when we were talking about Aristophanes' observations, and then you guys started asking.
Actually,
me.
earlier
That
on,
shouldn't
we were
exist.
talking about Eratosthenes
Yes.
had boats going over the fucking horizon.
Then you popped out of nowhere with a dumbass question, which was, which field of science studies shapes? Like, dude,
The reason that
you
question
just keep
came out, yeah, that's great. The reason that question came out is because you science. And there he goes. Wow. So much copium in such a little man. That Big Daddy Fluff, 100%, dude. That is why Bill Gates is doing what he's doing, because of people like that.
"2030 is right around the corner."
Yeah, thanks for reminding me.
Well, those guys won't be around for that, so you won't have to worry.
Good morning. We just stopped talking, or just happened?
Nah, he left. Finally.
The shame is that we can't even have a real conversation with the world about the world delusion. Think about what I'm saying. We can't have conversation with the world about the world delusion because it always descends into this. It should be, oh shit, you're right. Geometry isn't science. Oh shit, you're right. Boats don't go over the horizon because it's not a geometric edge of a sphere. Oh shit, you're right. We literally practically use the earth as flat for everything. Like, I mean, in a regular world, that's what we would be talking about. And then humanity would go forth in truth, and a lot of the pain and suffering that's happening wouldn't be happening. I'll give you one example. Pain and suffering people went through for those astronauts that died in that rocket. Yeah, well, if that's not true, those people didn't have to experience the loss and pain and suffering of those astronauts dying. That's just one small example. That's why truth is important, because it heals you. People are like, okay, so what? Is the truth going to give me $1 million? No, it's going to stop you from giving your $1 million to someone else, though. That it can do. Well, that was fun. I should have a better mic by the afternoon because my ex-girlfriend slash hopefully future wife is dropping me off some headphones.
What do you mean flat Earth seems like a false conspiracy theory?
Yo, you got you got Bill Gates literally okay, like highly potentially making people allergic to white mammals. Okay, and they still can't wrap their head around the Earthian plant. Like I don't. Okay, whatever. Did you hear about that, Matrix?
Yeah, there's all sorts of weird stuff, and it's like, wow. I don't even know where
Yeah,
to start with some of it.
they dropped like a whole bunch of tick boxes on all these various areas, and it's like it's just like medicine. Like you can believe in the terrain theory or the virus theory, or the germ, what you know what I mean? Like whichever way
Yeah.
it goes, and it's like either they poisoned us with by dropping these ticks, or they did drop these ticks, but it's to fight off the ticks that randomly just came out of nowhere because of climate change. Which happens to be not only is Bill Gates trying to get everybody to synthetic meat, but climate change is also his leading battle. I mean, oh my God, you know what I mean? If I'm not a pedophile, but I have a whole bunch of child porn in my basement, wasn't a person. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Was a person. Like, what the fuck?
Oh, look at that. Someone found flatearth.ws. How cute. Yeah, some of the stuff that's on that site, DJ, is just blatant lies. You fully understand why half of the clowns that go over there, heads are just fried.
Dr. Jordan. Dr. Jordan.
Good luck getting him to answer you.
Dr. Jordan.
Hey, Sentient, can you say anything else?
No, I just want to talk to Dr. Jordan. I
It's
recently
not
had a
gonna.
breakup.
It's not going to happen. He doesn't talk much. He mainly listens.
Oh shit. Is he busy in his clinic?
Don't know, don't care, but he doesn't talk much. I think I've heard him say 2 words in 2 and a bit years.
Uh,
So, if you can even get him to say g'day, you've done well. But anyways, while you're here,
Wanted to talk to Jordan Peterson about my breakup.
yeah, that's great. What do you think you live on? Is it a ball, 72% covered in water, spinning, tilting, wobbling, flying through the vacuum of space? Or is it planar with topography, also known as flat?
No, it's a ball. It's a spear.
Why do you think it's a sphere?
Why do I think I went to space last year?
Okay, don't be a child. Why do you think it's a sphere?
Why do I think? Because Earth is round. If I go to a certain
Yeah,
direction,
you said it's a sphere. I want to know why you think it's a sphere.
I believe Google.
Oh, fair enough. I was just wondering why someone in 2026 who's never seen any curvature would think they live at all. That's weird.
I can do the maths, but I don't want to.
You can do the math. That's great. So you probably survived second class then. So tell me, aside from your mobile phone, your television, and your computer, have you ever seen the curvature?
Um, I don't understand what you say.
Except for your mobile phone, except for your
Uh-huh.
television, and except for your
Uh-huh.
computer, have you ever seen the alleged curvature of Earth?
I saw it in a book.
So you've never seen it firsthand. So you just
I
believe that it's curved.
No, it's not believing, but I think
Yes, it is
it's
believing.
better than flat Earth.
It is believing.
But
That's what you've done. You've got no first-hand
no,
experience, so it's just a
no,
belief.
I did my maths in school.
Okay, so let's try again. What first-hand experience have you got that you can justify calling it a sphere?
Would you believe me if I tell you I went to space last year?
You said that already. Personally, I think that's a lie. So we're not going to worry about that.
Oh, okay. If you don't believe me, I won't believe you then.
I don't want to believe. I want to know. You haven't been to space. That's childish. So,
No,
what
I've been to
first-hand
space.
experience have you got for you to justify claiming you live on a sphere?
Oh, actually, I went on ship.
You went on a ship. So you sailed somewhere.
Yeah,
Okay, that's nice.
yeah, I sailed. I sailed and I went straight and straight and straight. When I came back, I was in same position.
Okay, so which way did you sail? North, south, east, west?
Uh, East.
So you sailed east. So you sailed in a great
Yeah,
big circle and you came back to where you
yeah,
started. That's not a
yeah.
problem. You know you can sail in a circle on a flat body of water. It doesn't have to be spherical in order for you to sail a circle.
No, you can't do that. You'll fall.
Really?
Yep.
It's because of what your reference point is. So if you're sailing east, you are referencing north, which is a singular point. So you can have a flat surface and have north as a singular point, and you can sail around that singular point. You do understand that?
No, I also like took note of the distance
You took note of the distance.
and also matched with the distance which is provided by the Google, and it matched.
So because distances match, therefore globe.
Is
Are you sure?
sphere. I'm
So
sure. I'm that
because
sure.
so because you sailed a certain distance, that
Uh-huh.
means it's a sphere. Yes or no?
Yep. Yep.
How did you how did you tie
I
those
looked
two together?
okay, I looked for the circumference of the Earth and I look at the distance traveled and
Oh,
it's the
so you're
same.
assuming it's a sphere in the first place. Well, that's not very good.
No, I look at I looked at the circumference of the Earth on the Google and I
Yeah, so
measured
you're
it.
assuming a sphere in the first place. You didn't come to the conclusion it was a sphere. You
I came to
assumed
the
it was a
same as
sphere.
look where I was started from somewhere, right? And I reached the same place and I look at the distance and I compared it with the what Google is telling me. It's the same thing. And I believe the Google. I Google yeah, it's
So how do you know Google is right if you believe it?
because I did the same experiment and I got the same result.
Okay, so let me get this straight. Because you went in a circle, Google is
Uh-huh.
right. Because Google is right, you managed to. That is circular reasoning. It's a fallacy in logic.
No, you are
Yes.
illogical.
No. I see
Yeah, yeah.
flat, so I say it's flat. We measure it, and there's no curvature with the measurements. So why would I say one thing and go and measure it and say something else? You, my friend, are a pure believer. Why not just say you were taught something at school and you
I'm not
believe it?
pure believer. I'm not.
You
I'm
are.
just. I
You are a
actually
pure, clean,
I
cold
measured
believer.
the circumference of the Earth, and
Okay,
it's
so how did you do
exactly
that?
matched what you.
How did you do
I
the
told you
circumference of the Earth?
my boat, which I traveled with, has a meter
Pi r squared,
to
bro.
measure the distance.
So your boat measured the distance.
Yeah, and it's matched with the distance I like the circumference of the Earth, which I found on the
Let's use pi
Google.
r squared, man.
Same number.
So you've hopped in a boat, you've sailed east,
Uh-huh.
east, 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 and
Yeah,
out of
straight
and
line.
because no, it's not a straight line.
I went
East
to straight
is a
line most of the
circle.
time.
No. East
Uh-huh.
is a circle.
And
East is a big
it's just
circle
I just want
around
to say
north.
I sailed straight, straight with the
No.
compass.
You said east. If you're sailing east,
My
east is not
Earth
straight.
is
Listen
automatic, right?
carefully. East is not straight with the compass. East is a circle around north. You do
Also
know that,
around
don't you?
south. It's also a circle around south.
Okay, I so look, I went to equator, right? I went to equator. I and the equator which is given by the Google to me.
Why is your
What is
story slowly getting modified every time you have to restate it?
no, I'm just
To
trying
start
to
off with,
explain you
you
more.
just went east and you came back to where you started, and now you're at the equator.
Yeah, yeah. I started on the equator, so and my boat is an automatic boat. It works like in parallel to I don't know what the word, but uh, very much with compass.
So you're using a compass. Excellent. What does a
Yeah,
compass point to?
the east.
Compasses don't point east.
Not compass pointing to the east, but I go when I told the boat because it's an artificial intelligent boat,
This
right?
story's
I told the
getting
boat.
dumber.
Uh-huh. No, it's actually uh more interesting now.
No, it's not.
It is. Now I can actually prove it.
Not really. So you can prove
Yeah.
that compasses point east.
No, first tell me what's your take? Is Earth flat or sphere?
Earth is measurably flat.
Oh, what's your IQ?
I can walk without dragging me knuckles.
So it's below 100.
Wrong answer.
So do you guys always discuss this thing, the flat Earth?
Yes.
You're so obsessed with this.
Well, the reason I don't think it's obsessed with flat Earth. I think when stupid that comes in to try to defend globe Earth.
So does it matter for you?
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
In the sense of what? So it doesn't matter if it's flat or round, but that would be a lie because it's measured as flat.
Okay, so you think that every science book is a lie?
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, so do you believe in evolution then?
Personally, I think it's a load of shit.
Okay, so you don't believe in evolution and you don't believe in the spherical Earth. Okay, great.
Well, I would like you to verify, validate, or prove evolution.
Do you think moon
No,
and
no,
the sun
stop.
are
Stop.
flat?
Let's go back to evolution. I want you to validate, verify, or prove evolution.
Okay, like we do have like genetic, right? Genome sequencing.
Unless you're like a million years old and you've seen it happening and you can prove that, you can't validate it, can you?
We do have genome sequencing. Right?
You can only make assumptions.
No, it's a science.
Yes.
It's evidence.
You've got assumptions.
It's evidence, right?
There's what
No,
evidence have you
it's
got?
evidence.
What evidence
Genome
have you
sequencing.
got?
The sequence of the genome and
What
compare it to
sequence
every
of
species
what
and
genome?
also the
What sequence of what genome compared to every species?
like just compare the genome and you'll what's
Compare the
the main
genome
theory about
of what? Of a copper cup.
What? Let me tell you what evolution is. For
Yeah. I don't need the Wikipedia script. I need you to comprehend that you are not 1 million years old and you haven't witnessed it happen. So how can you make a true and honest claim to something that you've not witnessed? All you've got is a cool story and a reification of, hey, we've done this test and we think this happens.
Do you believe in God?
Why do I have to believe in all these things? Is this some globe weirdness that I don't know about?
Are you a Christian?
Hey, Matrix, quickly, could we, I think our little friend, Ozzy Down Under, who's posting a bunch of nonsense in the side chat needs to mic up now or take a hike?
I think that's a good idea.
And Sentient is kind of spurging out here.
Yeah, Sentient, you're not doing a good job. I think you're a troll. So just put yourself on mute, Sentient, and Aussie Down Under is going to step up to the plate. Or as we say Down Under, piss or get off the pot.
But I do suspect he'll be too cowardly to actually do it, based on what we're seeing in the side chat.
Well, all we're seeing is that crappy WS site cringe trash that's getting posted.
Earth is
okay, Ozzy, it's your last chance, and then you can go back to whatever hole you came from. Okay.
He's not going to post anything. Not going to say anything. What's the matter, McFly? Baka! Chicken? Must be. So anyway, Sentient, I'm going to post some stuff up for you. And we can have a look at this so you can see why we say what we do say. And let's have a look at a laser test. They're fun. Okay, so you believe in a ball. You've made that abundantly clear. So what I'm going to do for you, the first thing I'm going to post up is the associated mathematics with sphere. So you can go, oh, wow, that's what drop over distance should be. So, yeah, oh, yeah, see you later, mate. Yep, he's out. Cool. So, when the good people go out and do a laser test, what they're expecting to see is posting.
Okay.
What they're expecting to see. Yeah, that's great. That's awesome. Sentient.
Over horizon.
Where did you start and got the necessity to talk? In the side chat, see the white image there where it says distance, drop, and curvature? The second last thing posted. You can see that, yes or no? Give me some kind of confirmation here, dude. I need to know that you know how to use the side chat. This is very important.
What? Hello.
How do you find the side chat? I can't find it.
So, are you on a phone or on your PC?
Ever seen a ship?
Yeah, Sentient. Hold your socks for 9.2 seconds. Are you on your phone or on your PC? I think it was Clive.
I found it. I didn't realize it was that balloon up top. Okay, thank you.
Bubble.
Over.
Yeah, they moved it up the top. All right, Sentient. Can you see in the side chat the white square where it's got a straight green line that says distance and a bendy one that says curvature? Yes or no? You can see that? Excellent. He can see it. Excellent. So when the guys and girls go out and do laser tests, that is what they're expecting to find. The laser going nice and straight and the earth dropping out from underneath it. Curvature. That's what they're expecting to find. That's what they're taught at school, the same as you and me. Now, there's very specific rates at which it should drop away, because at school they taught us it has a radius of 3,959 miles. So if that's the case, if we scroll back up to the chart that I posted just before that fella got kicked out, at 20 miles, we should see 266.74 feet at the thick end. So at the big end, where it's a long way away, that's how far it should be at 20 miles. Now, what actually happens... Yep.
So tell me this thing. If someday you'll get a chance to go to space and you'll, when you see the Earth from the space... I don't know
what space has got to do with a... But anyways, we can get to your space in a second, because allegedly they take photos from space and they show the Earth as a ball, don't they?
I'm just asking.
Yes or no? How about check it out? Let's look in the side chat. I've just posted the very last image. Do you see the Earth as a circle or a sphere? Yes or no?
Okay. Word.
Yes or no? Do you see the image of the Earth? Posted just second last. You do. Excellent. Earth looks like a circle, yes?
Let me show you this.
No, you don't have to show me anything. I just need your confirmation that you're in the... Do you see an image of the Earth shown as a circle? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Excellent, you do. This is the problem. Can you see the bits of water that are on there? How it shows them curving also? Excellent. This is the problem. When we go out and do laser tests, that curvature of the water that you're telling me all about that's in that picture that's taken from space, there's no curvature. So what happens is, where's our happy little test? Oh, you're laughing now. This is where you stop laughing. Because,
okay.
I'll show you why. Because now there's a whole heap of laser tests that have been posted in the side chat just for you. All those laser tests show that your water is not curving like the space pictures tell you that it's curving.
Have you ever witnessed a lunar eclipse?
Yes, I've witnessed eclipses. Guess what? They don't.
Well, how does that happen?
How does the lunar
Look,
eclipse happen? I don't know, but it doesn't
I
have anything to do with the.
I posted a picture to give you the explanation. It's coming.
You posted a picture to give an explanation. Okay, where is it?
Oh, is it my internet? Why it's not posting? Yeah.
So let me get this straight. Your proof of Earth being a sphere is a cartoon.
It's not a cartoon, man.
That is a
That's how
cartoon, my
lunar
friend.
eclipse work. That's how lunar
okay. That's
eclipse
the
work, man.
theory behind it. So why didn't you
That's
post something
theory.
that's real? Now check it out. If it's real, the ISS would be taking photos of it and filming it actually happening. There'd be some other satellite, like the James Webb or whatever the other one is, would be taking images of it and showing us actually happening. But instead, all you've got is a cartoon and a second cartoon to reinforce the first one. Congratulations, you are a staunch believer, my friend. If you believe the Earth is a sphere, all from cartoons, mate, all the best.
Funny.
You're funny. You're posting cartoons and you're telling me that's.
No, that's how lunar eclipse works. No, that's basic science. That's a child knows.
Oh, it's basic
high school.
science. How about I post something for you to do with eclipses? Aside from all the other stuff that's just been bombarded in the side chat. You want to see some other stuff?
Oh, no.
Oh, I think you should. You good? Nah, you're not good. You're actually you're gonna
funny,
see something.
Man.
Yeah, I'm funny. No, this is sad.
I mean, finally, you convinced a lot of people to agree with you.
We don't. Not here to convince people. So let's have a look here. Straight shadow on a ball. Have a look at this. I'm going to post up a little video for you now. Since you went out of your way to post pictures for me, we're going to post up one for you. All right. So that's a GIF image showing a straight shadow on a ball. Oh my God, it's curved. Look at that. You want to see another one? A little bit different. Have a look at this one. This one's called Spheres and Shadows. So this is what happens.
Do you think moon is a sphere or a flat surface?
Well, how about we watch this next video and let's have a look. Look at this. A big blue sphere casting a shadow onto a little grey sphere. And look how the shadow is shaped. I think it's called a sinusoidal wave. Or sinusoidal blob or some weird name. But anyways, notice how it's not the crescent shape that you're used to. Isn't that most interesting? You think a sphere casting a shadow on a sphere gives that beautiful moon crescent shape? Well, you're mistaken. I'm sorry, but you're not a very good glober.
Have you ever seen a ship disappearing on the horizon?
Have I ever seen a ship disappearing on the horizon? Well, how about this?
Yeah.
How about we I'll just click that button there for a second. I'll just let it load up. I'm going to present a video to you. Now, the video goes for. I'm going to ask you only watch the first 20 seconds. Because I don't want to fry your brain. You've already taken in so much information. And I just don't want to cook you. So, in the side chat right now is a little video called The Empty Horizon. So I want you to watch that and watch the ship disappearing bottom up. Or should I say, reappearing bottom up.
I have already watched lots of videos about people claiming the Earth is flat.
This has got nothing to do with flat Earth. This just shows
those people
ships on the horizon.
Never read a science book in their life.
Sentient. This is not a flat Earth video. That's why I use it, because it's not a flat Earth video.
So you don't believe in spherical Earth, and you don't believe in evolution. Okay.
Why should I believe in evolution? Why should I believe in something that's just a story?
Okay.
So one of them's just a story. The other one, at least you provided
Yeah.
cartoons to back up your story.
Yeah, funny.
Well, that's the truth. I don't know about funny or not, but that's what you've done. So you made the statement that I've never read that flat earthers have never read a science book.
Yeah.
Why would I need to read a science book in order to work out whether I live on a sphere or not?
Oh yeah, true. You're so smart, man.
What, so you don't want to know what my IQ is anymore? Maybe you'll
No,
just
I
stick
think
with
your
you
IQ is
smart? Good idea.
beyond I think beyond 300, I think.
I don't.
I think my IQ is not enough to understand you, man.
Don't put yourself down. The whole purpose of this channel is to get people to think critically. Some people
Oh
just come
yeah.
here and like preaching. At the moment,
Yeah.
all you're doing is preaching the same crap that you were fed at school. What we're showing you
Yeah.
with these videos is what you've been taught at school does not
Yeah.
match reality. That's all we're saying to you.
Mm-hmm.
It's up to
Yeah.
you
I'm gonna
to
throw
go
all
and
my
check this
physics
for
books now.
yourself.
Yeah.
You're not a very good troll,
I'm very
are
good.
you?
Yeah, I am.
No. I know. Yeah, it's pretty
Yeah.
sad.
You changed my mind, man. You changed my mind. I'm gonna throw all my physics books, biology books, like everything. It's just a crap. You changed my mind. I'm a flat earther now.
I wasn't here to change your mind. I was here to get to think for yourself. If your thought
Yeah.
process is equal chuck books out, then no, that's not what I was saying.
You're the real genius.
No.
Yeah, I think so, man. Like I never saw a person like you. People like
Well,
you
you haven't
do
even
exist.
seen me
I
yet.
never knew that. Show me.
Why would you want to see my head for? We're supposed to get people in here to
Oh,
talk to them, not scare them away.
oh.
So now that you've settled down a bit, why do you think you
Yeah.
live on a globe? Is
No,
it just
I
the
don't
fact
think,
you?
man. It's a flat Earth, man. I believe you. It's a flat Earth.
I don't want you to believe me. It's your beliefs that got you
I'm
into this
not
problem in the
believing.
first place.
I know that this is a flat Earth. I'm not
How do you know
believing.
it's flat?
I know this is a flat.
Let's see if he's.
You told me.
That's just a belief. If I told you something and you accept it, that's just a belief.
No, you proved it logically, man. That's why I believe. You're the real genius beyond 300 IQ.
No. Not even close. Just another guy. That was one painful troll. Or I hope it was a troll and he wasn't actually legitimately that stupid. Yeah, Yaga, don't blame me. You could come in and talk to him if you want. Someone's got to keep the trolls entertained. Wasn't worth it. Yeah, DJ, it's exactly what it feels like.
Hello, people.
Welcome.
How's it going?
Pretty good.
Nice.
Tell me,
So what
do you
guys...
think we live on? Is it a
what
ball
do we live on?
72% covered in water, spinning, tilting, wobbling, flying through the vacuum of... Or is it planar with topography, also known as flat?
It's not flat.
It's not flat. What makes you say that?
Because all the evidence we have suggests it's round.
All the evidence suggests it round. What evidence?
Yeah, so let me just make a preface before, because I will give you the evidence as to why I think the Earth is round, a spherical Earth. But first, I just want to say, to draw the conclusion that the Earth is round, you'd have to automatically assume that NASA's lying.
Well, I'm not making any assumptions.
But no. Hang on.
This is what we call poisoning the well. You don't need to poison the well. You just need to present.
I'm going to answer your question. Let me just give my preface.
I want you to answer the question. Your preface is
I
poisoning the well.
I don't know why you are throwing toys out the stroller already. Yeah, it's only been 30 seconds. Just let me get through. All right, I'll tell you why. Tell you why the Earth is round.
Talking for 30 seconds.
Right, I'll tell you around the Earth is round.
Yeah. How about you just stop for 30 seconds?
I'm answering you.
Yeah. How about you just settle down for 30 seconds? We don't need you to yell at me. All we need you to do is tell us why you believe it's a borsard. You don't need a preface.
The reason why
you don't need to poison the well
is because we can. I'm answering your question. Do you want me to answer your question or not?
At the moment, you're doing what we call meta. I'm not really interested.
Do you want me to answer your question, plain and simple, yes or no?
You don't seem to want to. You seem to be making excuses not to.
I'm trying, but you keep talking.
Well, actually, if you'd have stopped talking, you'd have realised that I wasn't interested in your preface because you were poisoning the well.
Right, I'm not giving you a preface. Do you want me to answer the question, yes or no?
Excellent. Get on with it. Let's see what you got.
Right, then shut your lips. Right, the reason why we know the Earth is round is because we can look out into space and see every fucking, everything else is round, right? To make the claim the Earth is right. Okay, what's your proof that the Earth is flat? What's your proof that the Earth is flat? Because so far you're just running your mouth and laughing.
It's measured flat.
What do you mean it's measured flat? Explain.
Well, when they go out to measure it, there's no curvature. It's measured as flat.
Yeah, hey, dude, if you want to find out what the Earth is, would you use the Earth or would you use everything other than the Earth?
Well, no, we use both. We use just like we do with everything else in science.
Really quick, if you want to know what X is, there's an item here, a noun, an object. I want you to determine what X is. Would I use everything other than X? In science now, using a scientific framework.
Yeah, in science we use both.
Would you use everything other than X to find out what
No,
X is?
we use both.
No, you don't. Everything else
No, let me explain why we use both.
Either a controlled or uncontrolled variable.
Let me explain. Let me explain why I said both.
The problem you have is that looking up at the sky...
So this is the problem with flat Earth, see?
That's called.
It's actually your problem because you seem to be talking about things that you don't understand.
You're using divination. You're saying that you look up at the sky, look at that thing. That thing is telling me all about what the Earth is. That's a magic trick. That's astrology, not astronomy. In astrology, you look at the sky to determine what the Earth is. Earthly bound claims. Astronomy, you would only be able to tell what the Earth is if you're from another world looking at Earth through observation. So what planet are you from?
Well, we can look.
Okay, what planet are you from?
Well, I'm not gonna play by.
Okay, what planet are you from? Are you an Earthling, or are you some kind of extraterrestrial? Which one?
But that doesn't mean.
Okay, which one? Which one are you? Are you from Earth or not Earth?
I just said Earth, and
okay, you gotta say where you're from. If you're from Earth, then how are you using astronomy to determine what Earth is?
I don't think you know how logic works. Let me explain.
Okay,
Let me explain.
Okay, I got it. I'm complete. This guy doesn't think. We finally got a true statement out of this guy.
So his proof of curvature was not looking at the Earth.
Yeah, and that's logical to him. I'm going to determine what Earth is by not looking at Earth. And anyone who disagrees with me will cause him not to think that that person understands logic. I'm complete. I think this. I think we got what we need from this dude. Came in here, have a little meltdown, and he did exactly what he wanted to do.
Well, the only thing that annoyed me that he did right at the start was his preface. Oh, we've got to have a preface. And it was just an instant poison the well. It's like, what was the necessity of poisoning the well? Why not just drop your data on the table and let it speak for itself? Like, if you've got the evidence there, you don't even have to back it up. You don't have to say anything. You lay it down. Maybe you might have to explain some data if there's just raw data there. But, yeah, why the necessity to poison the well at the start?
Yeah, it's bizarre.
So that to me was an instant, you're a dishonest little slime. So I think he got what was coming then anyways. Look at Crit all fired up, boys and girls.
Yeah, I've been saving it up for a couple, like a week or so. I've been kind of busy.
I'm thinking a good question to ask him would have been like, without looking at the sky, how do you determine the shape of the Earth?
He wouldn't be able to tell you.
Oh no, he would have squirmed and squirmed and squirmed. That would have been fun.
All right, I'm out for a while. Take care, guys.
Catch it, Crit.
That's it. Yeah, these people are cracking me up. Everything in the universe is round. Why is the Earth different? Because the Earth is different.
Yeah, it would have been nice to have him walk through his logic. That would have been entertaining.
Yeah, once you make them walk through their logic, their speech slows down. They're reaching for words. They start to make no sense whatsoever. That's fun.
Yeah, I think he'd have got probably about halfway through his logic leap. So, yeah, him linking the sky to the ground would have been an interesting thing.
Another thing I've been having people answer is, what makes you think any of those things in the sky are solid and something that you can land on?
NASA said so.
Like Dylan was trying to tell me that Jupiter was a fluid planet, and because of the eye that supposedly moves, that I've never seen that eye on the other side of Jupiter, like not on the side facing towards me. So I don't know, man. I don't think it moves. He sent me a video the other day that showed like the first sliver of a crescent moon, and then Jupiter peeking behind it, coming out behind it, and it was completely lit up. I'm like, make that one make sense. Where like I see the backside of the moon, or I don't see the backside of the moon. I guess that would be I see the sliver, right? So the sun is between Jupiter and the moon.
Yeah, that's another weird one. Technically, from our angle, looking out at them all, they should, if they're all really in pretty much in alignment, they should all have very similar light patterns on them. If that's what the causational mechanism is.
Or you know, I don't know. Are you telling me I can see Jupiter during the day?
I'll tell you what is funny though. Next time one of them says, "Well, what shape is the moon then?" Just drop its crescent shaped on them and wait for the little cogs to come to a complete stop. It's a crack up.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one. I guess we're doing that. It's crescent shaped.
All right, what do we got? Nearly quarter to midnight. Unlike you lot, who stay awake these ridiculous hours and go to bed at like 3 in the morning and dumb shit like that, except for those that are doing night shift, respect. You all got to pay the bills. I get that. I do need my beauty sleep. Not really pretty. So I'll catch you, ladies and gentlemen, later on. And peace. Cheers, lads.
Peace. Yeah, I'm loving the day that you moved, DJ, because when you move, your time schedule is going to switch, and you'll be like Timbo and Matrix. As I'm coming on, you're going off.
Can we discuss why you guys hate science so much? This even about flat Earth? Like this is a deeper mental issue.
Why do they hate science?
What did you say?
Why do they hate science? Is geometry science?
No, I'm asking you guys, why do you hate science so much?
I'm not a particular fan of pseudoscience.
I'm confused. Okay, so why do you hate NASA so much? Why do you hate doctors?
Just because you have a PhD doesn't make you smart.
Really? I didn't know that's how it worked.
Yeah.
But interesting. I'm just curious.
And,
we're done with the whole arguing about this thing. To the bottom of this, like
in a PhD class. In a PhD class, what's the lowest ranking graduate called?
I don't have a PhD.
No, think about it. In a PhD class, what's the lowest ranking graduate called?
I'm not sure.
That's because you're retarded.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that was nice.
It's called doctor. It's called doctor. The lowest ranking PhD that graduates
so like a doctor
is called doctor. Just because you're called doctor doesn't make you smart.
Do you think college courses are difficult?
I think college courses are tedious.
But nonetheless, like trigonometry, statistics, these courses, biology, chemistry, you think these particular courses are like super simple to understand?
I think they're tedious.
When you say tedious, are you implying that they are like difficult? Yeah, right. When I hear the word tedious, my mind goes to you have to be very focused, you have to be very sharp. Am I having an incorrect understanding of the word tedious?
You just gotta regurgitate what they're putting in front of you.
But you have to do so, you have to apply mathematics, you have to remember formulas, you have to know when to use those formulas. You don't like that's the part where you're saying tedious, right? I don't think they're just regurgitating information, they're like using applied mathematics. Would you at least agree with that? Or you don't agree with anything? Like
applied mathematics is tedious also.
For some weird reason. Like it's weird because I agreed with you that I didn't know what the lowest class of PhD was, and when you told me, I said, "Oh, thanks for telling me."
Well, see, when someone told me that joke for the first time, I knew what the answer was.
That's good, bro. Awesome. Do you think it was tedious for you to know that information, or did you just regurgitate it?
Oh no, I was intelligent enough to know the answer.
Oh, so knowing, oh man, yeah, that's a disconnect. That's weird. Because I thought that was actually regurgitation.
You're the only one disconnected, man. You need someone to tell you what to think.
No one. Okay, so that's the problem with science. You don't like that science tells you what to think.
Science doesn't tell you what to think.
So what's your problem with science? That's what all I'm trying to figure out. I don't care about the shape of the earth anymore. I want to understand why you guys hate science.
It's the pseudoscience. It's when you can no longer physically go out and prove your mental masturbation.
So give us more examples other than flat earth. What is some more pseudoscience that you believe people with doctorate degrees are pushing?
Astrophysics.
So aside from like astrophysics, which is the shape of the earth and understanding cosmology and things like that, other than that, do you think science is lying about anything else or like trying to tell you about something you don't like? I'm genuinely curious, bro.
If it's not following the scientific method, then it's not science, right?
You don't think scientists follow the scientific method?
Modern day scientists? No. Maybe an engineer.
What makes you think that?
Maybe an engineer, like someone who builds buildings and.
So outside of flat Earth,
dirt around.
Where can you point to where you believe science doesn't apply to scientific method? Is it vaccines? Is it like I can't even think of anything because I don't know. But yeah, like
I know,
what's this
because all you can
distrust
think about is technology, right? Technology and astrophysics. That's your basis of science.
Dude, you don't have to try to educate me. I'm genuinely trying to gather an understanding of why I shouldn't trust scientists. Help me understand.
I gave you an
Outside.
answer, and the fact that you can't comprehend it shows me your intelligence level.
So you're insulting again. Anyways, so you believe science is pseudoscience. You believe modern day science is pseudoscience.
Yes.
But you don't believe a flat earth model that has no globe, no predictions, no accuracy isn't pseudoscience. No scientific method, none of that. You can't even agree that
There's no
flat earth is
model.
kind of like this.
There was never
No,
any
I'm
claim
asking.
to a model, dude.
Yeah, but if there's no model and you're just making a scientific claim that the earth is flat, isn't that exactly what pseudoscience is?
Is that a science claim?
Yeah, the shape of the earth is a science claim because science deals with cosmology and astronomy.
What science deals with shape? What would I call that science?
So science does deal with space. You guys know this. I don't have to sit here and like be pop quizzed. So again,
No,
is flat
seriously,
earth not pseudoscience?
what science deals
Are
with
you
shape?
astronomy, astrophysics?
Okay, how does it deal with shape? That's not science, though, is it?
Yeah, it is. But again, dude, we're not worried about flat Earth anymore. You don't care. You clearly don't care. You have your mind made up. You believe the Earth is flat. Nothing anyone tells you, shows you, or demonstrates to you can prove otherwise. I want to know, why is that a hard no? Like, why is anything science tells you a hard no? Meanwhile, on Discord, using
It's not
science.
science. It's pseudoscience. It's not following the scientific method.
So you think science stopped following the scientific method? What did you think we replaced it with? Pseudoscience?
It was pseudoscience, mental masturbation.
I'm going to grant you that claim. Okay, modern day science is pseudoscience. Will you at least grant me the fact that flat Earth is also pseudoscience because it can't be proven?
It's not science. Never said it was science.
So the study of space, Earth, geometry, cosmology, this isn't science to you? So now you're just rejecting the entire. Okay, yeah.
Flat Earth isn't studying space, man. That's just studying the geometry. Do you know what the word geometry means?
Flat Earth isn't studying space. The shape of the Earth isn't studying cosmology and space. You guys aren't trying to explain why the stars work. Is that what you're saying?
What does the word geometry mean?
Pardon me? I'm not here again, dude. You can stop with all the like questions. Like, I'm not here to be pop quiz.
Well, think about it. What does skill and metry mean?
Again, not here to answer any questions. Here to pick your brain. So you said that flat Earth isn't science, isn't a science claim. Yeah.
Well, then I guess we're
You
done
tried
with
to.
the conversation.
So this wasn't a good faith conversation. You just rage baited. Got it. Well, anyone else want to tell me why they hate science so much? And if you guys hate science so much, what do you suppose that we replace it with? Should we replace it with like you guys and your claims that have no model and no repeatable, testable, verifiable, peer
One of my favorite parts about this whole thing is one of the things we're also taught as kids, pretty much everybody, is you can do anything you want to. If you put your mind to it, you can be an astronaut or a scientist or a president or whatever. And then the moment you go and do some science, they're like, no, you're not a scientist. Get the fuck out of here.
Assalamu alaikum rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. So, does any one of you guys have a positive argument for the flat earth and not only a negative argument?
Yeah, there's no measurable curvature.
True, but that's a negative argument.
Well, yeah, when we shoot a tangent out over the surface, it doesn't deviate, so therefore there's no measurable curvature.
No. Doesn't mean that. I mean, like, you just give a counter proof to something what the globe earth is saying. But what is your proof for your statement, you know? Counter proofs are
My
simple.
proof for my statement, I'll put it in the side chat.
I mean, if we live on a flat plane, okay? If we live on a flat plane, can still make you could base more questions on that, right? More and more questions on that. You should not stuck on one point, right? Great Salt Lake laser test. Okay, show me the laser test. The fuck is that, bro? Are you 12 or something? What the fuck is that, bro? Look, there is a big proof for the globe Earth, or that any big mass object is round. Because of gravitation, brother. Because of gravitation.
Yeah, at least a positive energy thing about flat Earth.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, have you ever been to like the ocean or a lake and you see the sunset like against the water?
Yeah.
That's one of my favorite things to see. It's beautiful, but you know how the light runs down the water like to you? Like the reflection of the sun, the light runs from the sun right to your feet.
No.
It's testable, repeatable, and provable that that can't happen on a curved surface, even in the slightest. So we're not on a globe. So that's dead. Model's dead. Moving on. Flat Earth. If you're gonna join the party and come find out what's going on, we're checking and seeing, but we don't live on a globe. Model's dead. Moving on.
Maybe the Earth is too big. Maybe can't have that. You know. That's still
that's why we're very careful with the words. If you listen to what I said, any curvature in the water whatsoever, and that reflection does not run to you. And because of the purity of the reflection, you can't say it's something like refraction, because refraction and reflection, don't work together. They work against each other. So again, globe dead. Moving on.
Yeah, but that's a negative argument, as I said before. Didn't listen, brother. Thank you for not listening.
I said it was a positive thing. Earth's beautiful, man. It's a beautiful place.
Yeah, you're telling me, you're saying that can't be Earth because that and though.
Why is that a bad thing? We live on a flat Earth.
But I can make a point. We have several points for the globe Earth, and you know that. So that's not the interesting
none of them
thing.
work. Nothing for the globe works. The only things that work on the globe also work on a flat Earth. I mean, it's that simple. But none of the other stuff works. It does.
You could just travel. You can travel to space and look down to Earth, and you can convince yourself. It's that simple.
Yeah, see, that's the problem, bro. That's what I'm trying to help you see is that the entire premise of everything you've said so far is that we live on a globe in space, and we don't live on a globe at all, and it's definitely not in space. And the model's dead. So if you're going to start from a premise that doesn't exist, then you don't really have much of an argument, because you're correlating things that don't exist in reality. So
simple as that,
your premise is gone. The foundation is gone. You can't build a house when you don't have it on a foundation. It just washes away. So there's no foundation. So moving on.
You can't say, hey, only because it can't work the way X and Y. So there is the only option Z. Doesn't work like that. Science doesn't work like that.
I know. It's just there's a lot. There's a whole lot. I mean, you're right. I can't just say one thing, but that's for you to go look. That's just all I'm willing to give to you. I really welcome you to go watch the video 200 proofs Earth is not a globe, and it'll give you a whole bunch more. I got 40 more off the top of my head. I'm just not willing to spend my time with you that way if you're not willing to listen. So
you love to seek for attention like all capitalists and bourgeois, But let me tell you that you need to have a model of the flat Earth. You have to show us how the Earth is placed in the universe. Then you can continue. Otherwise, shut up, brother. Simple as that.
Yeah, see, that's what we're trying to do, and we're not allowed to fully go do it. So we're not just assuming some model and building something like some model. We don't work with a model. We're working with the Earth. Yeah, we want to go search for more. We'd love to build a model. We're not allowed to do that. And that's a problem. So we won't claim a model.
You see Iranian rockets drop on.
And do the science and do the observations and record things, and we're not allowed to. So we're working with what we have so far, and what we have so far, globe dead, Earth flat. And then we're searching after that.
Yeah, that's a good thing. But you follow the news, you see Iranian rockets are being dropped on US air bases, so you could assume, hey, we can build up our own rocket and just fly high enough to see what the Earth looks like. Simple as that.
Yeah, we're not allowed to freely do that. We're not as civilians allowed to do that. So again, we are not allowed to do a lot of the exploration and the science and the observations that we need to do.
You can do everything in America, bro, and follow your dreams in America. Just build a rocket and shut up, bro.
All right, so I just wanted to let you know that the biggest difference here is that we're okay with saying that we don't know. Okay, we're really okay with that, and we're good and we're confident because we know some things and we don't know some things, but we're okay with not knowing some things. We want to find out, but we're okay with not knowing.
That's not enough. That's not a good epistemic virtue.
I mean, no, I'm not happy about it either. I'd love to go find out. I'm not allowed to, and I'm not happy about that at all. Correct. It's not good enough. I agree with that statement. It is not good enough. It's not. We're not done. We're not finished.
Look like, bro. So you have to tell us, hey, there's a big
Well,
light.
I mean, yeah, if like the lights in the sky. I mean, if you look at a square headlight from not even that far away, it looks like a round light. So, seeing a round light in the sky doesn't really say much about the fact that the Earth is flat.
Planets moving, brother. We can see stars moving.
Yeah, and then
planets moving, all of them round, bro, and the Earth is flat.
You're saying that's happening in the sky, and that's happening because Earth is a globe. But Earth's not a globe, so that can't be what's happening in the sky. Again, the foundation. You're above the house, and the house can't even be built. There's no foundation. That's what we're saying. Is that we'd love to know what those are. We're obviously not told what's accurate. We're not willing to accept the story. We can't go find out as of yet. We'd love to, but we can't go find out as of yet. The people who actually might have the power are allowing us to do so.
Is a big
what
lie.
they told us is non-factual in reality. So we're not going to accept a story that's not true. We can't go find out, but we do want to, and we are trying. And we're going out there and we're testing things and making observations and measurements and everything else. So again, globe dead, Earth flat, join the party, or go do something else.
But you can't tell us that you're blind and you cannot see the planets moving, round planets around you, round stars, big stars. But you know what is interesting? Like what is really interesting, and not some conspiracy theory or something like that, is that Big Bang Theory doesn't work anymore, because we found with the James Webb Telescope, they found galaxies who are like older than the universe is old and doesn't work, according to Einstein. So they have created new theories that everything is only space, and space is eternal, and that space, we are part of the space, everything is connected to each other. There is no Big Bang, one beginning, like the Bible told you. Everything is infinite. This conversation going on for infinitely many times. That's a more interesting thing. And then you could say, hey, on a certain scale, everything is flat. Not only Earth, everything is flat if we talk about one dimensions and so forth. When everything is connected on one dimensions. That's a more interesting story. Yeah.
Yeah, there are a lot of theories, and that's cool. I'm not willing to accept theory as fact. None of us are. That's why we're here.
Well, everything is a theory, brother. It's a theory.
Right, theories are important. That's how you find out the facts. But theories are not facts. So.
Good. So build up a rocket, brother. Or just sail around the Earth and then tell me how the Earth looks like. Bro, like honestly, imagine the Earth is flat, okay? Like we could discuss what even a flat plane means, like mathematically. You know how a flat plane is defined mathematically? Can you tell me this? I'll look up at Wikipedia, no problem. A flat plane. mathematically flat plane, brother. There is there is a difference between a mathematically flat plane or like object, perceptible object, which is flat, like a table, right? Do you imagine like Earth is like a table, or is it measured like a table? Is Earth measured like a table? Like, is it possible to just, for example, to measure the diameter of the of the Earth like a table? Did someone of you guys did that or not? Okay, so Earth is measured globe is a measured globe, yeah. So there's no other option. See. Good.
If you don't believe us, that's perfect, bro. We do not want you to believe us. We don't want you to believe a single thing we have to say. Don't believe us.
Don't make
We
me angry,
encourage it.
bro.
We encourage it to go look and find out for yourself. If you think we're incorrect, we have a bad perspective or what, please go out, do measurements, do tests, find observations, go out in it. Earth's beautiful. It's nice outside today, at least where I'm at. I hope it's nice where you're at. Go out there and do observations. Look, find, seek, do tests, do research, bro. It's a good time. Honestly, you learn a lot, no matter what you do. So go find something.
Yeah, I mean, that's the American dream, brother. That's the American dream. You can do things by yourself. That's why your forefathers, you're an American, you're a proud American, right? Your forefathers left Europe because they were discriminated for their ideas. So you now live on a prosperous country, which is called the United States of America, reigned by an orange, who tells you, hey, you have all opportunities, and we should live like that, brother. We should live like that. We should not be intimidated by Tesla if you work at Tesla and they look up around you if you're not at work, So, yeah, bro, we should not cope with the Europeans. We should be Americans, brother. Just do our own thing, That's what made the US so successful. That people like did their own thing, opened their companies, created Scientology, founded Scientology, Yeah, that's what makes America great. And not what someone tells you what you should do and what you should not do, what you should believe and what you should not believe. That's all upon you, my brother. That's what is the main virtue of the United States of America, which we all are proud of, That's the history. You can learn from
If you want to know how I feel about it, bro, I think that constricting ourselves with an identity within the borders of a country into who we are as people is a silly thing to do, and I think it ostracizes certain people based on how they feel. And think about how America's at war with XYZ. Someone says at war with so and so hates blah 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 blah. Things like that, I believe, keep us divided and apart from each other and create borders that keep us separated and keep us enemies. And so I don't like to think of myself as an American. I like to think of myself as a human here on Earth. Same as you, man. We're all here. We're all doing this thing. We all need each other in some way, shape, or form. In some sense, we all help each other. We all have resources that that people may not have, or technology, or ideas, or crops, or a lot of things. We all got to help each other get stuff. And look at all the import and export that happens, man. We all need to work together as humans to get things done and survive and thrive and have a good time and on this earth. So I think we all need each other, and I think classify myself as even as a member of this country to other people, like to you, I'm an American. I think that's can be divisive in our current world climate. And so I don't like to classify myself as such. I am an American. Yes, I am proud to be an American, and I love my country. Yes, but I think classifying myself as that and wearing that as an identity badge to other people can create problems. And we all have our own problems as far as people and that, identity as a country. I mean, that's pretty prevalent in the world, no matter where you're from. And I don't like the division that causes. So I don't like to say, "Oh, you're from India," or "Hey, you're a black guy," or "I'm an American," or whatever, bro. We're all just people here. We all got to work together and love each other and get things done so we can have a good time and survive and thrive. So that's how I feel about it.
Yeah, but I told you that. Romantic history, because in the end, I mean, you have also virtues. You have values. You told me believe what you want, go out and test it for yourself. You're not. It's not possible for everyone in every country to do that. Some people are uneducated. That you are educated. That you have a country which sees as an obligation to educate you, right? You have to visit school, for example, is a privilege. You have to be thankful for that to God and the United States of America, bro. And we are living nowadays in a world where a lot of privileged people are not thankful, and they experience a decline of civilization, of course, because being thankful, having virtues, you have to look at your neighbors in America. They would agree to me, they would agree with me what I'm telling you, of course, right? Because without having virtues, every knowledge is bounded on virtues. You can tell people the truth, they won't believe you at the first sight if they hate you. So love comes first, and then some, I do not know, intellectual masturbation or something like that. Love comes first. Love your neighbor, and then your neighbor has an open ear for you. Simple as that, bro. Simple as that.
I could not agree with you more on that. That's an awesome thing for you to say, for sure. That's the best way to be, 100%.
That's all your constitution, brother. That's all what I'm telling you is your constitution. You cannot constitute a society by believing on a flat earth or not. You know what my opinion on that is? Like, if you read novel philosophical theories about science and so forth, they tell you that there is, like, they get rid of strict ontology. Strict ontologies are, you know what strict ontologies are, right? Strict ontologies are like what the Bible tells you, for example. There's one God, angels, demons, one hell for the persecuted, and so forth. Okay? And this is a basic ontology. You tell people what there is, and they can seek for that or not. Okay? What is wrong with that is people are not able to question if there is any God, angel, or demon, and so forth. If you start to question ontologies, you break with the basic foundation of a theory, with a paradigm, and so forth. And the way how you tell people, hey, the Earth is measured flat, doesn't count for people living inside a paradigm where it is not the only reason to believe in globe Earth by how you measure it. So by epistemic methodologies, that's epistemic claim. Actually, what you do, you say the Earth is measured flat, right? Then it is probably flat. That's an epistemic claim. But going by ontology means, hey, we begin at first with the problem that, for example, massive objects are tempted to form something which is round, and then after that we're gonna measure how big it is, how round it is, and so on. So you have a big problem with like being misunderstood at the end. So how we gonna get together, my brother?
I think there's a slight misconception here that I wasn't taught the heliocentric universe growing up, or I lived it for, over 40 years. I mean, I did it for a long time. I understood it. I thought I'd do some stuff, but the more research I do, the more things I found out that I know very little, and I'm okay with that. Going and searching for the information and finding things and exploring. But yeah, I'm just not really willing to believe things that people say. It's also why I'm not, a religious person. So, I'm just tired of believing what people say and want to find it out for myself. That's what everybody here does. These guys spend tons of time and energy on research and observation and study and information and all that kind of stuff. They basically go back to school for free here, trying to figure things out. I'm not a super knowledgeable person here. These guys have a ton of information and they've done a ton of work. I've done a little bit myself as far as the work goes, enough for myself. Enough to understand and correlate that to the tests that already have been done and see how they work or, don't work based on what we're looking at, what angle. But yeah, out here searching, man. It's pretty awesome out here.
I think it also depends on the point, what you even do, again, what we do actually mean with something is being flat, That's, as I said, like, you have physical flatness, you have mathematical flatness. So at a certain point, even the majority of physicists could get on one ground with flat earthers to say, hey, on a certain scale, for example, if we look to string theory or quantum mechanics, everything is flat, though Earth is flat, so we have a common ground. But that's not the point in here, actually. The point in here is what you perceive directly, right? And you perceive directly, if we have our foot on Earth, like now, right? We perceive flatness, of course, right? Perceive that. But perception is multidimensional, right? Perception is multidimensional. If you take drugs, DMT, for example, you perceive different things and so forth. And now someone has to ask himself or herself, those different levels of perception, why should one level be above another level and so forth? And novel philosophy says there is not a hierarchy of perception, actually. There is no hierarchy. You can only say for yourself, right? Reflexive for yourself, that in a certain situation, according to your actions and your desires, can say something is real or not, right?
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Hold on. Let me ask you this, man. You're talking about DMT, right? So let's say in the real world there's a car coming at you, but in your mind in DMT you don't see the car. So does the car exist or not?
The card, you mean?
The car, the BMW that's rapidly approaching your body because you're standing in the middle of the road on DMT. Are you, just because you don't perceive it in your mind mentally, doesn't mean that it's physically not there.
Exactly. That's what I wanted to tell you. Exactly.
Right. So when we go out and measure the surface of the earth, we're not perceiving it in this drug-induced state that it could be flat, it could be round. What is reality, and blah 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 blah. What we're doing is the physical and natural world that we exist and operate in. That world, that earth, that water on earth measures flat everywhere.
Yeah, but that's different for everyone. Imagine a culture of the indigenous people
show me where water measures curvature for you.
The American society.
Hey, Angry Jew, you sound nuts.
Wait,
for everyone.
That's how they measure the earth with drugs, brother.
Yeah, you sound like an idiot.
No, bro. Yeah, of
Oh,
course
yeah.
you have to insult, bro. If someone tells you the truth, you have to insult. But that's not the American dream, brother. You have to mind your own business. I have my own business, you know. You cannot do the socialist, bro. Saying you're an idiot, bro. Your business is bullshit.
Think about it for a second, bro. You don't need drugs to see a different perception. There's a famous picture in a jar of these man and this woman embracing it. So they're doing
That's
it,
also
right?
true, bro.
And they're like, if you
That's
ask a
also
small
true,
kid
bro.
about it, he sees 9 dolphins. I don't see a single dolphin. Then you got like colorblind people. There's a spectrum of it. We can't
Yeah,
even all see the same
exactly.
colors, bro. We all perceive
Exactly.
things very
Yeah.
differently based on our knowledge and our age and our experience and crazily enough, the chemical composition of our bodies. I mean, just as natural beings, we can perceive things differently. Like, look at all the abstract paintings, like, some of those crazy, like, just splatters on people pay like millions of dollars and think it's beautiful. I think it's child scribble art. We all see things differently, even just as base humanity. So yeah, it's
Yeah.
important to have a bunch of different perspectives and see things from different people's eyes. 100%, I agree with you on that.
Yeah, but
Exactly. And
now you're taking abstract
now comes the
expressionism
point.
out of where it came in the timeline of art.
And now comes the point. What again, sir? What did the other gay the other gay guy?
So are you basically saying that we can't trust our own senses, and so we need to find some expert who understands senses better and to defer to them? We need to let them tell us what to think.
No, the other guy said something before.
No, I know, but now I'm being more direct. Like it sounds like everything in life is some kind of a drug trip, including reality.
It is.
How can we trust anything? We could be a brain in a jar, and we
I
could be
tell
the
you,
figment of somebody else's imagination, right?
yeah, that's a
Right?
very good question. How we can trust something if
Right?
everything is possible, like Descartes said in the
So
17th
if
century before
if I
George
can't
Washington was
trust my
born.
own senses, why should I trust somebody else's senses?
You have to think about trust more practically than ontologically.
My
Right?
senses are perfectly
You have no
working
other
just fine.
choice. You have no other choice. You are trapped in a life full of actions and decision making. You are trapped. You have no other choice. You can kill yourself, then you will enter a new dimension, maybe or not, or
Yeah,
maybe you
you
will.
are an idiot,
You're
aren't you?
retarded, bro.
Yeah, he's an idiot.
Salaam alaikum, brother. I'm on American drugs, bro. From
Yeah,
thousand.
I bet
Yeah,
you are.
you're a freaking moron.
Anybody listening to this guy, do not do anything he says. This is the type of guy that wants to see the entire world burn. Thank you for that, old Hoss. Thank you for muting him.
I mean, enough's enough. It'd be great if he could actually have the conversation, but he's a moron.
He probably thinks space is real.
He's so wound up in his own emotions, in his own feelings, and what his feelings could be and what they could mean. And then, oh my gosh, what are feelings? Are my feelings a part of somebody else's feelings? Are their feelings a part of my feelings? Fucking stupid.
Just going back, just clarification, just based on what I said. Who said I was taking abstract expressionism out of art? What did you mean by that? Like what I say?
I did it. I can't speak right now. Give me about 2 to 3 minutes, and I'll address what I said. I may have
Okay, I
taken
see.
what
It's
you
you,
said.
old
I
house.
may have taken what you said out of context, but yeah, just give me a minute.
Yeah, for sure.
I was in and out catching parts of that conversation. That guy was getting me a little irked, so perhaps I responded in an irked fashion. But I was just the whole thing about someone making an abstract expressionist painting today as compared to someone making one in the 50s are two different things as well. I don't even know what context you were saying that in, but I whenever I hear abstract expressionism, it sets off like an alert in my head, because I seriously think that a lot of the ways these younger generations are unable to even follow along to any of these things that we're talking about spatially is because their baseline is abstract expressionism. There is no realism in their art training. So when their baseline is abstract, what comes after that? So I don't know. I don't even know what you were saying. Yeah, I mean, all art is art in a lot of ways, and then art is something other than art. It's sort of like a progression of Western ideals, at least, but I don't know.
It's only using it in the context of just how we perceive things differently as far as beauty and enjoyment. I mean, another one could be like, okay, here's a good one. My mother-in-law and my sister-in-law, they love Brussels sprouts. It's the place we go to all the time. Has like these braised Brussels sprouts with bacon,
Okay,
like that.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's just like that's like a personal preference. But when you
I
say,
was trying to say, like,
no,
some
no,
people, when it comes to like Picasso, they think he was awesome, or
yeah,
they think it's awesome. I don't like it. It doesn't inspire the feeling in me that it does in them, because
yeah,
they see things differently. That's how I was relating it.
yeah. But I think everyone. I might be off, but this should probably be in an art and enthusiasm forum what I'm about to say. But a lot of these artworks, artists, you have to view them in the context in which their art showed up on the scene, quote unquote. You know what I'm saying? There was nothing like Pollock prior to the Pollock was
Pollock, thank
making
you. That's
paint.
who I was had in my. That's how I had in my mind
Yeah,
was Pollock. Thank you.
Well, Pollock and his wife were both well-known American expressionists or abstract expressionists, and they made paintings. You could barely tell the paintings between Pollock and I think her name was Lee Kramzik or something like that. And then he made a breakthrough. You know, according to legend, he cut his foot open in a drunken mess in his barn, and the next thing you know, he's got blood spattered all over a canvas that's laying on the ground. So there's the birth of that. I'm just saying a lot of art should. It irks me when I have friends say, "Oh, I like this. I don't like that. I like this. I don't like that." It's sort of like going through the history of cars and saying, "Well, I don't like a Model T." Well, it doesn't matter if you like it or not. It was a necessary stepping stone to, you know. But yeah, I
I really
guess.
just want to let you know that 100%, I understand where you're coming from, and I do have a great respect for it and understanding of exactly what you're saying, even down to being able to correlate. I mean, in basic art, they teach you about focal points and how everything in your vision, when you draw something to a focal point, it goes to it like gives you that tunnel of your eyes to that point. I was able even to correlate that to like the pictures we see here about flat Earth. I was like, oh, it's like a focal point in art. I think it's incredibly important. The progression, I think, is really important. Even like you said, the art now is very weird sometimes. But of course, I grew up on like Robot Chicken and Space Ghost Coast to Coast. So what do I know about weirdness a little bit? But at the
That's
same time,
crazy.
I agree with everything you're saying, and I think it's really important. But as far as I was saying, just like the inspiration that things bring to you, like the feeling and emotions that the things bring to you are different. Like I don't like angry music, but some people that's their therapy, and that's them. It's not me. But that doesn't mean that they're wrong.
Yeah,
Doesn't mean that it's
I get
different for
it.
them. They're their own people. Yeah, that's how I let people be their own people. Just be. I'm not going to hate you for thinking Pollock is beautiful, but I just don't feel that way.
No, I'm just
Understand that
saying,
you
like,
feel that way.
no, it's just. Well, whether or not I find it aesthetically pleasing and whether or not I realize how it was birthed and what it altered in the path of art. But I mean, just like the thrash metal or whatever, you can draw a tree, like a graph tree, from the Beatles to any band, or or the Mozart to any band. You can draw, the things that branch off from one another, the same as art. But anyways, yeah, I don't think they teach art properly across the board anymore, because I mean, I'll see that in even the youngest, the earliest stages of schooling, they're already express yourself. It's like, whoa, I don't even know, what does that even mean? You know what I'm saying? I mean, what if someone wrote something? So, but yeah, that guy is just, I think he's probably trying to get us into conversations like this about everything's subjective. But yeah, he was saying some things I couldn't even keep up with responding with him at the moment I wanted to, but he's gone now. So I feel like he's been here before.
I saw it too. I was born in '84, so I'm whatever that is. So I've been around a while. I'm a huge music and art fan. They really do matter a lot to me. Music is a huge part of my life. I'm actually going to two more shows. Going to a 4-day long music festival and another show as well this year. Going to get to see Weezer again, so I'm pretty happy about that. Love music, big part of my life. Love art. I think we have the greatest canvas sitting right in front of us ever. I think that's really important. I think that's a really important thing for humanity, the beauty and the feeling they inspire. So I do think it is really important. Again, no matter what it is for you, is it Pollock? Is it thrash metal? Is it good for you? Is it good for you in that moment? Do you need it at that moment? Is it building you up? That's what I think is important. And I know some people that are very happy to listen to the angriest music. It's just how they are, and it's not how I am. But as long as you're doing something good for you, I think it's really important. And that expression of art within music in and of itself is, I think, a really important thing for us as people. So I think it's really something important to talk about. I think it's
Yeah,
funny
I
you said
agree
that
with
you guys
that.
talking about this, but I think it's a great correlation into seeing how we see things differently. Everybody sees and feels and hears things in their own perspective, and sometimes it's very different. And that's okay. That's a good thing. We all need everybody to look at things, because sometimes somebody, the last person you expect, sees something that you and everybody else missed. That's an important thing.
Yeah, it reminds me of some. Yeah, it's true. I mean, it's true. If you want to, pick up the spoons and play the
But
spoons,
we have to agree on terms too, right, old hogs? Like
yeah,
there's gonna be things that we agree on. If we can't agree on anything, it's all about your feelings. Like there's nothing else we can do moving forward.
yeah.
The mind is very powerful. The mind can literally, you can convince yourself of something that you're not and make it your entire world, your entire reality. Basically, you're proving to yourself that you can be anything that you want to be, and then you choose to be something that you're not. How about them apples?
Yeah, and I think discounting anybody's perspective, completely would be silly. Like even that last dude, he was like way out of there. But one thing he said was true. He's like, we got to start with love, and that's fucking accurate. I mean, he said something right to say. Everything else might have been a mess, but is he wrong there? Absolutely not. We got to start with love and be together and work together and treat each other with kindness and be a team. And he's not wrong there. It's kind of weird that he said that and then just went off the fucking rails. But
Well,
that's
when
the
you
world
reel them
for you.
in and you say, yeah, you got to start with love. But before that, you have to know yourself. And in order to know yourself, you have to know who you are and where you are. If you don't know where you are, how can you truly love yourself?
That's huge, true, man. Yeah.
And then if you can't love yourself, how can you love anybody else?
So, huge fact.
But I didn't like that
about myself here in the past few years on that very thing, bro. Appreciate you.
Yeah, man, I appreciate you. I just, when you come in and talk to somebody the first time and you start bringing up drugs immediately, and you can make an argument for like pharmaceutical drugs versus natural drugs, and then if you really want to make an argument, everything's a drug, including food and oxygen. If you want to look at how medicine works, but if your first instinct in conversation is to come in and talk about drugs and love, like, I got nothing for you, man. Like you're a little on the crazy side, right? You can't talk about something else that's real. You got to talk about mind altering substances.
Yeah, I think
that worries me
about how you all need to come to the conclusion that the Earth is a globe. It is not flat.
Is that your drug? The globe?
No, that is a drug. That is the truth.
Okay, how do you know the Earth being the globe is the truth?
Well, that's the way all the things inside of our solar system are created as a globe.
Okay, that's
if you take
circular.
a
That's
telescope,
circular reasoning, dude.
it's not, because if you
You
look
said
through a
you knew it was
telescope
the
and you look at
truth.
any of the
Yeah,
because
but
if you look at
that's
any
not
of the
looking at the
planets
Earth,
inside of our
dude. Yeah, now you're highlighting that you don't even realize that you're presupposing the Earth to be a planet. By saying you're like, hundreds of you guys do this. When you say other, because you guys don't shut up, you don't listen.
Okay.
When you say other planets, what are you including there?
I'm including every planet inside of our solar system. So Jupiter, Mars, Uranus, including Earth.
Okay. Yeah, that doesn't work. You said you knew the Earth was a planet.
Right,
now
right.
You're
Because
so you're just grouping it in with the planets and saying it is so.
no. But also, like,
yeah.
we have millions of pictures from space of Earth.
Post one.
Million. Of course, bro. What the fuck?
Post the picture that has its hooks in you.
I got you.
Yeah, you're wrapped up in circular reasoning without even realizing it. I hope you break out of that.
Yeah, there's nothing in the sky that tells me it resembles the Earth.
Here, I'm posting a picture right now.
Accounts,
Look, that's a picture of
Twitter
Earth from a satellite.
One of these space accounts from Twitter said that a tree is the rarest thing in the universe and may only exist on Earth. A tree.
Okay,
I don't think you understand how other planets work.
Big Dan, I've got a bridge in Brooklyn to sell you, buddy.
I don't think you understand how planets work. Every planet doesn't have the right conditions to grow trees.
Yeah, but the reason why you're pointing to the planets is because they're round. What about Earth? In reality, other than the picture books, shows you that the Earth tells you that the Earth is round.
The horizons. So the
horizons. The root word of horizon's horizontal, or vice versa.
I'd believe in the Wendigo before believing that the Earth is flat. Holy shit.
Hey,
people in here
DQ2
actually debate it?
No, it's not a debate.
Like, are they just, like, kind of
these guys are...
Yeah, the people who believe in the globe, they use circular reasoning and claim stacking, and they use something called Ipsy Dixit. I learned that in the Flat Earth Law School. They just claim something is, therefore it is.
So you think the
I
Earth
haven't
is
done that
round,
once.
EQT,
I
hold on.
haven't done that
It's
once.
not a debate. So hold on. This guy was talking about the horizon. He was highlighting his
horizon.
confusion. Yeah. Your buddy dropped out, Dan.
I don't know that guy. I don't know. That's not my buddy. I don't know that guy. I'm here alone.
Okay, go on. Horizon.
Yeah, so when you look at the horizon, you know how the horizon curves? That's why
No.
the Earth is a
No,
circle.
I don't know how the horizon curves.
So you've
That's not
never seen a
something.
horizon before? That's sad, bro. I'm
Yeah,
sorry you never done that.
I've seen horizons. They're horizontal.
They're not horizontal. They don't go up and down.
Well, that's vertical, bro.
I mean, they don't go left or right. I'm sorry.
Someone clip that.
Inflated.
Yeah, they do go left to
No,
right.
they don't. They go. It's curved. It's a curved horizon because the Earth
From
is a
where
circle.
are you seeing a curved horizon from? From the
Give me
ground?
1 second. Yeah, from the ground.
Well, now that would be a tiny Earth.
A tiny Earth. What?
Yeah, if you're seeing a curved horizon from the where are you seeing this horizon? Over water, over land?
Over water.
Okay, well you would be describing a tiny Earth. Because
Okay.
if you complete the circle of this curve you're claiming to see, you're not going to be able to fit the entirety of the state you're in, let alone the rest of the world. Yeah, you don't get it both ways where you say, oh, I'm at the beach, I see the curved horizon, and the Earth is a 39, 59-mile radius ball. You can't have it both ways.
You can have your cake and eat it too, buddy. I promise.
No, you can't have your cake and eat it too. Once you've eaten your cake, it's entered the digestive system.
I said you can have your cake and eat it as well.
You cannot. That is not something you can do.
If you have cake and you eat the cake,
it's no longer cake. It's on its way to becoming shit. You guys don't even know what having your cake and eating it too means. Let me guess. Your art. Let me guess. In kindergarten, you did abstract expressionism art. Full circle. Gone. Doesn't even know it. He's gone. You can have your cake and eat it too. Yeah, you can. They're insane.
You know, it's bad, old Huss. They were having a big argument about triangles, and I looked at my 9-year-old without any context or anything. I was like, "Hey, can you make a triangle on a ball?" And his eyes crinkled, and he looked at me and goes, "No, that doesn't even make sense." And I'm like, "Nice, all right, good."
Yeah, that's a good sign.
I give myself a hard time a lot, which I don't think is a bad thing. I give myself a hard time too much sometimes, but my wife said something really cool the other day. I said, sometimes I don't understand like how he's so awesome and what I've done. And she said, he's all the best parts of you. And that meant a lot to me. But you're doing something right out here for sure, because he's such a great kid. And, it's really cool.
Well, that's a great compliment.
Yeah, I've had a lot of tough time for 40 some years trying to, not hate myself and not being able to love myself, and showing that a lot, doing a lot for me.
I was really hoping for some sparring today before I had to go out and do work. I'm disappointed. I'm so bored, I might start telling my coworkers I'm a flat earther just so that way I have people to talk to about it.
So thankful for my job is I stay busy all day and I'm never bored. I hate being bored.
Well, I'm waiting on certain things to happen, so can't do anything until those certain things happen.
That's what I'm saying, dude. Like having your hands busy, you obviously like that. So being able to like just not be able to do anything, yeah, it's bitch, bro. But it's
Oh,
almost over. It's
I'm
almost the
busy.
weekend.
I'm busy, man. On an average day, I'm lifting like 30 to 50 pounds, 60 or more times. I'm plenty busy, man. It's just things are a little slow at this moment. I guess I shouldn't complain. I'm being paid for free.
Hey, good. Do you remember Life of Brian?
It's been a while.
Yeah, the end of the movie where he's hanging on the cross and is singing, "Always look at the bright side of your life." There you go, bro. Being paid. Weekend's coming up. It's gonna be a good time, bro.
What's up, Clyde?
Just trading stocks. Unusual to see you guys in here during the day. Usually it's a nighttime crew. Over.
Sometimes it holds over.
I got you. It's basically lunchtime / martini time at the stock exchange.
I don't know if I've ever talked to you before, man. Do you think the Earth's a ball or flat?
Well, I hate to say, but I'm an astrophysicist.
What made you choose to be an astrophysicist?
My father was head of the FAA.
So how does that translate to astrophysics?
Oh, just aviation / et cetera, et cetera. As a mathematician by nature. Went to college early. Always fascinated by the stars.
Let me ask you something. Can you lie with numbers?
Can you lie?
Yeah.
I mean, there are paradoxes. For example, imaginary numbers. That's a new concept per se. Square root of -1.
What about like using math to misappropriate a real world representation?
Okay, here's the phrase that comes to mind. Figures don't lie, but liars figure.
So a person could use math in a deceiving way.
Very much so. Statistics is constantly filled with examples like that.
That was one of the reasons why I almost failed statistics. Was when I realized, like, oh my god, everybody's lying with statistics. I mean, they're telling the truth, but they're just omitting certain information.
Yeah, of course,
like when they do a group study of like 1,000 people,
65% of the time, it happens every time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
84% of all statistics are made up on the spot, including this one.
Exactly.
Or as Yogi Berra said, 90% of baseball is 50% mental.
Yeah. It's all good. Hey. I think I'm the oldest person in the room by at least a decade.
Yeah, it doesn't really make a difference. We're just
it makes a huge difference.
Having a conversation, right?
It's the ability to equate / understand the other person's position per se. I find millennials and X's are just, I don't know. I'm not going to put them down or anything like that, but they don't generally seem to be very happy, while boomers are very, very happy as a general. By nature.
Or they've insulated themselves and they're incredibly self-centered.
Yeah, you could say that. I mean, you can say that.
I just did.
Yeah.
Doesn't sound like happiness to me.
Well, I mean, they satiate their needs by going out to lunch every day while everybody else is working. Let me ask you this, Clive.
Well, let me put it this way: I'm a mid 8-digit trader on Wall Street, and I deliver pizzas at night.
Oh, there you go. You gotta do something to stay busy.
I enjoy my life. Been doing it. Been trading for over almost 6 decades. Family's been doing it for 4 generations.
Let me ask you this though: when you're talking about cross generations and being difficult to have conversations, do you think semantics are really important in at least establishing a baseline?
Oh, sure, of course.
People make that word semantic sound so negative, and really all it just means is that we're just trying to, figure out the meaning of the word, and that way we can agree.
I agree. I find, though, that many of my jokes, most people have to wear a hat.
Which hat?
The one that traps the joke as it went over their head. I'm British, so dry sense of humor.
No, you're good, man. There's a lot of jokes I tell people, and I'm looking at them. I'm like,
right.
Is there a soul inside there? Like,
there you go.
Did you hear anything I just said?
Do you hear the words that are coming out of my mouth?
Exactly. Yeah, no, I remember growing up in a time where like homes were affordable, cars were affordable. And then when I became an adult, like it just got harder and harder to afford those things. And now it's damn near impossible for most people.
I remember working an entire weekend, 8 hours a day from Friday to Sunday night, and looking at a $10 bill. And my eyes grew like monkeys.
Yeah, but what could a $10 bill like that buy back then? You know what I mean?
It's pretty much, okay, and put it this way. My profession, has pizza really gone up that much? You can buy a pizza for $6, $7 and feed a family of, with 2 of them. You can feed the family for the night.
First of
It's not
all,
the most healthy of foods, of course.
well, I mean, you got to look at the ingredients too. What kind of
Mhm.
GMO are they using in there?
Not that bad. I'm eating one
But
right
most
now.
pizzas don't cost $6, man. Not unless they got some kind of deal going on.
Always have it. Every I've been with Domino's for 3 years. We've always had $6, $7 pizzas every day.
But yeah, no, you need more than just bread and cheese and
Yeah, I
tomato
understand.
sauce.
But overall,
Like, why does a salad cost more than a French fries, or more than let's see if I can think of something that's
well, I
not.
understand. You can always find examples that are extravagant, but you can also find you just have to dig deeper to try to find things that are more affordable.
You know, I remember growing up, and I could walk down any street, like walking from school to my home, right, about a mile and a half, and running into like 50 or more trees just on the side of the road that had fruit on them. And that didn't include the bushes that were also on the side of the road. Now that doesn't even exist anymore.
No, I'd say that's pretty unlikely. When you're talking about walking down the road, I thought you were going to go about the safety aspect of it. I've lived in, let's see, 11 different countries, 6 different continents. I've never gotten in trouble with people or altercations, etc.
No, I'm not talking about altercation. I'm talking about trees. Like, I remember being able to just like eat off the land on my way home, and my mom would be like, "Are you hungry?" No, I ate on the way home.
Yeah, I've never seen that in my lifetime.
You've never seen that?
Nope.
Oh my God! I used to live in upstate New York. I used to live in North Carolina. It was like that all the time. Even in California, I'd walk down the street and lemon trees, avocado trees. That stuff doesn't exist anymore.
I think. Different neighborhoods. California, of course, was renowned for that. Not so
You
much.
can't find that anymore.
I spent a lot of time in Texas, Japan, Saudi Arabia, Antarctica. The only continent I haven't been on is Africa. I really want to see the pyramids before I go.
I'm not so much interested in the pyramids. I'd be more interested in the Southern Mediterranean.
Yeah, that's super cool. The museums, the homes, the structures.
I want to go to the bazaar and go shopping around and hang out for a week.
Mm-hmm.
So just out of curiosity, since we're in the room, I know we've been having a little bit of soft conversation, but for the sake of conversation of the room, you being an astrophysicist, have you ever measured curvature of the Earth?
Myself, no. I assumed that was valid, et cetera, et cetera.
You know, it happens when you assume, right, Clive? You're old enough to remember that one.
I understand. The thing is, when you're immersed,
that's the thing. I don't understand why you would want to make an ass out of you and me.
Exactly.
Why would you want to do that?
Okay. My rationale is that
no, your rationale is you've made an ass of yourself, assuming that. Why?
I was trying to make a statement, but go ahead.
Well, you already made a statement. You said you've chosen to make an ass of yourself.
Okay. No, I didn't. I did not say that.
You said with a mouthful. You said you were going. Yeah, I will assume it's all been
I'm
sorted
not going
out.
to assume. I said I'm not going to assume. Assume you can use the old joke of, and when you assume, you make an ass out of you and me. Okay,
Yeah.
but
Why would
that
you want
being
to do
said,
that?
it's okay.
Well,
It's okay.
that's a good question, Clive. That's a question I was going to ask you was, why would you assume the Earth is a ball?
It's simply because you're surrounded in that culture, et cetera, et cetera. So you tend to go along with it per se. Did I ever question it? Not really.
So sheer
Having friends.
indoctrination.
Let me finish my statement. So when you have friends that are in NASA, when you have friends that are in the military, et cetera, you tend to be into that culture. You don't tend to, I don't want to say rock the boat per se, but question the most basics of things that you're brought up where it's hundreds, if not thousands of years of history behind it.
Right, right. But I
With
mean,
some
you've never flown in a plane and said, "Damn, it's so big.
Of course I've flown in a plane.
It looks flat. It's so big, it still looks flat."
I have been high enough that I feel that when I looked out the window, that I saw a curvature of the Earth. So, wow. Okay.
What altitude was that at? If you don't mind me asking.
Around 35,000 feet.
35. When I was
Another
young,
player, if I
right?
remember correctly.
Here's the
Yeah.
weird thing. When I was young, before I was ever
Right.
taught the Earth was a globe, I had flown in a plane a couple times to go visit my dad,
Mm-hmm.
and it looked flat, but I didn't never really think about it. But then when my teacher taught me that it was a globe,
Right.
I told my teacher, like she told the classroom, but I raised my hand and said, "It doesn't look like that. I've been in a plane and it looks flat."
Just
And she said,
curious.
"Well, that's because the Earth is really big and you're really small."
Right.
So I accepted that. But after that,
Yeah.
every time I flew, I would
Mm-hmm.
always look out the window and say, "Oh my God, look how big it is. It still looks flat."
Right. Just curious. I mean, obviously, as you got older, you probably went up higher and higher. Your first experience, was it in a commercial jet?
Yeah.
Okay.
I
Just
think I
curious.
was flying American Airlines in the very
Yeah,
beginning.
they get up high enough that you can see the curvature.
Yeah, I flew in a 777 one time. That was pretty cool. It was a huge fucking jet. But no, like even when our country, America, invaded Iraq, we
Right.
took a commercial airline to kind of like disguise our movements and everything. But we flew at 48,000 feet,
Okay.
48,000 feet.
Sure.
And I sat by the window. I always sat by the window. I love looking out and seeing how big the earth is. And it still looked flat at 48,000 feet.
Mm. You have to be on a clear day, not much haze, et cetera, et cetera. But
Okay, so Clive, so,
anyway,
Clive, I'm guessing all of
only
your
got a few
flying.
more. Hold on. I got. I'm
Yeah,
trading.
dude, I'm addressing your tiny earther claims, saying Earth curve from the silliness of claiming to see the Earth from an airplane. A guy who's friends with astronauts, that's the best he's got. But I'm guessing you've flown over Chicago, right?
No.
Have you ever flown over a city?
Well, of course.
Okay. Now, do you see the entirety of the city from your window?
Not below me.
No, out the window.
No, I would say. Okay.
What do you see? Do you see land when you've flown over land? Have you ever seen land out the window, Einstein?
Keep interrupting. Let me finish my statement. I use the military aspect of over so that I can make maybe one or two sentences.
Yeah, dude, but you're saying you're seeing the curve of the Earth. I'm trying to make it clear to you that you're not seeing it. Yeah, dude, you're. Don't be a boomer.
I am a boomer. Okay.
Don't be one. Don't be one from now.
You're like a my birthday.
You're like a Gen LMAO Z. The boomers and the Gen LMAO Z have a lot in common. I've noticed that. No, he's gone. Little punk.
You're funny, man. Yeah, I was just trying to do a roundabout way of getting him to admit that, and I did. I think I succeeded. He admitted he claims he never seen curvature, but then he's always assumed that it was curving. So he admitted it.
I always find it funny when people say they can see curvature from an airplane, when the human eyes are not designed to see that far. Maximum clarity for good human vision is about 5,000 meters. And that's if you have good vision. If you have poor vision, it's probably about 2,000 to 3,000 meters. So to say you saw that curvature in the fuzzy horizon that's 100+ kilometers away. No, you didn't.
DJ pointed out one that I saw a video on the other day on too, is that a lot of these airplane windows are, just the way they're made. Of course, they have that like the non-flat edges to them. You know how the window is built, based to withstand the pressure, and it does lead to small amounts of distortion along the edges. And a lot of people, when they dig into it, that's what they say they're seeing curvature on. They're just not paying attention to the fact that it's a distortion based on what they're looking through, and they don't put that together. So that's a popular part of it.
Yeah, the airplanes are made for the windows are made for safety, not for optical clarity. Plus the pressure differential from the pressurized cabin, which could be 6,000 to 8,000 feet, whereas outside the aircraft you have 35 to 41,000 feet. So there's a huge pressure differential. Those windows will actually be pushed out a little bit. So then again, when these guys take these pictures I took a picture from my airplane window when it was sitting on the airport. Yeah, the pressure differential between the outside and the inside are equal. But when you're at altitude, it's completely different. And I've flown in a 787 up to past 40,000 feet. The biggest windows of current aircraft design. and still no curvature.
I just posted 2 commercials for Alaskan Airlines where they show the Earth as flat and horizontal during a solar eclipse.
Welcome back, Clive.
Hey there. Just taking a little lunch break.
Yeah, I know. You were eating the last time you were speaking.
There you go. Okay. Not really here to chat. Just kind of just listening in. Go ahead. Over.
I think Sheepdog was trying to get something through to you before I got all riled up when I heard you made your tiny Earth claim. So maybe Sheepdog's still around. I don't know. I was just trying to get you to realize that you had made a tiny Earth claim and you wanted nothing to do with that. When I asked you about flying over a city, you started splitting hairs. Well, not under the plane.
Okay. Okay. It's all good.
Yeah, it is all good, dude.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Good.
So don't freak out.
I just enjoy listening to you guys. I'm not interested in
Okay,
engaging.
so that's fine.
Cool. Thank
You've
you.
engaged
Bye.
enough. You've claimed to see
Okay.
the curvature of the Earth from a plane. From a plane, if you're flying over Chicago, oh, he's gone already. What a weirdo.
Yeah, continue with your point. It was getting interesting.
Well, hey, it's like you said, though, before you go on to your point, Odhas, the boomers like to be in their own little bubble.
Case in point. Yeah, if you're claiming to see the curvature of the Earth while you're flying in a plane over the United States, yeah, I use Chicago because it's a big city, but any city will do. If you're seeing the curve of the Earth while also not even seeing the entirety of one city from your view, then how the hell, if you complete the curve of what you're claiming to see, are you even going to fit the entire state of that city into the ball that you're claiming exists from this curve, let alone the continent or the seas? It's a tiny Earth claim. It would be easier to on a whiteboard, but I don't understand how that's in 2026, how that's still, how they're still making the claim to see curve of the Earth from an airplane, yet you can't even, it just doesn't add up. There's not enough room for all the land and the oceans of this little ball you're creating, Clive.
And just for clarity, it's not thousands of years of history. If you're basing your assumption, right, and your framework within the assumption, of course, the the math is going to work in your assumption. And when it doesn't work, you just create another transform equation to correct that error. And the only time you ever use that transform equation is when you have an error in your regular equation. That's eventually where the conversation would have gone. But old Hoss Radburn likes ruffling the feathers of boomers.
Well, when he was using his boomer status as some sort of like a dismissive tactic. Just he has nothing but assumption, like you said, but he was just being dismissive of the entire conversation because it was he seems to think it was born out of, and he might not be wrong, but it was born out of Gen X analytical skills.
Whether that's true or not, that's irrelevant. The whole idea, like in his mind, like, oh, Gen Xers and everybody afterwards, they just complain too much and they hate the world. And it's like, and you made it this way.
I think for most people, they just struggle coming to terms with how their actions affect things, especially when it gets affected in a negative way. And I get that you don't want to see us doing something that caused a problem or hurt somebody, but kind of got to come to terms with when you do that, we all do that. They come to terms with that.
Well, I've been teaching my kids lately that in order for you to win, somebody else has to lose. So always remember that. And so if he won in life, right? Let's just say he won, and people are pissed off around him because they're losing. Well, gee, I wonder why, because nobody likes losing.
Honestly, I was talking to my wife about that last night about why people get so like freaked out by things, and I actually made a just a small example of my video game history um, being a good example of that right there. I think right now there's like an epidemic of needing to win, but even more so needing to win, needing to not lose. It like destroys people. And I said that with video games because I used to play like Counter Strike back in the day. And on Counter Strike 1.6 in Source, there were hundreds of thousands. And if you go back to 1.6, there still are hundreds of thousands. A lot of people play the game. Hundreds of thousands of community servers with all sorts of mods and goofiness and fun and gun games and surfs and stuff like that. But as Global Offensive came out, that was right when esports was starting to get really popular, and it started to be like a competitive thing and being good and showing off for people and that kind of thing. And with Counter Strike Go, but especially not Counter Strike 2, dude, there's no community servers. Most of them are like, just bot. There's a few bot deathmatch ones in like Asian countries, and that's it. Everybody's just playing the competitive um, modes and trying to rank up and get better. Like nobody cares about having fun anymore. They just want to win. And if you cause them to like lose, they just trash you. They're so mean. And that's just not that game. That goes across all games. But that attitude is very prevalent in all forms. Think about how, not getting into it, but think about how politics is gone, dude. Like people just freak out in these arguments. They just can't be wrong. They can't. And it goes across everything: sports, politics, games. They just can't. This discussion, they cannot be wrong, and that I think is a huge problem with society right now, personally. And I've been there. I've been the guy who couldn't be wrong. I've been there.
Yeah, I suffer from that myself. I suffer from that. I feel like it's a very common problem when it comes to sick. I don't think that's anything new though, man. I don't think that's anything new. Fucking the competitiveness, the unwillingness to fucking negotiate. I think that's always been the case. I just think before, in my opinion, there would be less diversity of opinion, right? In like 1906 versus 2026. So I think that might be part of the problem.
How do you know that?
What do you mean? How do I know that? You fucking look at how things were run. You look at how things were run in 1906. There was less opposition. overall. To and there was less diversity in general, right?
Well, hold on. If you just look at all in agriculture, all the different inventions of tractors and tractor engines, those were from people who were isolated from one another. There were a lot of diverse ideas going on. Yeah. Yeah, pride is hell, they call it a deadly sin, so it's been around a long time. Guys like Clive, they're too proud to realize that this story of outer space and the Earth existing in outer space could all be a fairy tale.
Oh wait, this is a flat. Oh yeah, this is a flat Earth call. So to circle back, I guess to the topic of the room here. So you think the Earth is flat?
Well, do you find it controversial that water seeks and finds level? Do you find that to be a controversial claim?
No, that right there, we're talking about science shit.
No,
And
dude.
fuck
Yeah,
me,
what?
that's like above my pay grade. Do I find it controversial that water seeks to find level?
Seeks and finds level, yeah. You said you guys think the Earth is flat, and I just said, well, in reality, there's certain things we can look towards that will point you in the direction that the Earth is not a ball. Water being one of them.
Okay. So
the fact that you can't answer that speaks volumes.
So I'm trying to articulate how.
Don't try, do.
Well, yeah. So I got a cup of water right here. I'm holding the water. So the concept of water is that it finds the shape. It tries to create. It conforms to the shape of
the vessel, and on it conforms to the shape of its vessel, and on the surface it is what? How would you describe the surface of water at rest?
Yes, flat. Yes.
Okay.
We're just going to conform to the shape.
That's a huge Yeah, the conforming goes on in the cup. The conforming goes on in the pond, the lake bed. The conforming goes on in the ocean basin. On the surface, it's flat.
Correct. Yeah, it doesn't matter what the shape of the vessel is.
So you too are a flat earther. You just didn't realize it.
You can't fucking you can't immediately just give me all you're a flat earther. You can't.
Well, no. They claim the Earth is 70% covered on its surface with water.
Correct.
Yeah, look at the
water's
image I put.
flat. But all water's flat.
Look at the image I put in the chat.
All right, we're looking at the image in chat.
Yeah. See those two ball Earths right there?
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, you see all that blue stuff on the outside?
The blue stuff, like the water? We're talking about the water here?
Yeah, that's the top of the water, right? We're not looking at the bottom of the water. We're looking at the top of the water.
We're looking at the water. I mean, you're seeing water. You're not
the outside of the water, the top.
Okay, I'm okay.
Yeah,
that's supposed to go ahead.
No, the fact that they can't add it up from there is they can't connect the dots. God bless you, Turtles Mania. But yeah, do you see anything different between the blue stuff in those pictures and what you know about the reality of water? What's the difference?
It's not that blue? Or no, it is blue. I don't know. I don't know.
Well, you said water was flat on its surface.
Sure. Okay, so it's curving around the edges of the perimeter. Yeah.
This is curving water. So what would that suggest to you? That they've abandoned reality in this depiction of Earth.
Abandoned reality in this depiction of Earth. Well, so the concept of this ball picture is that there's like gravity and shit, and I don't know, man. This is all too complicated. You can't. I mean, I can listen
No,
to you make your point.
making it, dude. You're making it complicated to try and like hold on to the globe concept, the water ball ideology.
Okay. No, I mean, you can. The point that I'm trying to make is that you trying to convince me of something isn't going to inherently work, because I've been indoctrinated my whole life to believe the exact opposite. Because like I can't
The exact
possibly
opposite of what?
be convinced.
Reality? Well, that's a
Clip
good
it.
step. That's a good step.
Hey, at least you admit you've been indoctrinated, man.
Yeah, like everybody has, you know. Like I go to church. I'm Catholic. Like I care about my family. I don't kill people. I don't rape. I don't molest kids. You know, I do these things because I've been indoctrinated not to. In a society where these kinds of things don't exist, I'm sure there'd be
But
way
that
more.
doesn't correlate, man. Come on.
rape
I don't
or-
murder and I don't rape, so therefore the earth is a ball.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no. Well, I'm just saying, these all these
dude,
things.
that's a bad
Earth being
analogy.
the ball. You know,
No, that's a bad analogy, because you never know what the next pope is going to say.
Mm-hmm. I mean, but to be fair, to confirm, I don't give a shit about that. Like, that's an interesting concept. I guess people say you're not Catholic because whatever, but I don't know.
No, I mean the Catholic Church believes that when it comes to church doctrine, the Pope speaks infallibly. No,
Correct. Yeah, that is correct.
okay. So this is a
That is the
different.
church, but that is the church. That is
Yeah,
not
we're
the
talking
people
about
who
the
go to
earth.
the church. Sure.
Yeah,
I don't know, but
I mean,
like I said, you can make as many points as you want. Maybe you
scientism
could.
is a religion. Scientism is a religion. You can believe that,
Sure.
you know, there's sciences out there, and there's your priests, the scientists are determining what's going on in reality for you, because you can't trust your own senses, so you got to trust somebody, right? You got to
Well,
trust some kind of
effectively,
authority.
yeah. With the inability to exercise such metrics, you rely on people who claim to be, well, the source, or not the source, but like the leaders or whatever you want to call it in the matter. So, for example, you in the flat Earth world, you are a knowledgeable flat Earth person that somebody could, in theory, listen to if you could convince them. Whereas, like somebody like myself who doesn't really want to be convinced, who could be convinced, I'm going to listen to the people that I, you know, that you think. Oh, authority on the matter is the word that I was looking for.
I'm just trying to teach people how to use the tools that are already there.
Sure. Yeah, that's a good point, man. And in theory, I mean, I'm not saying that I can't be convinced, but it would take the convincing would have to be very, like, it would have to be very thorough.
well, dude, you would just have to connect the dots that the blue stuff in the pictures they're showing us isn't the water isn't acting that way in reality.
Sure. Yeah. No. But
That's the only dot you have to connect.
Yeah, remember they told you the Earth is too big to see curvature.
correct. Yeah. Correct. Because
So why would
your
you think?
eye line, if I'm looking out on the horizon line, you see nothing because there's so much distance that curves beyond
Yeah,
your ability
you
to
see
see.
everything converge into the horizon because that's how perspective works. The horizon's not a physical thing; it's an optical thing.
So one of my biggest points, and I know that I've talked to people like y'all before, where they debunked this somehow with their analogies. But one of my biggest mental gymnastic points that I can't get my head around with the flat Earth concept is, like, for example, like traversing, or like a plane, for example. Like if I take off from this Madagascar point in the picture and I go east, just keep going east, I'll end up back on Madagascar. So it's like,
Yeah,
what is
because you're
your
doing a
argument
circle
now?
around north. You're doing a circle around north. That's what east and west are.
Okay, well, in theory, if you go north, if I perpetually go north from Madagascar, obviously you really can't do that with Antarctica being like such a big thing and the Northern Pole being such a big thing. But like in theory, if you could travel north, east, south, or west in any concurrent direction, you would end up back on the same point.
So people have gone east and west. It's not an issue. People have started from a location, gone north, and ended up on the other side. That's not an issue.
Right.
No one has ever gone from a location, gone south over the South Pole, and popped up on the other side.
I mean, I know people have traveled through the South Pole. I don't think that.
No.
Yeah, I don't think people have traveled.
No, people have walked on Antarctica to a location, and then they called that the South Pole, and then they stuck a little pole in the ground and said, "Hey, this is the South Pole." But nobody's ever flown from like Argentina and then popped up on the other side and landed in Dubai.
Right, like going from the bottom. Well, I mean, because it's just not. I mean, there's probably, if I don't want to look it up, but I'm sure like there's some major logistical problems there, and also the risk analysis of going over that terrain is high. Even if you and me had $1 billion, there's probably some major logistical problems that prohibit that from happening. I'm assuming, or something. Because I mean, otherwise, because with as much money as exists in this world, obviously, somebody would have already done it. I'm gonna actually Google that. Why people have.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
No.
Sorry about that. I got a phone call and it disrupted what you were saying. So, yeah, no, east and west are not a problem. East and west are just circles around north, right? Your compass points north. North is Polaris. So you're just doing a circle around that point. That's not an issue. That's why they call it circles of latitude, because they're circles. They're not straight lines. No one's ever gone in a straight line and wound up exactly where they started. It's actually a known fact that like if you start at a location, turn like 90 degrees east or 270 degrees west, and then just walk in a straight line without using your compass, that after 1,000 kilometers, you will not be on the same latitude. It's a known fact. That's why they encourage when you do navigation that you don't walk in a straight line to get where you're going, and that you actually follow your compass and use your compass for guidance and other things. Unless your navigation tells you you're supposed to go directly as a crow flies.
Yeah, well, so it doesn't really make sense. I mean, this says people have navigated it, but then looking at the size of the South Pole to the United States, it's like the same size. It's like 50% bigger, but like width-wise, it's like the exact same thing. And I can get on a flight in Florida and fly all the way to California without stopping. Like there's nonstop flights to go all the way across the country. So I don't. But in modern context, this is saying that somebody did it in 1935, but I don't know what. But you're saying in theory you're unable to go from the southern horn of Africa and then go south and end up on the other on whatever the fuck it is, Thailand or whatever would be.
That's not what I said.
So how do you work around that concept? So you're saying east, you're just
There's
going
no
like
theory. There's no theory.
so you don't have a conflict with somebody being able to go south continuously and ending up back in the same point. You're saying it's just like you're going around a point. That's kind of how you work that out.
No, I'm saying no one
Not
has
south.
ever done it. You're
No one's ever
claiming someone's done it. I'm telling you no one has ever done it.
Yeah, I don't know what this is. This is saying yes, people have flown over the South Pole. I'm assuming that means that they haven't gone through and gone to the other side.
Show me the route.
I don't have any of that. I'm just looking it up.
There's a lot of grandiose claims out there, but then when you ask for the actual evidence, that's where everything falls apart. It just becomes a story after that. It's like the big fish story, right? Hey, dude, I caught this 250-pound fish out in this lake. Oh, yeah? Can you show it to me? No, I lost it, man.
All right.
So what about a lot of times I watch the videos where people are flat earth people are talked to, and a lot of times they bring up other variables such as like Nazism in the South Pole and that kind of like lizards and shit. So where are y'all on those things?
It's all speculation and propaganda, man.
Oh, so you're not a lizard Nazi South Pole person?
Can you prove it?
No, I'm asking you because like I'm just seeing where your head's at here, sir.
I never made the claim, right?
No, I was just asking. I was seeing where you
were.
Right.
So I said, what did I say? I said it's propaganda, right?
It's probably you're saying it's propaganda, so you don't believe in those things. That's interesting. What else? That's about it. I don't think I can off the top of my head.
It's not really about belief for me. It's more about knowledge and what I can prove or what the evidence shows in the real world, not some grandiose story that somebody is coming up with to give you an alternative explanation for something that doesn't have evidence for to begin with, right? Like when they say, oh, what about the other planets? And then it's like, now you're asking me to prove a disk in space, right? Like there's nothing in the sky that looks like anything on Earth. So why would I think the Earth is anything like the things in the sky?
So, and that's kind of you led me into my question of, okay, you think Earth flat. Okay, so there's two questions that follow. The first question would be,
think of the Earth as a floor and think of the things in the sky as lights. And the lights in the sky look nothing like the thing on the floor.
Hell yeah. So, but all these, okay, so I guess I'll just throw out my first question. So, the second question leading would be all these concepts of us sending shit into space and seeing all these grandiose, incredible magnitude things that we can't even believe to understand. What are your thoughts on those things? Like cameras and shit.
Well, they say that it looks like a ball, right? They say it's all that water is curving.
No, I'm not talking about Earth. I'm just saying like a rocket from Florida to Mars, and then they shoot the fucking photo satellite that's been going for decades. There's a decades long satellite, and the thing is like way the fuck out, and it's taking pictures of all this crazy shit. So you think that's fake, or like, what is your take on that?
Well, how do you validate that?
Yeah, they're asking you to suspend disbelief. just like at the movies.
Well, there's so the planetarium, like the giant on Earth. So fuck this space satellites bullshit. Whatever. Okay, fine. Fuck that. That's not real. All right. So the ones that are on Earth, planetarium, giant like giant camera. It's pointed up and taking pictures of shit.
Yeah, you're just looking at the lights.
Planetariums are where they do the Pink Floyd laser light shows and show the stars and the constellations.
Okay,
but
that's
go on.
what you know what I'm talking about though, the giant camera things that are like telescopes or whatever, the giga telescopes that are the size of your fucking house or whatever.
Wow,
bigger
the
than your
same
house.
telescopes that can't even zoom in on all the shit they left on the moon. That's funny.
I don't know. I'm just
The one the Catholic Church has called Lucifer. That one.
Oh God, here we go. We're not talking about the church. I'm just trying to give examples.
Bro, the biggest
They have
telescope.
a telescope. They call it Lucifer.
Yeah, the world's biggest telescope is owned by the Vatican, and it's literally called Lucifer.
Get the fuck out of here! I didn't know that. I gotta look that up. That's crazy.
And they say it doesn't mean Lucifer is in Satan. They're like, each letter stands for something. It's like the large, extra, unique, blah 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 space. Telescope is. Yeah. It's freaking hilarious, dude.
Yeah, nothing to see here. The acronym spells out Lucifer.
Yeah. Owen Benjamin does a funny bit on it.
Yeah, what about that, Turtle Mania? That's a good question.
So Google search fucking does not own telescope. I mean, the Vatican. To be fair, the Vatican has so much wealth that in theory they could have like original ownership and they sold it or something, but they don't currently own it, according to Copilot. But does the Vatican? However, the amusement did not last long for the world has spread. Many critics of the Roman Catholic Church are connected with the Lucifer instrument. I don't fucking know, dude. But that's pretty funny though. So everything on Google is saying they do not own proverbial telescope. But like I said, they have so much money and resources.
That's new though. That's new though because they used to be proudly proclaiming that until I guess a lot of people noticed, and so now I guess they're trying to get away from it.
Yeah, but that's not how the internet works, though, bro. Like the internet doesn't give a shit what you think, or not you particularly, but it doesn't care what a person thinks. The internet's
So what if I show you a video of the World Economic Forum saying that we own the science, and so we dictate what gets put at the top of search engines?
Oh no, I don't doubt that at all. I mean, I think that there's definitely some. I mean, we saw that with COVID-19. They controlled everything.
What if I show you that YouTube intentionally censors flat Earth?
I wouldn't doubt that either. To attempt to prevent.
If it's stupid, why would they censor it? If it's stupid and self-evident, why would they censor it?
Why would they censor it? I don't know. Oh, because they're getting paid to, like you were saying, by these people, the Pope, by the government organization.
Besides, whatever someone shows you through a telescope, does that change the reality of water?
Change
Turtles
the reality
Mania?
of water.
Yeah, which you already acknowledged is flat.
And I don't know how we got away from it, and I wanted to make this claim about the water in theory, right? So on scale, on a small scale, when we have water in a cup, the water stabilizes flat on surface. But when it comes to unimaginable scale, such as
unimaginable scales. Thank you. You said it. Yeah, unimaginable. You said it, pal.
Yeah, like on a linear footage that's incredible. If I take and stretch that,
unimaginable. Now it's incredible linear footage. What is it? Unimaginable or incredible linear footage?
Incredibly unimaginable. It's a similar. It's a synonym.
What? Okay, what is the linear footage then that water starts curving at? Is it unimaginable, or do you have a number?
Well, but that's the point that I'm playing devil's advocate here,
point.
sir. Yes, I am. I am playing devil's advocate, and you're not allowing me to play devil's advocate by.
No, you're not playing devil's advocate. You're chanting the rhetoric of the globe.
Just trying to fucking have a conversation here.
No, dude, I get it. Me too. Don't take it too. But remember when you acknowledged the simple nature of water here in reality?
No, I mean,
know it was
I'm
20
looking
minutes
at
ago.
water in a cup, and when I tilt the water tilts, and the water conforms to the shape in which that it's played with.
Yeah, but it's surface. It's surface. Remember, we already went through that. The cup is the same thing as the ocean basin.
But if I had a giant cup that was shaped the way that it is, the water would conform in such a way that would prohibit a flat.
Well, let's try that then. Let's try that. So a cup of water, the surface of the water on top is what? Flat or curved?
So in theory,
walk through the logic with me.
Somehow this is a
walk through the logic with me. Okay, how about a bathtub? How about a bathtub? How about a bathtub?
The bathtub is flat. That doesn't work.
I know. Now let's do a swimming pool. How about a swimming pool?
No. But I'm saying in
how about a swimming pool? The surface of the water is what?
Fuck me, dude. Yeah, but to your
follow my
argument,
logic, man.
Wow, how does
no, but your argument, your argument is
okay. How about a lake? Let's do a lake. What about a lake?
But you're not allowing me.
Dude, you're the one that said that flat Earth is the one that involves mental gymnastics. It's you who is now performing.
It all requires mental gymnastics. The concept. I don't understand how fucking planes fly. I don't understand that. So they
fly over a flat and non-rotating Earth.
I'm saying like how a plane can pick up speed and then just pick up.
That's how the manual works. They fly over on flat and non-rotating Earth.
So just back to the water thing. Just back to the water thing quickly, right? So, right, obviously you need a container to have a large body of water, right? And it's going to conform to the shape of whatever the container is.
Okay, so the gravity, Earth's gravity.
No. It's just the. No. We don't need to talk about gravity. We're just talking about how water needs a container. Your example, right? Water needs a container. You can't put the water on the outside of the cup, right?
Correct.
All right. So the globe would have all of the oceans stuck to the outside of the container, right? The outside, like on the outside of a cup. Not on the inside. We would say that you need a container to have a large body of water because that's common sense and obvious.
Okay, I got you. I got you. I got you. So here's where it would work, right? In theory, right? So on a geographical level, studying the exact, because obviously with modern technology, we can determine distances and shit. So having like some kind of a sonar device determine the exact depth of the depth of the water changes progressively, but in theory, like having some kind of scalable camera that could see the distance between the United States and Europe and or Russia and like the individual oceans, right? And then see if there is curvature in between those individual oceans.
Yeah, we've done that.
To show okay.
You don't need to do it on that scale, right? Because the atmosphere is thick and we can't see forever through the thickness of the atmosphere. But we can calculate how much curvature there should be over a certain distance. Like, let's say we have a 40 mile distance or a 30 mile distance or something like that. There should be a huge amount of curvature over that distance, over the surface of the water, like 600 feet. More than 600 feet of curvature. So if something's on the other side, let's say there was a 60-story building on the other side of that big giant body of water, should be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. So we can go and test for that. And when we go and test for it, there's zero curvature between point A and point B consistently.
Disagree. So I recently, and this is what I was going to bring up. So there's a study that the guy had at nighttime. I'm sure you all have seen the fucking study where the guy holds the flashlight at a long distance and
That's
has
not a
like something
study,
blocking
dude.
it.
Yeah, that's not a study. That's just some doofus that got tricked on to going on like a mockumentary that was aimed to tease flat earthers. Right? We've had experts go out with $30,000 laser beams and expensive cameras and things like that and do the tests. Right? Like teams of engineers going out and doing actual professional tests, not some stoner on Netflix.
Oh, I don't know. Okay, so you're discrediting that. That's cool. I mean, you can discredit that.
It's a
I don't know
mockumentary. It's a
validity.
mockumentary, and the guy's not even a flat earther, right? His name's Jaren, and he's just a stoner. And they were supposed to use a laser, and then apparently they broke the laser or something. So they're like, "Oh, it's already nighttime, and we've got it all set up. So well, we've got a flashlight. Let's set up these things in the dark, right, and try to shine a light through them." It was the dumbest thing, dude. It showed like 30-40 seconds worth of footage, and that was all they showed of that test. We have tests that are filmed in high definition, done by teams of engineers, all sorts of, professional equipment, where they film and document the entire tests and show you that, hey, this laser should be blocked by hundreds and hundreds of feet of curvature, but it's hitting the target. Right? Look at the footage. It's been done countless times as well, repeated. And we can track boats out in the ocean, and we can say, hey, we can zoom in on this boat, and this boat's 20 miles away. This boat should be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth.
I mean, it's tough because I can't like counter that, right? If I Google search that, it's going to disagree, right? Like consensusly, like there is no, so it's really hard for me to even like have that conversation.
People can disagree, but if they don't have a valid rebuttal and they don't have any counter evidence, then disagreeing alone isn't really substantial.
No, I'm not saying disagreeing. I'm saying like if you look it up, there's going to be all sorts of mathematical data and X, Y, and Z that disagrees with your point. Is what I'm saying.
Well,
so I can't.
There actually isn't. Yeah, there actually isn't. You're just assuming that exists, but once you look into it, you'll find it doesn't exist.
There might be a few stories, but then when you ask for the actual data, it doesn't exist.
Yeah, and how did you go from unfathomable distances to a board in the middle of a lake? Or across a lake, or whatever, a riverbed, whatever the hell it was.
Well, they didn't even show where it was. They didn't show it at all in the test.
Yeah, what's weird is he also said earlier that circumnavigation was what had his hooks in them that were on a ball, but now it's some Netflix damage control apparently.
I mean, we're progressing. We're fucking. I mean, we're not on the same point. We're talking about multiple variables. I mean, there's not. I don't know why you're.
So did you concede on the circumnavigation point?
So I can't confirm or deny. From what I looked up, I didn't.
If you run around a track, have you run around a ball?
If I've run around a track, have I run around a ball? No, I've run around a.
So why are you doing the mental gymnastics to substantiate the claim that running around a track is running around a ball? Yeah, I just want to progress. If we did leave the whole circumnavigation thing behind, I just wanted to file it in the bin.
I mean, I can't confirm or deny whether the function of that, because this other guy made the point that it's like you're traveling on a plane that you end up in the same place because of.
It's the idea that the center of the track is the north, is north, right? And you're going east and west around north.
Okay, so if I'm in a circle.
That's what circumnavigation is. You're just going east and west around north.
Yeah, but functionally, if I go north, then I'm gonna end up in a different location. Like,
yeah.
How the hell
If
does that even make sense?
you're gonna take a radial direction through that circle.
Yeah, but in theory, on a flat if I have a piece of paper on my desk and I go one way on that piece of paper, I end. Like there's nowhere else
Yeah,
to go on a piece of paper.
we're not on we don't live on a Mercator map.
A what?
A Mercator map. You know that thing the teacher pulls down in the classroom, and
Yeah.
people are wondering why Japan was able to bomb Pearl Harbor if the Earth is flat.
Yeah, they went east.
Now he seems to be saying that a straight line is the same thing as traveling directionally.
Like, look at the image I just posted. All right. East and west are just circles around north.
But in this picture, there's not a flat plane. There's a curve. That you see your shit disappear off the edge.
Art,
Like,
man. It's just art. It's just art. That's all it is. It's not a picture.
If I keep going fucking east in this photo, I'm gonna end up in the same.
You're gonna go around north. You're gonna do a circle around north. Look at those latitude lines. Those are circles around north. That's why they call it the circle of latitude.
Okay, so but how the fuck does that even? Okay, but yeah, function. I don't fuck. But what? How can I not keep going and just? Okay, here we go. We got a fucking theory going on here. Okay, going around.
Just Google it. Say, if I go east and west, am I doing a circle around north?
I don't know. My brain fucking hurts, dude.
Or you could say, if I go east and west, am I going in a circle?
Thank you. I agree. Kathos in side chat. Brain is cooking. 100%. Like fried, completely fried. I smoked way too much weed to like be able to.
Are you sober now?
Yeah, I haven't smoked in like 2 weeks, but like in my life, I'm saying I've smoked pounds and pounds.
Oh, this is the perfect time for you to like start dealing with reality, man. If you've been sober for 2 weeks.
See, these planes on a globe here, they're going east. East is a circle, right? These are latitude lines, and these planes are following them. Just as an example, these are going east. If they were going the other direction, they'd be going west. East and west are circles. Whether it's a flat surface or whether it's a curved surface, east and west are circles around the north point. Now, south and north are different, right? North and south are straight lines, right? So if you followed the longitude lines, then you would be going in a straight line.
Yeah, but I know. Fuck me. If I walk in a straight goddamn line, I'm in Florida. If I go north in a flat, if I live on a piece of paper, if I live in a flat, so okay, so what is how is Earth? If you're saying Earth is flat, not round, how do I not end when I go in one direction? How do I not end somewhere?
You'll eventually be going south. If you were to go in a straight, like just say you're at the North Pole, and every direction away from the North Pole is south. So if you kept going south, you would eventually end up
through the North goddamn pole. If I keep going north, keep going.
Once you go past north, then you're going south, right? You don't keep going north once you go past the North Pole. It's going to change into
We're
south.
not in theory. We're not in a video game.
No, this is just reality. This is just reality, right? Let's say you're on a globe.
Reality. If I'm on a piece of paper, how is it? So what's the difference?
Let's just say you're on a globe. This is just pretend you're on a globe.
Dude, we're not on a globe. You're saying that the Earth is flat. So if I'm on a piece of, if I'm not on globe Earth, if I'm on flat Earth, and if I'm here and I go north, how is there not an end to north?
North is because north is wherever the magnetic point is. Compasses point to the North Pole. Think about it if you put a magnet down on a desk, right? You just put a magnet down on a desk, anywhere on the desk, put it in the middle of the desk, okay? And then you get a compass. The compass is just going to point to the North Pole, right? If you move the compass around, east or west around the magnet, it's going to point, you're going to be going east or west, but the compass needle is going to always point towards that magnet. right? So there's a magnet somewhere on the Earth, and that's where the magnetic north is.
Dude,
Now,
I don't need a fucking geography lesson here. I'm just trying to, or a fucking.
This is
Turtles Mania. Let me add
this is needed.
If you do the same thing with that compass, and you just move in a straight line across that desk, eventually you're going to be going south away from that magnet.
Fuck the magnet, dude. I'm not. I don't understand this concept. So if Earth flat, Earth has edge. Like, there's no. How the fuck is there not? So you're saying. So you people are saying no edge to Earth. Earth flat, but no edge.
You want to handle that one, DJ, or you want me to?
Because I've seen the imagery where there's like some kind of an ice wall around the thing.
No. We don't claim that. That's you're getting misinformation from shitty flat Earth videos or from propaganda that says this is what flat Earthers claim. We don't claim there's an ice wall that surrounds the Earth. We don't claim these things that you were claiming before about the Nazis and blah 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 and the outer lands or whatever you were saying.
No,
one in here
I
claims
don't give a
any of
shit
that
about
shit,
any of
bro.
that. Yes, I get it. That's all retarded. I agree. I'm just saying, flat Earth, edge, ball Earth, no edge.
No, dude, you're the one who brought up circumnavigation as evidence that the Earth is a ball. That was
Well, I'm
you.
not saying that it's evidence it's a ball. Fuck the ball. I don't give a
That
shit
is what
about
you.
ball Earth.
That was your opening gambit.
We're not a disc floating in space, and to our understanding, there's no edge you can walk up to. If there was an edge, we would probably be contained because you can't have gas pressure without a container. So what's on the other side of the edge? That would be impossible to say. You're asking me to give you a God's eye view of the entirety of the universe, and that's just that's dumb.
We don't
You
think
want me
it's
to
a
replace
flat
your entire
disc, bro.
cosmology? Sorry, go ahead.
We don't think it's a flat disc floating around in the globe Earth version of outer space.
I mean, you're a Catholic. Just if you want to simplify it, we're living in a terrarium, dude.
A terrarium has edges, though, bro.
Yeah, and what happens when you get to the edge? You can't go any further, right?
Yes, thank you. Precisely. That's why I'm having conflict here.
Yeah,
If
I don't know where the
Florida,
edge is. I don't know where the edge is. It's beyond
Jesus Christ.
anything we know.
If I'm in Florida and I go south, I end up in Florida. If I go, I'm in Florida. If I
that's
go
not
east,
true.
I end up in Florida. West Florida, North Florida. How the hell is that?
Listen. Let me explain it. Right. So if you go whether the Earth's a globe or flat, if you go east or west, you're going to end up where you started. Now, where it changes is if you go south, right? Because if you go south on a globe, you would end up back to where you started because you would go around the globe, right? You would go down, you would go over Antarctica, you would come back around the other side, and you would eventually come back to where you started. Millions of people have done east to west circumnavigations because that works just fine on a globe or a flat Earth. Nobody has ever done a circle around the globe going south. No one's ever kept going south and come back around to where they started. That would debunk flat Earth. Nobody has ever done
saying
that.
that you can't.
Yeah, well, I'm not saying that you can't do it. I'm saying that nobody that we know of that we can validate, right, has just kept going south and done a big circle around the globe and came back to where they started. Nobody's done that, right? And if you're saying where's the edge of the flat Earth, right, you would have to keep going south to find some kind of edge or end of the ocean or whatever happens in the far south, we don't know because no one's kept going south that we can verify. Even on the globe side, right? No one's just kept going south. Isn't that weird?
I don't know, man. Well, this is saying if you start at the South Pole and go around, you'll end up at the South Pole. But at any other point, you're going to end up in a different location.
It's not that. Starting from one point and then just going north, no one's disputing that. We're saying start from somewhere in the north and go directly south, and keep going all the way around? That's all we're asking.
Round.
Here's the weirdest part, right? Why is there no measurable curvature on the Earth? They show us the Earth as a ball. They give us the size. When we do the math, it averages out at about 8 inches per mile squared. So for every mile, you square that mile and multiply it by 8, and you get a particular drop over distance because that's the way a circumference works, right? That's the way a radius works. And what we're finding is that there is no measurable drop over distance. In fact, it just keeps getting flatter and flatter and flatter. And what we end up with is two coplanar lines, the surface of the Earth and the tangent that we shoot across it. And two coplanar lines are flat, horizontal, and level.
I don't know, man. Well, I appreciate y'all's time. I effectively have a headache now trying to have this conversation, but I appreciate y'all's confidence in what you believe and shit.
No, you're only having a headache because you're trying to hold on to this idea that doesn't present itself in reality. That's where the headache comes from.
Fuck yeah, dude. All right, I'm gonna go up to their hellhole call above us here.
Okay, well, come back anytime.
I love you.
You know, Turtles, they appreciate your confidence too, right?
I guess. I don't
Even though
fucking
you
know.
couldn't prove anything you said, but you're very confident.
Hell yeah, dude.
Hell yeah. Thank you for stopping by. Come back again.
He was so patronizing towards the end there. Like, he was being nice, but
I think we were starting to break his brain a little bit towards the end. East and west is circles? My brain is frying, bro.
To be fair, we always teach being skeptical of people tell you, and so skepticism of it isn't a bad thing. And if his brain is cooking, it's because he's using it. So not a bad thing at all.
Yep, I agree. It was all right.
I'd say he was not an asshole.
Yeah, most people think it's ridiculous because they see the propaganda. They think that we think it's a big space pizza and all this shit, right? So once they actually start hearing the real arguments, then it gets them thinking. If they can get to that point. It's actually much easier explaining this stuff to people that are more educated. Like yesterday or the day before, I had a conversation with a satellite engineer. It was a pleasure explaining all this to him, or a physicist or someone like that. They get it all. They get everything we say. They get the basics, right? They understand how directions work. They understand how drop over distance would work and how obstruction would work and the geometric horizon would work. It's much easier. Trying to explain this stuff to someone that doesn't even understand the basics of cardinal directions and that it's rough. It's much harder.
Do you know why I think those conversations are better for you? Is because a lot of people come in here thinking you aren't using logic, and then they come in here and talk to you, and you then you could actually
I need to come back more prepared next time and do some channel and blah blah blah. Sometimes they just get super triggered and go into cognitive mode and spaz out.
That is a big difference I personally noticed when I came in here, though, because I did do a lot of, search on the internet and looking at like all the other different flat earth arguments, including bad ones and proofs and all that kind of stuff before I came in here. And so coming in here, I was personally surprised at all the knowledge and logic and reasoning and discarding of the other proofs and holding to standards that you guys do here. It definitely was different, learning experience, but also really welcome. And it's helping sharpen me. So that's cool.
What happened? Did we peel away too much of the onion?
Yeah, it got too real. But Yakko's here. Welcome, Yakko, down at the bottom. Snowy.
Yo, all you niggas are retarded. You guys, I can't believe you guys actually think the Earth is flat.
Bro, I'm at the ice wall right now.
Yeah, when are we gonna get to the ice wall?
I bought a ticket to Antarctica last week. I'm at the ice wall right now.
He's at the ice wall. How is he talking? He should be frozen to death. I know physics is hard for the Globers to understand.
And he's probably keeping himself warm by hitting the vape pen.
Yeah. Why do Globers have such a trouble understanding pressure gradients? And the funny thing about hot air balloons is the internal temperature to generate lift is extremely close to the melting point of the nylon shell. The fabric can become damaged or melt if they exceed 120 degrees centigrade, but they heat up the air as high as 107 degrees centigrade.
Looks like I'm infamous in the chat over here. But no particular arguments to make today, no. Trying to focus on some other things. I would have responded in the chat, but I'm hushed. Don't know why I got hushed though.
What in the world are you claiming?
Sorry?
I said, what in the world are you claiming?
Somebody called me out in the chat, but I couldn't respond because I'm hushed. But I thought I'd take a minute to just acknowledge my infamy.
Well, I guess we'll start with the last one. How can you measure the distance to Venus if you don't know its size?
We've done it with radar and parallax. If you know the size, then you don't need to use those methods. You can just use the angular.
How did you use parallax to measure the distance to Venus? We'll start with that one.
Pretty sure they had observers at different points on the Earth, just measuring the different angle to Venus and then triangulating it.
So, with a few thousand mile separation, they were able to triangulate millions of miles away.
Yeah.
Can you tell me what the angles of that triangle would be?
We have resolution, like when you're using sensitive equipment, you can get down to like arc minutes and arc seconds.
Right, but that's not what I asked. I asked, like, when you're looking at a triangle and your baseline is a few thousand miles in separation and your apex is millions of miles away. Here, I'll Google how far away Venus is. Let's see. So, if you have two people, I don't even know what the chord would be. I'm guessing maybe 7,000 miles away from each other. That would be the chord distance. The arc distance would be like, I don't know, like 10,000 miles, 11,000 miles. But triangles have three straight lines, right? So you use the chord distance from CORD from one location to another, and you come up with like 7,000 miles, 6,500 miles. And then the distance from both of those 2 points is 24 million miles away. What would the angles, the internal angles of the triangle be?
It's a very, very tight triangle. Apparently, the position of Venus shifted against the sun by roughly 20 to 30 arc seconds.
That's a wild claim. Do we have evidence to support that?
These are measurements I didn't make directly, so we're relying on the documentation that is publicly available.
So the shift between those two locations is 24 arc seconds.
Yes.
Two people thousands of miles apart measured a 24 arc second shift.
Yep.
It don't seem odd to you?
No, we would expect it to be pretty tiny. Like you said, the relative distances are, the diameter of the Earth is very small compared to the distance to Venus.
What about the angle in the sky? What angles do they have?
What do you mean the angles in the sky?
What was the elevation angle of Venus when they measured that 24 arc segment? That 24 arc second measurement? And even if we measured 24 arc seconds, let's just presume that we did. How do we get the size of Venus? Because the size of Venus is going to help us determine the angular size more efficiently, and then we can get the distance right. We need the size.
Once you have the distance, the angular size is enough to determine the real size.
Okay, how do you determine the distance of something where you don't know the size?
By using parallax. You don't need to know the size if you're using two different points of observation and the angle difference. That's how binocular vision works.
Okay,
like when you look with your eyeballs, the distance between your eyeballs is very small, but you can measure, you can pretty accurately gauge the distance to objects that are many, many times that the distance between your eyeballs.
Millions of miles away. Come on, man. I'll be a little more simplified on it when I'm talking about angular size, right? We'll use something a little more obvious. So when we're measuring shadow angles of the sun, right? Can we get those same shadow angles from the moon?
Not sure I understand your question.
I guess I'll be changing the subject. Never mind. Yeah, no, I don't see how we're measuring 24 arc seconds over 24 million miles away. Maybe they calculated that, but I don't know if they really measured that.
Sometimes there's a fine line between measuring and calculating. If you step on a scale and it tells you your mass in grams, there's not a that's a calculation. If it's an electronic scale, then there's calculations involved with the force too. You're just usually it's a strain gauge, so you're measuring the change in resistance in a circuit, and then you're calculating the force from that. Even on a spring scale, you have to do a calculation. Like if you put something on a spring scale, you're measuring the deformation of the spring, and then you're calculating the force that would cause that deformation.
That may be so, but we have like a standard of which we hold things to, right? Like we know what a gram is because we've determined what a gram is, right?
Right, but how do you convert between grams and force?
Why would I?
Because you don't measure grams directly. You can measure a force, like the weight of an object, but you have to calculate the mass from the weight.
Well, that's just it. You're just calculating a mass, so you're not measuring mass.
Right, so that's why we calibrate scales differently at different latitudes, because the acceleration of gravity isn't the same, or the local acceleration is not the same at all latitudes.
Well, like if I'm measuring a triangle and I'm measuring all the internal angles, right? Like I only need to know two of the angles in order to calculate the third angle, but if I want to know if that third angle is correct, I go measure it, right?
I'm not sure I understand where you're going with this.
Well, there's a difference between calculation and measuring, right?
Like I said, sometimes it's convoluted, right? Because if you measured the weight of a fish with a spring scale, you would say you measured that, but no, you calculated that. You calculated it based on the deformation of the spring.
So Dylan C, when the Olympics occur and everyone shows up for, like, the wrestlers show up for their matches, you're telling me they get a rude awakening when they show up and the scales are different than they were back in their gym if they hadn't calibrated them?
It's usually a smaller amount.
Yeah,
Usually
talk about convoluted, dude.
they calibrate scales based on latitude. I mean, I've presented that data to you
Sure.
guys
Yeah,
before.
sure, dude. So a guy making weight before the Olympics at home, he's actually having to make weight at the location he's going to be arriving at to compete. Get a grip.
I once seen somebody with a scale move a scale around their living room, and it measured different weights. You didn't even have to go latitude. It was just moving it around the room.
Right. If you move a scale, you have to recalibrate it if it's a sensitive scale, generally speaking.
And when you calibrate it, are you calculating it or are you making the measurement equal?
There's a couple of different things involved here. So when you move a sensitive scale, there's motion inside the structure of the device. So it throws everything off and you have to recalibrate it just even for those local conditions because things have adjusted based on you bumping it around. But if you move it to another latitude, you're just adjusting the calculation, right? Like if you're measuring weight, then you don't need to calibrate based on latitude because weight is weight. But if you're using weight to measure mass, then you need to adjust the calculation because the local acceleration is different. So that's why they're recalibrating for latitude, because the local acceleration is different.
I don't know, man. It sounds to me like there was a conspiracy to get everybody to come to London to weigh their gold in London. If you're going to weigh it there, we're going to pay you less.
That's why you would not use weight, you would use mass.
You don't use mass when you're doing gold, you use weight.
From what I'm,
That's where this whole
to use grams.
latitude calculation thing came from anyway. It came from people finding gold in other locations, and they said, no, you can't weigh your gold there. If you weigh your gold there, you got to use this calibration because it weighs less in your location. It weighs more in my location. So when it gets to me, it's actually less gold.
A gram is a gram regardless, right? A gram is not weight.
What?
A gram is not a measurement of weight. It's not a force. It's a measurement of mass.
No,
so weight
it's weight.
mass
It's
and gravity.
weight. Hold on. Let me verify. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Listen to him. He's your astrophysicist.
I mean, this is basic stuff. I used to teach middle schooler kids about this. Like, it's pretty simple.
Is that how you sold your weed? You calculated the mass?
Oh my God. So we're pretty far away from the whole Venus argument. I didn't mean to get pulled into a whole thing here, but how did we go from the distance to Venus to so it seemed like your refutation was that you just think that the triangle is too narrow, or that we can't measure accurately at arc seconds?
Show me the measurements. Show me the data.
We just went over them.
Just a quick update. Everybody's saying that gram is a weight. I understand where you're coming from as far as I need to look at this because I always thought it was a weight.
The gram is not a weight.
Not according to Google. Where am I going wrong here? Can you just?
I should have followed the right path. My bad.
I'm not sure where you went wrong. What did you put into Google?
Hey.
Dylan, you made the claim.
I asked a simple question: is a gram weight? And it said yes.
I don't know where you put it in, man. Not weight.
Dylan, who cares? You're the one saying it's not. So now it's on you to explain to him why it's not. What is the difference between a weight in pounds and a weight in grams?
I mean, there's a lot of things that, hey, I haven't used grams or milliliters or, milliliters of volume, obviously, but I haven't used it in decades and decades and decades. And like, just.
Right. There's different.
I don't know, Clive. I'm having a hard time. Dylan, the floor is yours to explain the difference.
Hey, wait.
Do you understand when we're talking about the difference between a mass and a force?
Well, yeah. Oh, you talking about grams as yeah? Oh, now I understand. Okay, I'm talking about measuring. Like, let's say you buy a gram of gold or set. Yeah, that's weight. Okay, we're in
No, that's
very
not.
different. Okay, never mind. Over.
Okay, I'm glad that was settled.
Yeah, it's all cool.
Yeah, it just comes down to weight equals mass times little g, whatever the local acceleration is.
Just I did a lot with gold and silver, et cetera, et cetera. Grams were a weight. That's the one I was referring to.
Yeah, Clive, it's just all conventions. That's all it is.
Yeah. I got you. It was you're using it in one particular context. I was using it in another, and it's like, okay, oh, cool, over.
If I remember correctly, the whole point of a gram was to link the weight standard to a cubic centimeter of water or something like that.
Milliliter.
So it was basically making the volume of water and the weight have a scale together.
Correct.
And later they decided to conventionalize the gram to a mass standard to make it separate from gravity, so that you have the mass represented in grams and then the weight represented in pounds, let's say. Now, of course, you had to set a standard in the beginning. What's the difference between the two? So how'd they do that, Dylan? The plot thickens.
It's lunchtime in most places. Central Texas. It's Central U.S. It's lunchtime. New York. It's the end of the martini time.
I think Dylan bailed.
Yeah, he just did. He
wasn't ready for that question.
Hmm.
The whole thing stemmed from there was a fine line between calculation and measurement.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, the line between calculation and measurement is 2B. I'll let you all simmer for a while to figure that one out.
How's the weather, everybody? We're starting to get a little rain clouds out here in Houston, Texas.
Clive, if I said the line between calculation and measurement is 2B, what do you think that means?
Is this a question for anyone or for Clive?
Anybody.
Vast? Apples and oranges? Vast.
No.
Well, because the calculations and measurements, well, the difference is 2 feet. Well, what's that? A calculation or a measurement?
Oh, I said 2B as in Bravo, like 2B.
Oh, 2B. Oh, what did you say? 2B?
Yeah, the fine line between calculation and measurement is 2B.
2B, as
Or
in
not to be.
T-O-B?
No, 2 as a number and B as a letter.
Yeah, now I am
Or
going to
not
have
to
to think
be.
about that.
Or not to be.
Whoever gets it within the next 30 seconds gets a prize. Harold, I'll give you a hint. Think about the most ubiquitous application of the letter B and the number 2B. It's everywhere. Literally everywhere.
I was going to have some ham this morning, but my wife wouldn't let me.
All right, friends. The answer is a pencil.
Right. If you would have sent 2HB, that would have made it a little easier.
That's an artist pencil, though.
2B, is that the one that you had to use for the dot tests?
All the tests. Yep.
Yeah.
Standard 2B pencil.
Yeah. I don't think that's an artist pencil, though, if I remember correctly. 1B was.
2HB.
Yeah. Preferred for general use and shading. But you're not off, because sometimes the line between calculation and measurement is artistry, right? It's a work of art, not
Maybe
a work
for
of
sure.
reality. Yeah. Like a lot of people think that they're looking at images of the Earth taken from certain high altitude imagers, and they think they're photos, but they're actually just renders. It's basically an artwork. Now, it may be informed by real world data, but what they're representing to you is how the thing actually looks. But people look at it and they say, yep, that's what it looks like. They even say, we had a kid in here the other day on a broadcast, which was a recording. Indio talked to him. He said that pictures are data, and they're like measurements. You know, they're just that whatever it is what it is. So if somebody shows you a picture, you just have to accept that it's real.
Yeah, that's nutty. It's so I remember a guy a year ago. He said he wanted us to agree to the picture was a legitimate image before even presenting it. He wouldn't even show it to us until we agreed that what he showed us was real.
Yeah, this happened for you. I can't find it. If I find it, I'll bring it back by later. Thanks, man.
Hey, AI.
Where did Clive go? Brenda.
Hold on, I gotta mute this other kid.
What is the need to distinguish between calculations and measurements? It just seems silly.
It depends on the application. So, for example, if I have a blueprint and I'm building a house, and the blueprint shows plumb level square, right? But I make the floor and I make the ends of the plate, which is where the walls are going to lay on, and then I calculate point A to B to C to get a 3, 4, 5 triangle for the wall, and then I look on the blueprint and then it shows that the floor is flat between those points. That doesn't mean that the floor is flat on the building I just made. So I can calculate it all day long. Unless I actually measure the depression in the center of the floor because it's sagged, I won't know that it's depressed. So the calculation wouldn't be sufficient.
So if you measure first, and then based on those measurements, you perform the calculation, then you can know that, right?
No, it depends.
Well, if you measure first.
You say measure first. You said measure first, but you have to apply what you're measuring.
Well, I'm measuring whatever it is in this architecture that you want, right? I need something to be square, right? So I measure it, and then based on the measurements, I can calculate and say, these foundations are square, right? I can do that.
Well, that depends. That depends. If you're going point to point to point, right? Those points would be square if the lines in between them were straight lines. But if you don't know whether those lines are straight or not, you can't just use the points. So yeah, you'd have to measure the lines directly.
Yeah,
to know they're straight.
yeah, but I measure them. So after I've measured them, right, then I can know that it's square, right?
Right. So what are we saying here? There's two applications for the same task. One is you're measuring everything, right? The other is you're not measuring everything. You're only measuring like 3 points of a sample size of the points, and you're not actually getting accuracy.
Well, if I haven't made enough measurements to be certain, then that's the problem. I make more. But once I've made those measurements,
no, it's not about more. It's not about more. It's about the category of what you're measuring.
No, I just want to be certain that it's square. So if I don't do enough measurements to be sure, right, then I need to take more measurements and then
No, you only have to
calculate
do
again.
3. Listen, if you do 3 points, right? No, you only need 3. I'll tell you, Brendan. It's very simple. It's called 3, 4, 5. It's a right triangle, right? Point A to point B, point C, and back to point A is a 3, a 4, and a 5. And you can multiply them depending on your application and how big you want to scale it.
Exactly. Exactly.
So it's only 3. There's only 3 points.
It doesn't matter. Okay. So if I measure something, so if I measure something, I can be certain of something based on a calculation based on those measurements, right? I can be certain that 3, 4, 5 is square because it's based on the measurements, right? I mean, you essentially agreed with me, right? I don't understand what the problem is.
Well, this all started before you got here, Brenda, when Dylan C said there's a fine. He was talking about Venus, and he said there's a fine line between measurements and calculations, only to help him uphold the globe fantasy. And here, you're kind of doing the same thing. You're sort of, I don't even know what you're measuring.
Well, it doesn't matter, does it? Because
kinda.
No, it doesn't. Right? If I make measurements.
Well, just give us an example. If it doesn't matter, then just give us an example of something that you're measuring.
Well, I'll tell you.
You said like a house.
Hey, real quick, while I got a window, I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. Hold on, I'll tell you right now. So you do your 3, 4, 5 points on the wall. Then you take a string from each point, and then you parallel the walls to the string. You can't calculate the wall. All right, go ahead.
I'm simply making the point, right, that based on measurements, if we perform a calculation based on measurements, right, then we can be certain, correct? Right? So if I want to know, how about this? How about this AI? How about this? I want to know how many square feet of carpet I need to cover this room. The room is 10 by 14, right? I measured it. It's 10 by 14. So then based on that, I calculate how many square feet of carpet I need. And therefore, I know how many square feet of carpet I need, right?
So you won't. So you can cut this piece of carpet at the factory and bring it to the place, and you won't have any problems.
I didn't say that. I said I.
Well, that's
know.
Yeah. You are kind of saying that.
No, I'm not. I'm saying I know how many.
Yeah, just show up. Show up. Yeah.
I'm not talking about errors in ordering or errors in manufacturing. I'm simply saying.
I don't know. We're talking about installing carpet. So what are you going to do?
Yeah.
Are you going to cut out the piece at the factory and roll it up and put it in the van, or are you going to bring a big roll of it and cut it down to size?
That's not part of the problem. I don't understand why you're doing this.
I'm just because I don't know, why not?
I'm
just asking. I just want to get it on the record. You're not going to do the cut at the factory, at the carpet store.
Do I know how many square feet I need?
Yes, Brenda. Here's the thing, right? So if you have a room and you measure one side, it's whatever, 10, the other side is 14, right? And you assume it's a square or a rectangle, right?
No,
you do the calculation, you'll know. Yeah, exactly. So I was going to say you would have to be sure, right? So just taking those length measurements may not necessarily be sufficient, right? There might be a small margin of error or whatever in your measuring device. There might be an off angle. There might be a non-90 degree angle in one of the
There
corners
might
or
be.
whatever. There might be.
Yeah, there might be.
Exactly, right?
Might
So
not
to
be
the extent that you,
angle.
so well, check this out, right? So to the extent that you cover all these bases, right? And you measure all these things. Yes, you know what the area is.
Yes, yes.
That's not a problem.
No, it's not. I know the area. It's I know how many square feet it will take to cover the floor. Right? I don't know why this is a
Yeah,
problem.
same thing. No, it's not a problem. No, it's not a problem. Because the thing is, right, there's the distinction between, calculation and measurement. It's kind of just like, to me, it's almost as if people will overlook the fact that the measurements have to be accurate. There has to be data in that comes from reality, right?
That's
To be
what
sure
I
of what you're
said.
calculating. Exactly. In your
I
context.
said.
Yeah, I'm acknowledging. I agree. In this context, right? Provided that you have all these bases covered, yes, you know what you're asking about.
Right.
But some people assume certain variables that are put into their calculation, and they equivocate that with being, on par with like a measurement being a calculation being based on measurement.
No,
So they
it's on
equivocate
par.
the calculation.
No, it's on par with being certain, right? Having knowledge, correct? I know how many
Yeah,
square feet it will take to cover the floor, right? I
in this
know
case, yeah.
based on
Yeah, in this case.
measurements.
Well,
I
how'd you
don't
take the
understand
measurement?
why you want to avoid that. I don't understand why you want to
I'm
avoid
not.
this.
Well,
No one's
hold on.
avoiding
The
We're
fact
digging
that you're
into
not
it.
the fact that you're not cutting it at the factory tells me you're not certain.
No, I'm
Yeah,
certain.
I asked that
I
question
had
before I left. I asked, how come when you buy carpet for a room and they bring the roll, it's always bigger than the room?
to cover errors.
Exactly. Errors in the measurement.
Yes, but to get it to where they push it up against the wall and then they cut it flush to the wall, because no room is really ever square.
No, this one is.
There's always like, yeah. Look, if you have a perfectly square room,
yeah, it
right,
is.
and you actually measured that the lines of the room are straight and that you actually have a true right angle on both sides of the room,
yeah.
and then you say it's 10 by 20, and so I ordered this many square feet, then yeah, you'd have an exact, and if they cut it exact, it'd be exact. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that's not the problem. The question is, I'm certain I know how many square feet. It doesn't mean
that you need. Yeah, sure. Yep, I'd agree with that.
It doesn't mean that maybe the manufacturer will make an error or something else.
Yeah, that don't matter, because your question wasn't how much I'm going to get. Your question was how much do I need.
I don't understand why the group here is afraid to say that calculations yield a certain amount of knowledge with regard to measurements. I think you're afraid of this.
Yes, but calculations. Listen, Brenda. The reason is, and don't get me wrong, you're right about some people, but the reason is that calculations are only as valid as the accuracy and categorical correctness of the measurements in the first place.
Yeah,
you can have all kinds of calculations that are accurate but don't reflect reality.
Yeah, but
calculations, dude. Hey, Brenda, calculations of a theoretically perfect box are different than calculations of a black hole.
I don't know how that's related. I'm just saying we're just assuming that I made a reasonably good measurement of the room, right? It's good enough. It doesn't have to be mathematically perfect, right? It doesn't have to be a black hole perfect. It's just good enough, right? I made a good faith effort at measuring it correctly.
It has to be accurate within the tolerances for your application and desired results.
And I assume that I can do that, right? Right? So I don't understand the pushback, because
do you hold on? Do you, when you go buy your shoes, which I'm sure is a highlight of your week, do you measure your shoes or do you calculate? Do you measure your feet or do you calculate the size of your feet?
I don't buy shoes once a week. Holy crap!
A month, year, whatever, lifetime. Do they measure your foot at the thing, or do they calculate it?
I go to Kmart, right? I try them on.
Okay, well, they probably still don't have the foot measurers anymore.
Well,
now
they do.
you're the one.
They do
Why
at
are
the
you
end of the
tiptoeing
aisle.
around this? Well,
They do at the end of the aisle.
your whole argument's supposed to be there's a fine line between.
Dude, they had to cancel the foot measurement things because everybody was too stupid to know how to use them. So now they just have every customer try on every shoe.
Last time
That's kind of gross now that I think about it.
Last time I shopped a long time ago, they had foot measures at the end of the aisle.
Okay, so why didn't they? So there's a difference. So there's a difference between measuring and calculating. This whole the whole calculating thing that Dylan was talking about. Dylan's doing all these astronomical calculations, and he's trying to make it seem like the same as a foot measuring.
Those calculations, though, yield knowledge, don't they?
Well, I mean, if you want to consider like the Hobbit knowledge, yeah, it creates a fantastical world.
What are you talking about?
It creates a fairy tale.
No, it doesn't.
Well, let me ask this question. Let me ask this question. Here's a good question. Check this out. When we're doing siding and you have a corner board at the end of the house, you're bringing one siding over to the other side and one siding over to the other side, and then they're meeting in the corner. There's a board in the corner. Now, you can eyeball the level of the boards, or you can use a tool from like 10 feet away to get an angle between the corner of the boards. But nobody does it that way. How we actually do it is we take a square, which is in the shape of a triangle. We put it on one end of the board, we mark a tick mark, we flip it to the other end of the board and mark a tick mark. Now, why do we do that? The answer is because all other optical means of trying to get those boards straight when you're off 10 feet or you're trying to do it by eye are wrong. They're always wrong.
Yeah,
why is that?
I don't see how that's relevant to anything I've said. All I'm saying
it's relevant because everything in the cosmos, we only see it. We never directly access it in any way. There's a lot of interpretive error. There you go. That's the answer.
We can directly access some things. Of course we can.
Yeah. Show me you directly accessing a star. Yeah, good luck.
Yeah, how about a black hole?
We can directly access the light coming from a star and measure how far away.
I'm going to hire you. So every time I build a house, my house is perfect. And I'm just going to have you look at it from 30 feet away and tell us all how to do it.
We don't just look at stars, right? We measure how far they are.
How?
What? By the shift in.
How do you measure how far a star is? Oh, by parallax. That's looking. That's looking.
That's a measurement. That's a measurement.
Oh my goodness, dude.
Redshift.
We don't just look at stars. We look at them.
No, parallax is a measurement.
A measurement of what?
Of angles from which we can
calculate. Angles of what?
It's a measurement of angles to the star, right? At different points.
Wrong. It is. I'm going to give you a chance, Brenda, to get the right answer.
Let me even talk.
When you measure parallax, what are you actually measuring?
The difference in angles to the star.
Wrong.
That's
give you one more chance.
That's true.
It's 3 times a.
Well, just tell me where
you measure parallax. What are you actually measuring?
Just tell me then.
You're measuring the arrival angle of a light from 2 different directions. That's it.
The angle. Yes, that's what I said. The angle.
That doesn't mean no. So you said to the star. That could mean that you think they're at that ideal of that measurement is actually a ray that goes out into free space and intersects a physical location where the star is at. You don't know that. You just know the arrival angle. So see, this is the problem, Brenda, that our other friends were trying to elucidate to you. I'm speaking, Brenda. This is the problem. We were trying to elucidate you and my other friends here that there's assumptions baked into these calculations. Like you said, to the star, but that's not what's being measured. What's being measured is the arrival angle of the light.
That's what I said.
No, it's not what you said at all, Brenda. You get one other person in here to agree with you that that's what you said. Go ahead.
There's no difference between coming towards.
There is a difference. There's no difference. Hey guys, there's no difference between the arrival angle and the physical location. Hey Brenda, thanks for destroying refraction. Therefore, the Earth is flat because now all laser tests, your refraction excuse is gone because arrival angle doesn't matter.
I'm not talking about refraction. We eliminate.
Brenda, this is how dumb people like you are. You don't understand that you just shot all your other claims to the foot.
There's no difference between whether it comes to me or away from me. There's no difference.
No, what the difference is the angle that it arrives at. Holy crap.
You mean the altitude angle?
Listen, Brenda, I'm going to make this very easy for you. If the arrival angle was cast as an ideal ray out into free space, it doesn't necessarily intersect with the object. Now, you need that to be true in order for your globe to exist, based on all the counter examples of measurements and long distance observations that you need refraction as an excuse. So this idea that a ray of any measured angle intersects an object destroys your worldview, whether you realize it or not.
No,
very bad for you.
No, I just eliminate the refraction. I just eliminate.
Oh, yeah, just eliminate it. How are you going to eliminate it? How?
Because when I take the angle measurement, I can remove refraction. Yes. If it's close, listen carefully. If it's close to the horizon, the refraction will be great. If it's directly overhead, the refraction is 0.
That's what you really believe?
It's a fact. When the celestial object is directly at your zenith, its refraction is 0.
Yeah, cite that, and then cite the medium validated between me and the star the entire way, and validate the path of the light. Go ahead.
No, it's simply the law, Snell's law, right?
No. I want you to validate the medium between me and the star the entire path. Go ahead.
It doesn't matter what medium it is. If the angle of incidence is 90 degrees,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You're only assuming it's 90 degrees.
No, I can know it's
just because you see it at 90 degrees above you does not mean that there is a straight ray that intersects the star from where you're at. Okay, this is a problem you don't understand.
It does mean that.
No, it doesn't.
The refractive index is 0. The refraction is 0 when it's directly.
Wow.
It is.
Wow.
That's Snell's law. That's based on Snell's law. When the angle of incidence is 90 degrees, the refraction is 0. That's Snell's law.
You're assuming the light's coming in at 90 degrees. Holy crap.
What are you talking about?
Wow, this is so painful.
It's not an assumption. It's not an assumption. It's
you are literally geometrically illiterate. This is how painful this is to me, dealing with morons like you.
What does Snell's law say about?
I don't care. You don't have proof. You don't have proof that the light is coming in at 90 degrees in the first place.
Yes, I do. It's directly overhead. It's right over my head. It's at my zenith.
Okay, but guess what? If the light is coming in from a different direction and then it hits the atmosphere and then changes direction, then no, the star is not 90 degrees above you. Holy crap, you're dumb as a brick.
That's wrong because it's
Hey, listen, Brenda, I gotta go buy some food, and so I can't afford to waste any more brain cells on you. I have to go replenish the calories that I lost yelling at you. All right, bye.
Well, you shouldn't yell. You should just stop and ponder, right? When it's directly overhead, refraction is 0. So there is no difference between what you call your apparent height and its actual height. There is no difference. The difference is 0.
All right, I'll leave you with this parting question, Brenda, because I can't take the stupidity. You answer this question. I'm not even going to tell you whether you're right or wrong. When you say it's directly overhead, what is directly overhead? And then I'll let my friends chomp at the bit. Go ahead.
The star is. The star is directly overhead. The star is. It's a star, like our sun. And then we can also know how far away it is by redshift. We can calculate the redshift. And based on redshift, we can calculate and know how far away it is by how much it has shifted towards the red or blue. Right? And by
So
parallax,
there isn't a fine line between measuring and calculating. It sounds
yeah, it's just a nonsense.
Apples and oranges.
Yeah, it's just a nonsense
So
phrase.
you're arguing against yourself when you picked up the torch, the baton that Dylan dropped.
Calculations give us knowledge, certain knowledge, if the measurements are correct. If I make bad measurements, then my knowledge will be incorrect, right? But on the assumption that I make correct measurements, then I can know with certainty. I can know how many square feet it will take to cover the room.
What's the difference between assuming you've made a correct measurement and knowing you've made a correct measurement?
That would be by comparing it to reality.
So why would you have to assume it then that you've made a correct
Well,
measurement?
if I repeatedly
No,
discover,
I'm just yeah, maybe that was
trying to answer.
Freud's an idiot, but that was a Freudian slip, I guess. Then
I was trying to answer you, right? If I repeatedly make bad measurements, right, then I might have to evaluate my procedure for measuring things. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe my tape measure is wrong. Maybe my square is wrong, right? Then I would have to evaluate that. But that's irrelevant compared to
well, then measuring a room for carpet and calculating the distance of a star is not measuring at all. So two different things, apples and oranges.
Calculations give us.
So why were you making the argument Dylan was trying to say that it was a fine line?
There's no line. It's just gibberish, right? If I make
Say
correct
that again.
measurements,
Here you are again saying
knowledge.
if. Here you are again saying if and assuming
Yeah.
I am. It's
It's a
weird.
conditional. It's a conditional. It assumes that I'm capable of making correct measurements. Maybe I'm not.
Now you're rewording it. That's bizarre.
What if I use
how would you know whether how would you? I get how you would know the size of the roll of carpet to bring to the house. I get how you could ballpark that into
all of that is
quote
irrelevant.
unquote knowing, but how are you comparing laying carpet to telling us the distances of celestial objects? I don't get that.
The thing to get is that in both cases, measurements, calculations based on measurements are going to give me certain.
Yeah, where are the measurements though? Where are your measurements with your? I get where you can measure the walls with your tape measure. You're not using a tape measure when you're stargazing.
Yeah, that's true. You're correct.
Okay.
Right. So we base it based on redshift, right? And so
yeah, you base it by reifying the story, backward engineering, backward math into
that's not
it
how
being palatable for you.
Yeah, that's not how anything works. Redshift is based on we know what the lines on a spectrograph where they are for hydrogen, let's say, and then if it's redshifted by a certain amount, we can know that that corresponds to a certain distance, and then we can.
Now you're pretending that astral spectrometry is the same thing as spectrometry in a laboratory.
Yeah, they're the same thing.
No, they're not. I mean, it's for you to say they're the same is ridiculous.
What's the difference?
One's isolated, one is not.
Incorrect. They're both the same physical, based on the same physical principles.
Sure, except for one you're isolating the element, the other you're not.
Incorrect, right? We just are looking at the.
So
the
why would they even use the whatever you would call that why would they call it astral spectrometry? Why wouldn't they just call it spectrometry?
It is spectrometry. It
yeah,
is.
why do they have to use the modifier?
No, they don't. It's just spectrometry.
They do though.
No, they don't. It's just spectrometry. Right? So we know.
Yeah, but in spectrometry, like you agreed to, they isolate the element.
No, we know, right, the spectral lines for hydrogen, and then we can know how much it's redshifted.
Yeah, you're comparing something isolated to a light in the sky.
So we can know the spectral lines of hydrogen, right? Can we know what those are?
Yeah, because you've isolated them.
Yeah, and we can isolate it in the spectrograph. Because there might be oxygen, there might be helium, there might be other elements in the spectrograph, but we isolate just for the helium or the hydrogen, and then we can
it might be all full of hot air, right?
And then we can tell how far it's been redshifted, and then we can calculate the distance. And therefore we know the distance. There you go. It's the same with parallax, right? We know the distance, or the distance between the two observations, one in summer, one in winter. We know the distance of the Earth's orbit, right? And then based on the difference in angles to an object.
The Earth's orbit of what?
The sun.
Yeah, so all you're doing is just confirming your preconceived notions about what's going on.
Preconceived. It's not.
That's not measuring.
It's based on prior knowledge. We know the orbit of the Earth. We know
what prior knowledge. Where did this prior knowledge begin that the Earth was known to be in orbit around the sun?
From other measurements, right? It's been.
Could you be any more vague, Brenda?
It's based on hundreds of years of astronomical observations. We know that the Earth orbits the sun. We know that it's an elliptical.
Which observation was that?
We know that it's an elliptical orbit, and therefore we can
goodness gracious.
We can know how far the baseline is between its apogee and perigee, right? And then we can use that with the angles to the celestial object.
Well, now you're putting lipstick on a pig. You're moving. Yeah, you're avoiding the main question of how it was determined for fact that the Earth was orbiting the Earth. Because all you do is assume. All you do is point to age-old assumptions that this is the way it is. So what was the moment? What was the breakthrough where they said, "Eureka! We are revolving around the sun"?
That's a different question.
No, it's the same question.
No, it's not. I'm asserting that we can know the distance to celestial objects based on prior knowledge.
Yeah, based on this idea that the Earth is in orbit around the sun. You slipped that in there, and I'm asking how it is. When was that moment? What moment was that, Brenda?
Do you agree that if I know the orbit of the Earth and that baseline, then I can know how far a celestial object is based on parallax?
Brenda, I agree that Luke Skywalker is technically a cyborg after he got his arm replaced. But
do you agree that? Do you agree?
No, I don't agree. I don't agree playing make believe in this land of Earth revolving around the sun.
That's how your
I
eyes.
disagree.
That's how your eyes work. Your eyes work.
Brenda, I've seen your PFP. I have better vision than you.
So
I don't have to sit. I don't have to sit at an eye doctor a couple times a week to get my lens readjusted. Thank you.
I don't go to eye doctors twice a week. So parallax is how.
You don't shop for shoes. You don't go to the eye doctor.
That's right.
All I'm saying is no. I will not play make believe with you in this.
It's not make believe.
In this, yes, it is. When you're wanting me to base all these things on the idea that the Earth is revolving around the sun. As I sit here getting cooked by the sun as it passes over me.
That's right.
As my shade shrinks.
That's because of the Earth.
Tell me how you know this is occurring, not only because the Earth is spinning, but the Earth is in fact in orbit around the sun. When was this moment?
So I know that you're desperate to move the goalpost.
I know you're desperate to avoid it. No, I'm getting down to the bare bones of it, Brenda.
No, you're not. The goalpost, goalpost is firmly on parallax.
Well, why then, Brenda, when you were trying to convince me that your calculations were measurements, that I had to go the bridge over where we pretend that the Earth is in orbit around the sun? Why did you have to add that into your story?
I never said calculations are measurements. I said that we can have knowledge. We can have certain knowledge based on calculations.
Yes, but within your calculations is this fairy tale that the Earth is orbiting the sun.
That's not relevant to my point.
But why did you bring it up? I certainly didn't bring it up. I addressed it after you brought it up.
Right. So you agree.
Right. So
that if
I agree that at this point this will just be me not wanting to play make believe with you. No offense.
So do you agree that if we know that the Earth orbits the sun, then we can correctly calculate?
Yeah. If ifs and buts were candies and nuts.
Yes. That was a yes. That was a yes. That was a yes.
No. It's me acknowledging that you're asking me to go over the bridge to fairy tale land, and I'm not interested. Yes.
If we know the orbit of the Earth, then we can calculate using
Okay, do you
parallax.
Do you know that if we do, so do you?
That's not the question. The question is
No, it is the question. I just asked it.
No, that's the question you want to answer. Mine is, do we know by calculations with parallax how far something can be?
Listen, Brenda, if we knew the Earth was in orbit around the sun, we wouldn't be in this chat room right now.
That's not the question about why you're in the chat.
It's the answer. No, it's not the question. It's the answer.
It's not the question. It's not the question or the answer. The answer is whether or not we can know by parallax how far a distant object would be. Can we do that?
Yeah, within your make-believe fairy tale land of solar system Earth. Yes.
So your brain uses parallax to calculate, to tell your brain how far away the doorknob is so that you don't miss it. People that don't have depth vision will sometimes miss.
Okay, now I hate to break it to you. Stars moving is not evidence of Earth ball.
I didn't say they were moving.
Well, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about how.
Why are you talking about the stars then?
I'm talking about we can know how far away they are. Right? Just like I can know how far away the cup is on the table with my 2 eyes.
No, that's what I'm telling you. You're comparing measuring carpet again to measuring celestial objects.
No, I said
celestial lights.
I said a cup.
Yeah,
cup
I
on
know.
the table. If I have one eye,
you were talking about the distance between you and the cup.
Yeah, I can miss the cup if I only have one eye. I need parallax to correctly judge the distance.
Yeah, and you can get your tape measure out and reach it out to the cup. The stars you cannot.
I don't need a tape measure to know how far away they are. I can calculate how far away they are.
So measuring and calculations are two different things. You hear that, Dennis?
Calculations give me knowledge. Calculations allow me to know how far away they are. Just like with the Earth, I can know the radius of the Earth based on the circumference.
Yes, Brenda. Within your outer space paradigm, sure.
No,
you can also know the specs of the Millennium Falcon. Hans's plane.
That's right. I can.
It doesn't mean it's real.
It means I know. Right? If I know the circumference of the Earth,
but you don't know if it's a fairy tale. The part you don't know is if it's a fairy tale or not.
That's your claim. That's not my claim. My claim is I can know it.
It's your lie. Tell it.
It's not a lie. I can know it. I can know the volume in cubic feet of the Millennium Falcon given its measurements, right? I can calculate the volume. I could calculate how long it is fore to aft and side to side. I can calculate all those things. And I can know those things. It doesn't mean it's real. It means I know it.
Yeah, there you. Thank you.
Yes. So
you know all about the stars. It just doesn't mean it's real. Thank
right,
you.
But you agree I can know it.
I agree with you, Brenda. Thank you.
Yes.
Hold on.
So therefore,
Brenda, hold on.
you agree.
Brenda, check this out, right? Check this out. Okay. If you have the circumference or the radius of the Earth, quote unquote, then you can know either like the other one. If, of course, the Earth is actually a sphere.
That wasn't in contention.
Well, it kind of sounds like you're trying to pigeonhole this thing, like there's the surface is actually curving, or the radius,
No.
right?
No.
And then trying to win the argument on this like technicality, overlooking the fact that you have to assume it's actually curving in the first place. No one's disputing the geometric fact. Hold on. No one's disputing the geometric fact that these things are commensurate. Okay.
Yes, you are.
But if you no, we're not. What we're
me every inch.
No, what we're arguing. No, what we're actually arguing, okay, is your assertion of your knowledge that the Earth is actually a sphere in the first place, and that this geometry applies to it.
Okay. So, based on that,
okay, that's it.
If I know the circumference of the Earth, then it's certain. Then I can know for certain the diameter of the Earth, right?
If it's a sphere, if it's actually a sphere, not just oblate.
Yeah.
If all these things and all this So this is the problem. This stack of ifs. These are the stack of assumptions that we are trying to address.
They're not assumptions.
They're not assumptions. Okay, so how do you know the Earth is a sphere in the first place then? Okay, so what's the prior knowledge that it's actually a sphere from the get-go that you can then know that you can appropriately
What are you talking about, Brenda? You were saying if our assumptions are correct.
Yeah.
That was you.
Yeah, here's the problem. Yeah, Brenda, this is the thing, right? All this stuff that you're talking about, this is like an abstract framework to use to apply to certain contexts. The abstract framework holds and is internally consistent, okay, when all the parameters are correct. You're assuming that the parameters are correct in this context.
No, I'm not. I know.
Okay, so this is the problem. This is the actual problem.
No, it isn't. The actual problem is that you don't want to admit that I can have knowledge based on calculations, based in measurements. That's
no, we're not. We already told you. No, we already told you. We acknowledge this whole thing about the square or the area of a square or a rectangle. If you know the sides, the side lengths, if you know the angles, all this shit, right? If you know that it's actually a square, like if you have an area and you assume it's square, okay, or rectangular, and you go and measure two of the sides and you apply, the math and you get the area, you don't really know that it's actually that area because you haven't checked that it's actually rectangular or square. You just have two sides, right? You have to check.
I already know that. I already know that through.
Okay, well, this is the problem. So all we're saying is that, like the geometry, the head stuff, the abstract, that's fine. We get it. Okay.
We don't get it.
But now we need to. Yeah, we do get it. Now we need to know if it actually is applicable. The calculations that you're applying in this context. That's all we're doing.
No, that's not.
Right? Because if you watch it, it's a perfect example, right? Like if you look at Eratosthenes, what he did, right? He assumed that the Earth was a sphere. Okay, he took some angle measurements. He assumed that the arc length, that the distance between the 2 points that he took the angle measurements at, okay, were along the surface of a sphere, right? And that distance represented arc length. Yes, he did.
No, he knew.
Yes,
he already knew. Eratosthenes already knew that the Earth was a globe.
Okay, how did he? Okay, that's where we need to dig. That's what we need to dig into.
From prior arguments by Aristotle.
Okay, so let's dig into that then, because everyone who comes in here and check this out, Brenda. Right, this is critical. Yeah, check this out. This is critical. Okay, this is absolutely critical. I'm glad you said that. Okay, because people who come in here and start to argue Eratosthenes, that the Eratosthenes proved the Earth is a globe.
No,
right? Now you're saying
he knew it was a globe. He knew it was a globe.
Okay, so you're shooting all those people in the foot. I'm glad you're doing that.
That's right.
Okay.
They're wrong.
So what we should be doing.
Listen.
Perfect. So now we should be digging into. No, it's great. So now we should hold on. So this is perfect, right? So now we should start digging into the other guys that you talked about, Aristotle and whoever.
No, they were wrong.
What did they?
Wrong. Eratosthenes was not trying to measure to determine if the Earth was a globe or not. He was trying to measure its circumference. He already knew it was a globe based on the work of other people before him.
Perfect. Okay, so we should examine that then.
Yeah.
What did they do? And I'll leave the floor open with that. There, I can't talk too long. But this is pivotal.
They determined that the Earth was a globe. It was taught for 400 years in Plato's Academy.
Right on. This is perfect. Okay, so carry on with that. I'll just.
Yeah, they noticed.
Can you define determined? I'm not trying to be a smartass, but in what context are you using the term determined?
A rational inference based on.
Okay. Yeah, we want before that when this was knowledge, when this just wasn't hopes and dreams.
It's what Aristotle
when it's determined amongst themselves.
Aristotle made rational arguments based on his observations.
Well, that's what you've done.
But Aristotle determined that the Earth was a globe based on observations, right? Based on
observations of the sky. This is what you're doing.
Yeah. Do you want to know what those observations were?
No, this is the bridge.
You don't want to know.
This is the bridge to outer space religion.
No.
The observations are the observations are one thing. It's the story that attaches it to this idea that we're on a ball in space is
not a story.
That's the bridge too far.
No, not a story.
I thought you were going to take us to the knowledge point, not just the.
Well, you haven't let me talk. You don't let me talk.
Go ahead, Brenda.
You keep interrupting me mid-sentence. I'm willing to go back and forth, but you keep interrupting every single sentence I say. Stop it.
No, I know you want to go back and forth. I just want to go backward to where this became knowledge.
Right. So Eratosthenes knew that the Earth was roughly spherical based on the people before him who made observations. For instance, that there were different stars in distant regions on the Earth. And based on ships disappearing bottom up over the horizon, based on the fact that the Earth casts a curved shadow from every angle. The only geometric object that does that is a sphere. All of these observations together culminate in knowing that the Earth is a globe. It was taught for 400 years.
Okay, yeah, a cloud of confused assumptions. Got it. Thank you. I'm glad you have it on the record again.
Those are observations, not assumptions. Those are observations. We observe that ships disappear bottom up.
Yes, you observe eclipses.
Yeah.
Your story for what an eclipse is an assumption.
No, it's the curved shadow of the Earth that we see projected.
Yeah, that's your detail that you've added to the observation that we both have in common.
We observe it.
We observe it, and then you tell a story.
Right. We observe that the Earth casts a curved shadow, and it's regardless of any other all lunar eclipses. The Earth casts a curved shadow.
A lot of lunar eclipses are very. There's not clean-cut lines on the moon.
Incorrect.
No, you need to get out more in the middle of the night then, or the early morning.
Incorrect. We're not talking about early morning. We're talking about eclipses, not the morning.
Yeah, I've watched a lunar eclipse at 4 in the morning, 3:30 to 4 in the morning.
Yeah. Okay. So whatever. right? So all eclipses show the Earth's shadow as being curved.
No,
Yes, they
no,
do. Yes, they do.
no. No, lunar eclipses all lunar eclipses don't offer the crispness that you would see within the lunar phases.
I'm not talking about.
You're dreaming if you're telling me that all lunar eclipses, are crisp,
I never said crisp.
circular lines.
Your words.
You're saying it's undeniably the Earth.
That's your words, not mine. I never mentioned Christmas.
Christmas. Merry Christmas, Brenda.
Yeah, nice. Crispness. I never said the shadow.
I know, dude. I know. So why are you selling so hard the idea that an eclipse is the Earth shadow?
That's what it is. That's definitionally what a lunar eclipse is.
So yeah, so there we have the difference between those stuck in the globe outer space ideology and the others.
What,
we both have the hold on, Brenda.
You think it's a fucking
We both
dragon?
have the same observation. You guys tell the story. There's a difference. It's a step two.
Dragon? You think it's a dragon? You fucking clown? You think it's a dragon eating the moon? You fool!
Oh, calm down, Brenda.
You think it's
those are your words, not mine?
You think it's a dragon? That's another story. What
you think it's the Earth shadow when no curvature of the Earth can ever be presented by anyone?
That's literally what it is. The Earth casts a curved shadow.
Yeah, not all lunar eclipses are as crisp as you're selling them to be. Sorry.
I didn't say crisp. I didn't say crisp.
So what are you describing when you say it's their shadow? What are you saying? It's obviously a ball.
Shadow. It's
so
shadow. The shadow is curved. The shadow is curved.
Yeah, not all lunar eclipses are as you're selling them. Sorry.
They all are. All lunar eclipses are curved. Yes, they are.
Now, a lot of them are just real kind of foggy lines.
Oh, you mean fog? Yeah, we're not talking about the Earth. We're talking about the moon.
No, don't take it literally. Come on. Crisp, foggy.
We're not talking about crisp. We're not talking about fog conditions. We're not talking about fucking clouds.
I'm not talking about fog conditions. I'm saying the line that you're claiming is so. Yeah, the line, figure of speech.
The line is curved. It's always
not as crisp as your. No, dude, they're not always.
It has to be crisp. It doesn't have to be crisp to be curved. You clown. It doesn't have to be crisp to be curved. What a fucking moron.
All shadows that I know of are pretty crisp.
I've never heard Brenda that trigger.
Yeah, go figure.
But I think she may be right about this. I mean, not related to the shape of the Earth, just the shadow, the nature of shadows.
No, how many lunar eclipses have you witnessed, Peter? Be honest.
I actually
that's difficult for you.
I missed all of them, but I'm looking at a shadow right now.
Hold on, let me get this under. You've missed lunar eclipses aren't even that rare, Pete. You've missed. Hold on, you said you've missed all of them, and now you're going to tell me that I'm wrong?
No, I didn't mean about the moon. I meant about shadows in general. Those I see every day.
Yeah.
I just don't care about the things in the sky so much.
Red shadows?
What?
You ever see any red shadows?
Red shadows when I have a red light on.
Like we see on the moon sometimes. During an eclipse? I forgot you've missed all the eclipses.
I have never bothered to go outside and look at an eclipse.
Thank you for correcting me. Excuse me. Thank you for correcting me on lunar eclipses, which you've admittedly missed all of them.
I've corrected you on shadows in general. Shadows being crisp. I don't think they're crisp. I'm looking at one right now. It's not crisp.
Well, here's the thing. I just used the term crisp because she was telling me that it's so certain that it is the Earth. So how am I supposed to describe it? That it's if it's so
I
obvious
don't
that
know,
that's
bro.
what
It's
it
your
is.
claim. I just made a
No,
very
it was her claim. It
specific
was
comment.
no, Pete. It
Calm
was
down.
her claim. It was her claim on how she knew for a fact that the Earth was a ball. She said boats go over curve, and then she said eclipses. All I was
You
pointing out
act
to
like
her,
you never heard a Glober say
she's
that before.
she's making an observation that everyone's had, except for you, Pete. You've never seen a lunar eclipse.
Never.
And then that's brilliant. And then she's telling a story. She's adding the story. That's all. We were just trying to remind her that she's in La La Land. And
That's not under
she gets
question.
mad when we won't play make believe with her.
I understand, but why you get upset like if this was the first Glober you ever interacted
No,
with, or Brenda
I'm
for
not
that matter?
upset. I enjoy talking to Brenda.
All right, so I just made a very specific comment. I think she may have been right about shadows not being crisp shadows, not shadows in the sky, shadows, normal
No,
shadows.
she was well, whatever.
And you got all upset because she got under your skin and you're freaking out.
No, Brenda didn't get under. I no longer. After Brenda said bones are clocks, I file Brenda in a special category.
Bro, do you know how to compartmentalize and like not get excited about every single thing that people say? Just kind of focus on one particular aspect and ignore the rest. I mean, it's a key skill. It's important for survival.
You want what do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? Just
relax a little bit and
feign
compartmentalize.
laissez-faire. I'm plenty relaxed.
What do bones have to do with the
I'm
shape of the earth?
barefoot right now, walking around. I'm fine, Pete. The bones or clocks thing. I don't know. It was after. I'm not even. She's gone now. Yeah, I don't know why she was leaving because we were pulling up the roots of this thing that she thinks is quote unquote science. And what was the term she used? They determined that it was a globe.
You honestly think you're going to hear something new here today? From Brenda or any other Glober? Like, you really hope that.
Yeah, I do. She had a real freak out there. I know you were tone policing me, but she completely freaked out. And she was comparing, measuring, having enough carpet to carpet a room with the same certainty that she knew every light in the sky all about it. So that was new. Yeah, they just don't like it when they find out that the whole thing is just it begins with one big if. If you'll play make believe here with me, I'd like to talk all about outer space and the globe. It's make believe, and they don't like that. It's weird because they'll admit to it. And when pressed, they'll admit that that's their belief. And then you remind them, hey, all you're doing is playing make believe. See, they don't realize that believing and playing make believe are the exact same thing. They think one is more substantial and intellectual endeavor than the other. No.
Whatever, man. I think she did explain the history of the globe correctly in ancient Greece.
Yeah, it's a
That
house
is
of
the
cards.
storyline that.
She definitely did, Pete. She highlighted the house of card
Look how
esque
you're
nature
responding
of the outer space
emotionally. I was
ideology.
just talking about the history of the development of the idea, not whether the idea
No,
represents reality.
she was supposed to be telling us the moment when this all was fact, not the determined preference. We get
It's
that.
not a fact. That's what is a
Yeah, but
contention. You know this.
try telling that to Brenda.
Yeah, but you know this, and she knows that. And the question, I think she understood it as not when it became fact, because we know it's not a fact, and she knows that we don't think it's a fact. She just said who came up with the idea and who ran with it afterwards. That's all she described, and that was accurate.
That's fine.
That's how I understand it too, right?
And they were doing the exact same thing that Brenda's doing the exact same thing that they were doing. Looking at the stars and telling themselves
you win. How about that? Will that help you? You won.
No, you win, Pete. You win, Peter. I've won enough. You win, Pete.
Defeated Brenda. You defeated Brenda.
Brenda
Right?
wins. Everyone wins. You know what? I'll just take I'll withdraw from the game. It's no biggie.
Can anybody explain to me the obsession with measuring the distance of the stars via parallax, but then ignoring parallax when it comes to our motion through this galaxy, and the lack of parallax in the constellation stars? See, they don't want to correlate the two at all.
And they do have an explanation for it if you ever heard them talk about it.
Yeah, that's what I've never heard of. That's what I'm curious about.
Yeah, the explanation on their side in their model is pretty logical. Objects that are relatively close have measurable parallax. Objects that are extremely far away don't. It's true in day-to-day life, right? Yet parallax is a function of distance, like how big the angle difference is a function of distance from simple trigonometry. So
isn't that great?
Objects. Can you shut up for like 3 minutes?
I probably could, but I'm not going to. Isn't it great though, Pete, that they these stars are at these distances where over someone's entire lifetime there's no parallax, yet you're able to see them. Isn't that just great? They want it both ways.
So speaking to the other person, D-Town, so if you're looking at an object at a distance, right, let's say a large building, and you move 100 yards to the left or right, there's no measurable parallax for you. If you're much closer to the building, there's extremely measurable, obvious parallax, right? It's a function of distance.
Yeah, I'm saying I understand the function, but reference just again trying to learn for sure. Referencing like Tycho Brahe's observation saying that we should have seen half a degree of parallax in 6 months based on the distances and speeds altogether. That we should have seen some parallax, and in over 6,000 years we haven't seen even a minutia of it.
Well, that's not true. Like the measurements of parallax, let's say in those 6 months periods, show obvious parallax to some stars and zero, in quotes, approximating zero parallax to other stars. So that's, even if you forget about the heliosexual model, forget about the claimed distances, that is a fact, right? If you measure parallax to the angle to some stars and a collection of stars, and then 6 months later, you'll see obvious parallax to some of them and no parallax to others. That is a fact. The explanation in the globe cosmology is because some of them are extremely far away and the other ones are just far away. Right? Okay, compared to the claimed orbit, right? The diameter of the claimed orbit. That's their explanation. But the fact that there is parallax measurable to some stars and there isn't to others is something you could confirm.
Well, that's what I was asking to clear my head and get things straight. Is that's why I mentioned specifically like the constellation stars.
Yeah, but there's nothing special about constellation stars in my understanding. I don't know much about it, but they're just some of them are close, some of them are far. Some of them are brighter, some of them are dimmer. It's I don't think that's a factor. Here's the things that are facts. There's measurable parallax to some stars. There's no measurable parallax to other stars. It's a fact. The other fact is well-known stars do move through the sky over long periods of time. The fact that Polaris is in motion and not in a fixed position over thousands of years is a fact. The fact that Polaris is not directly in the north geographic pole is also a fact. It orbits the north geographic pole. It does a circle around it, right, of some half a degree or whatever it is. That's a fact. So there are some facts that are observable. The explanations for those facts are obviously at contention here. But not the facts themselves, I hope.
No, that's why, like I said, that's why I specifically was seeing the constellation stars because they've been, rotating, on their little, I'm missing the word, their cycles for that long without any
Well, I don't
kind of
think
like
that's
whatsoever,
true,
and
you
so
see.
that's
I
yeah,
think
that's
that's
that's what I was wondering.
true. I don't think that's true. First of all, if we're talking about mainstream astrophysics, there's no such concept as constellation stars. Like these are random stars that people call constellations because they have shapes. But they're not like related to one another. They're not all in the same neighborhood, so to speak. That's one thing I know. The other thing I know is that constellations do move over long periods of time. But if people have been observing them for 1,000 years or writing about them for 2,000 years, then maybe those movements are irrelevant. Like they're roughly in the same spot, but not exactly. You guys know, that the almanac with all the star positions gets updated every year, right? Like they publish it every year. They publish it for upcoming years ahead of time with updated star positions. It's not true for all stars, but for some it is. It is more relevant than for others, that delta. Otherwise, why would they republish? Why would they be publishing updates? And they can predict in those updates where the positions will be because they extrapolate from the existing relative shift.
Okay, appreciate your explanation on that. That's definitely some details I was missing on the info. Appreciate you.
Will the Globers ever break free from the sky interpretation that has them in this ideology, Pete?
Say again?
Will the Globers ever be able to break free from this lights in the sky interpretation that has them stuck in this?
No. No.
Well, how did you?
Well,
I thought you did.
They're not going to let go of lights in the sky until they let go of the Earth being a globe. It has to be first. I can explain to you why. By the way,
yeah, but that's not. Well, that's what I was trying to highlight. Is that's what they.
Would you
when
listen
asked how the Earth is a globe, they point to lights in the sky.
I'm trying to answer your question. I'm trying to provide
have a little bit of patience, Peter.
A sophisticated. Well, you've been talking for like an hour plus, almost nonstop.
I hate to break it to you. Over the last 5 minutes, I've spoken.
It is true. So let me respond to your question with some level of sophistication that the question deserves. First of all, many people
is all I will accept.
All right.
You're in luck.
Many people are tempted to involve things in the sky, even in the flat Earth community. Maybe not here so much, but on Twitter or on Ether Cosmology or on Earth Awakenings, right? Flat Earthers are tempted to invoke things in the sky as well. So it's a common affliction. That's all I'm saying. Number two, the Globers are extremely proud of their model of cosmology. In their mind, I'm explaining their mindset, they've so moved on from the shape of the Earth that their model, explains so many more things, galaxies, big bangs, expansion, all that stuff.
Well, they're not that proud of it because when Brenda was presented that's all it is just that, oh, dude, you're impatient for such a
You got a nitpick. You got a nitpick instead of listening to the bigger explanation. You got a nitpick on one statement. I retract that statement. They're not proud at all. So they have this model, and they like this model very much without being proud at all.
They don't like it though when you tell them that it has nothing to do with reality and that it's only a model. They don't like that. Yes, Peter, you may
They
continue.
have this model. They hate it. They're not proud of it. But they're attached to it so much that unless they realize that the Earth is flat first, they will never let go of the other things that are part of the model, which are things outside of the Earth. That's the answer to your question.
I think you're right there. Being in your smartass retort, I think you made a good point. They hate it, yet they are attached to it because they know that that's why Brenda freaked when you pull the roots of it. She said they determined. Yeah, I don't know. It's very strange. So you say so that will never occur because when you said they have to let go of the globe first before letting go of outer space, but anytime they're asked to substantiate the globe, they point to the night sky or the sun. Yes. Why doesn't that raise red flags for them?
Because they're so enamored by the totality of the model that they think they can invoke any aspect of it to answer the question we're asking. And some of them, the ones that are new, don't realize we've moved on past that part. They genuinely think we never heard about the bigger model. And the ones that are veterans, like Brenda, they can't compartmentalize. They cannot focus on just the curvature measurement. And it's the temptation to invoke the totality is just too strong. People suck at compartmentalizing. They suck at analyzing one thing at a time. Some of you guys too, like when I say, what's the big deal that at least hypothetically we can shoot a projectile to the moon and it's going to intersect the position of the moon. You freak out, you say I'm not a flat earther. But that's a lack of ability to compartmentalize two different problems. Shape of the Earth and the fact that the moon is a rock in the sky.
I think, though, the reason for that would be is, according to their story of how they get to the moon, they orbit the Earth however many times they need to reach escape velocity.
See, you're demonstrating what I'm talking about.
No,
you
what I'm saying, I'm pointing
compartmentalize.
out what, dude. It was even in the Kevin Bacon and Ed Harris film. He drew it on the chalkboard.
I know, but you cannot compartmentalize. You see, people yell at me when I suggested the moon is physical.
Am I yelling at you, Peter?
What does it have to do with any of that?
What do you want me just you to make the statement and then I just not respond to it and ask you about the World
I
Cup?
want you to engage with me on the topic at hand.
Yeah,
People
well, the
cannot
root of that,
compartmentalize. You cannot compartmentalize.
Okay, how are you getting to the moon then? Are you getting to the moon in the way that Ed Harris drew it up on the chalkboard in Apollo 13?
Absolutely not. That's impossible. You cannot orbit the Earth.
Okay, well, that's why people have a cow, because they're just
You
reminding
can,
the
but you
people.
can take a projectile. You
They're
can shoot it straight
reminding the
up and hit the
people
moon.
that this 3959 mile radius number that they would have to know of if they were planning on orbiting the freaking Earth, that's just a fantastical idea. Anyways.
That is correct, but that doesn't prevent you from, at least in theory, taking an object, giving it hard enough of a kick so it goes straight up and intersects with the position of the moon.
Yeah, that's fine, but now you're assuming that the moon's a rock ball.
Yes, I am, because when I look at it, it looks like a rock ball.
When every depiction of them documenting their said travels to Rockball are
I never observed the lunar eclipse, like I admitted to you earlier, but I observed the moon through a telescope and it looks like a freaking rock.
Yeah, it looks like. I have I wouldn't call it a photograph. I have a picture from my cell phone of the moon, and it's translucent.
Okay, and I have direct observations that I can repeat on a regular basis through my telescope, and every single time it looks like a freaking rock.
Yeah, but now you're doing the same thing that Brenda does. You're doing the same. You're doing the same thing Brenda does. Make observation, then tell story. Step 2.
I don't have a story. I'm just telling you a fact. I observed a rock, and it
the
looks
fact
like
is, the fact that you're presenting is it seems like a rock ball. That's fine.
Yes, it appears to me like a rock consistently. Yes.
I love when the rock glows in the middle of the night. Isn't it funny that they say the sunset occurs because the Earth has spun, and now the Earth is heading on its way around the Earth. Well, the Earth is spinning for the sun to reappear in the morning. Well, why wouldn't we not have an eclipse? This isn't a gotcha. This is just not even claiming it's sophisticated. Why wouldn't we have an eclipse every night? A lunar eclipse.
In the globe model, why isn't there a lunar eclipse every night?
No, just if that's what's going on with the sun, if that's what a sunset is, how would the Earth's shadow not be on the moon every night?
Because the Earth is not in the globe model, the Earth is not between the sun and the moon most of the time. Very rarely it is in the path of the light. It's not in the path of the light. In the globe model, the moon is.
Okay, I guess I'm just addressing that their claim of the sunset is
Yeah, but
because it's
let's
going
analyze
beneath
their
the
model.
geometric.
Yeah, but that's two different things, right? In their model, there's a sun, there's the Earth, and there's a moon. The moon is offset; it's not in the same orbital plane as the Earth. And that's why there are moon phases. And the Earth is rarely in the way of the light. Most of the time, it's not in the way of the light. The moon phases are not because the Earth obstructs the light. It's because we're looking at a different side of the moon.
Then you have that an eclipse occurring when the Earth isn't in the way of the selenium. So,
well, yeah,
I don't know. The whole eclipse thing is.
I shared with you a video that I made some time ago, which I'm very proud of, that shows rocks glowing at night. I mean, it's a form of.
From what? Moonlight?
No, from just light.
What light? Oh, just like someone held a flashlight up to them?
You gotta watch the video, but basically it shows like a mini model where there's a rock and there's darkness and nothing is visible, and then there's light and there's reflection of the light from the rock to the point that Senor Chapibara can even read a book using that light. It took me a while to set that up. You can see in the video the cameras, the tripods in my laundry room. I mean, that's the most work I've done in this arena for a long time. Give it a go.
You've been doing a lot of grounding? Shut this down.
Hey, Peter, what does that look like to you? What I just posted? Did
A
someone ask me a
bunch
question?
of dots.
Someone asked me a question. I just posted an image. What does that look like to you?
A bunch of green and bluish dots.
Kind of look like the stars sometimes.
I don't recall seeing stars like that ever, but I don't look at stars too often.
Oh, you don't look at the stars, so I guess I'm asking the wrong person. Anyways, that's you were just talking about shining reflections off of rocks. That just reminded me of this. I took this one night when I was inside and outside.
You don't have
and
any comments on my video?
No, I haven't watched. I didn't know you posted it. I'll watch it. But yeah, those are reflections off of a car that's about 15 feet in front of me. But anyways, I'm sure someone could tell me there's a black hole in the middle of that somewhere. But yeah, I'll watch your video. Hey, I watched your video.
Thank you. Means a lot.
You notice on the rock though there's a hot spot.
Yeah.
That's not on that we don't see that from the moon.
Yeah, that's a good point.
The sound editing was very dramatic. Pretty good.
I know, right? I timed it well.
Yeah, it held my attention for a minute and 10 seconds, even though I had to keep starting it over after like 20 seconds because of I would try to open it in full screen. Anyways, but yeah, so you have a hot spot on there on the rock.
Absolutely,
Why
but do you
don't
think
we have
rocks?
that on the moon?
I don't know. Good question. Do you think rocks reflect light?
Well, yeah, the rock that you shined light on it reflected light to the point where it had a hot spot on it.
No, I know.
But
So
it didn't.
rocks do reflect light.
I think technically they probably absorb light, but yeah, it was
That's what
illuminated.
reflection is, right? Every
Yeah,
object
okay,
that
yeah, I got
reflects
you.
light
Yeah.
absorbs it
It was
and then
illuminated, but
releases.
it's illuminated and not the same way the moon seems to be
Yeah,
illuminated.
but they do reflect light, rocks, right?
Well, I mean, I've been outside before. Yeah, I've seen I've seen rocks
You've
before
seen
I tripped
rocks.
over them.
Right, right.
So yeah,
Nice. All right, that's settled then.
I have also tripped over rocks,
I'm
the
certain you
rocks
did.
in the shadows. But yeah, so maybe we should further. Damn it, my phone's shutting down.
What's up, peoples? Y'all missed the queen? Wait, is anybody talking? I can't hear. No? Okay. Hello? Hello? Hola, ¿cómo estás? So nobody wants to talk to the queen. Fine, I'll talk to myself. So I believe Earth is round because curvature, we prove curvature already, period. Okay, so y'all all are big losers and y'all don't want to talk to the queen. I'm glad y'all don't want to talk to the queen because I'm the queen. Thank you.
Thank you for stopping by.
Hello.
Howdy, howdy.
King 8 Ball.
As losers. Y'all are oh shit. Y'all are fucking losers. You dare mute me and you don't mute anybody fucking else.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Gotcha, bitch. Gotcha, bitch.
Hey, someone's got a hood cricket.
Why are there so many people in here?
People like talking about the topic of in here.
But nobody's talking.
Yeah, we were thinking. Probably that's what would
Thinking critically.
silence sometimes. Yeah, just having a think.
See, I'm here listening to Cradle of Filth's cover of black metal.
You know, I heard of some research that people did. They did research on people who had pretty high IQ. Even some of them were like considered geniuses, whatever that means, right? But their parents reported that when they were kids, they started speaking very late for a kid, right? So the parents were concerned that maybe the kid has issues with development because they wouldn't speak. And later, and they asked these people after they grew up, like, why didn't you speak? Do you remember why you didn't speak much as a child? And they said, I had nothing interesting to say.
That sounds like cope.
Thomas, this is off topic. Thomas Sowell, the economic. How do you say that word?
Economics.
Economist. Yeah, economics, but economist.
Economist.
Yeah, thank you. He wrote a book. He had a child that was described like that, a late talker, and he wrote a book about it, late talking. And he found, this is all I remember him saying about it, but he found close family tree ties to an engineer in the family. But that's interesting what you're saying about that they didn't have anything to say. I mean, engineers have a lot to say, but a lot of the time they won't say anything unless they have something to say. So yeah, that's. But if you're interested in that, I didn't read the book, but I watched an interview about it. It's pretty interesting because he had a child. Like I said, he had a child like that, and she ended up being a lawyer.
Yeah, I think he also talked about how they followed like 150 high IQ people and found out the results weren't that great.
Yeah, that sounds like something he would also chase over the hill.
Yeah, I don't think
Like
anyone really
consult.
amounted to much of anything, and that some of the other people that were also like on the secondary list, some of them had won like Nobel prizes and stuff like that. But these highly intelligent people kind of squandered their gifts.
Well, that's kind of like we're adding another dimension to this problem. The point of the story was, if you're smart, you don't want to talk all the time necessarily. Which explains, to that other guy who wondered in why we sit in silence sometimes.
Oh, period. Y'all know to unmute the fucking queen, bitch. Anyways, I gotta go because like I only got like 15 minutes, but I'm gonna be out. I gotta go shopping again. But period. So how everybody doing?
You buying 9 volts or what?
Yeah. Not
Oh,
buying.
okay.
But step clothes. I just went to Ross. Now I gotta go. I gotta go back to the mall to go back to Burlington because my mom act like she couldn't just. Oh wait, when we was driving, right, somebody called my mama an N-word because they cut her off, and my mom was crazy. She was about to hop out the car, and ooh, it was. Mind you, I'm not even home, so whoever did that, you're racist. Thank you. So
It's not
they
even
go.
racist.
That is racist because we all
How is it
know
racist?
it's a damn stereotype. Let's.
Well, yeah, if mine could be going off right now.
Okay, but nobody wouldn't sit there and mock you for it. They're gonna mock black people for it because it's a
No, trust me.
stereotype.
No, dude, listen.
Let
If my
don't
smoke
act like
alarm was
stereotypes.
going off, they would be telling me to change my battery too.
No, they
Okay.
wouldn't. No, they
Changing a
wouldn't. Anyways,
battery is not
back
racist.
to
Holy.
my story. Somebody called my mama the N word, and my mom was about to hop out the fucking car with that lady ass. It's hilarious. Anyways, y'all, I'll be on mute, but I'm still gonna go shop.
All right. We'll stop by a Home Depot or something.
No. Also, DJ, who's in your profile? Because I know that's not you.
Why, he's handsome, huh? You jealous?
What? Lance, you're ugly. Are you jealous?
No, I'm not jealous.
Okay then, so why? Why do I
I'm
have to be
happy.
jealous
I'm
of your
happy for
man?
my flat earth king. Look at him. Look at him go.
No, that's not a king. And that's not DJ either. That's probably his husband or whatever, you know.
Oh my god.
It is him actually.
No, that isn't. That is two different people. You must have cloned your
No,
younger self because that is not you. And Lance, why would I be jealous of a guy? I'm not trans.
Lats
Maybe
is
because
not a
you're
guy. Lats is a teenage Japanese girl, as you can see in the PFP.
maybe
That's
because
not even a Japanese girl. Look at you, dummy.
He always LARPs as a teenage Japanese girl. Just the voice doesn't match, but that's probably
You're a
he's
lifer.
using a voice changer. Okay.
Y'all, I gotta type now. Oh my god. Man, it's kind of tough. I tell y'all, don't ever walk in Florida, bro. Like, and it's not even like the sun's out. It's just real fucking hot. I'm sweating, bro. Man.
you walk to the mall.
No, I just said I'm not even walking.
You're just sitting down sweating. in the shade?
No, oh my god, don't piss me off.
You're the one that said that you're not. I'm trying to get some clarification here.
No, honestly, I said I was in the car. Now I'm in the store. I'm seeing as soon as I got out the car, it was hot. That's what I'm telling you.
I don't know what you're saying right now, to be honest.
I know because they got this AI music playing.
AI music. Okay. Is it DJ Rakesh?
What?
I said, is it DJ Rakesh?
Hakish? What? Shut up.
Brother, that's an AI artist. You don't know who that is?
No, I do not know who that is.
Oh, I thought you would know because, you know, it's very popular.
What they gonna do anything?
Well, so I'm going to spend some time this weekend writing a Flat Earth rap song. Something I've never done before. I'm going to do it. Oh, yeah. Good
You're
luck,
gonna get
dude.
0 views. You're gonna get 0 views.
Yeah,
0.
why are you such a hater? Damn.
Because that's me. I'm just a hater.
I don't care about
As soon as I popped out my mama womb,
That doesn't
I
matter.
was hate.
You know what? I'm not about to be your hater since you want to be a hater so bad.
Like you can't do the original. You're not the original hater.
I don't
As soon as
know.
I popped out my mama's womb, I was hating on the doctor. I was like, y'all birthed me wrong. Y'all gave me a C-section. What the fuck? I ain't no fat ass baby. What the fuck? I was
I'm
just cussing
telling
them
you,
out.
flat earthers do everything better. Okay, we can even troll better than y'all.
Right, How was my
It's
mama
true.
able to give birth to me on a flat earth? That wouldn't even make sense.
Brother, how was you a queen just sitting down in the shade sweating? Tell me that.
I'm not in the shade. How many times I gotta tell
You
you
just
this?
said the
You
sun's
know,
not even out. You're not even moving.
I am. I was saying that it was so hot as soon as I stepped out of the car. I felt the sun, even though the sun is not out. That's what they said.
You felt something when it's not there. Interesting.
No, it is there. The sun is there.
If the sun's not out, it's
Loki, I might
nighttime.
move to the next. Okay, so we act like the sun can be covered by clouds now? I'm confused.
Oh, it can be. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. So the
It took
sun
that long?
is not. Well, I just wanted clarification for what you were saying. You just said it wasn't out, but you could still feel it.
Yeah, because it's really hot.
What's the temperature?
98, 92. I don't know.
Brother, it's nothing. It's baby stuff.
That is not baby stuff. And then you gotta like put on the
That is baby stuff.
humidity, the humidity of it, because it's
You're
real
just
hot,
baby. Well, that's a baby.
or it's just really hot.
No, it's 110 where I'm at right now. Don't be a baby.
Okay, with no humidity, it's just the sun out there. It's hot. It's really hot, mind you.
No, it's humid. We got all these people sweating everywhere. It makes the air wet. You know what I'm saying? Humid.
No, my air is way wetter. What the hell? I was about to say, you know what else is wet? Like, I'm in a store. I can't say that.
No, but just say that stuff in here with us. Hello?
Well, I kind of just said it out loud, so it's all right.
That's why I say that furries are weird.
I'm not, okay. I'll be a weird furry. I'll be weird. Okay.
Okay, I'm just saying. I just want you to acknowledge that furries are weird. There's nothing wrong with it.
And you're weird too.
How am I weird?
Because you're a flat earther. Who believes that? Loser.
Flat earthers are not weird. We're like the most normal people ever.
Normal.
Globers are all the furries. You're the
Normal and
unicorn
flat going in the
lovers.
same sentence.
Y'all
Normal and
like
flat going in the same sentence. It's hilarious.
I bet you a majority of the people in prison right now are Globers, weirdos.
Normal and flat earth. It doesn't go in the same sentence.
That's absolutely
But
true. Most of every category of people you can imagine, criminals,
yeah,
murderers,
exactly.
scammers, are
What the
Globers.
fuck that got to do with anything with the globe?
Well, nothing. It's just a fact. I
Yeah,
used
since
to
you
say that
wanna
even when I was a Glober. It's just a fact.
yeah,
So
since
you
you wanna
weren't in
talk
jail?
about the people. No, he's not
Mind
in jail.
you,
Oh man. He's talking to us on Discord
Oh,
right now.
just
You
saying
know if
it's
he's Discord in
statistics,
jail.
right? It's statistics. Most people in jail are Globers. Okay, so doesn't mean much.
wrong.
It's like saying most
Wrong.
people in jail have 2 arms. Okay, yes, that's a fact. So what?
Okay, but first of all, your buddy Lax over here was the one that was discriminating furries.
Well, he's not in a position to make fun of any subculture given that he LARPs as a teenage Japanese girl.
Exactly, Lax.
He's
So
in
shut
his
up.
40s.
Sure.
No, Lax sound like he's in his like 20s, like early 20s or late
I
20s.
know because he has this voice changer, and in the menu he selects sexy male voice, and that's what
Yes.
you hear.
Yes.
Sexy. Whoa.
It's pretty sexy. I say it as a straight male. I say it's pretty sexy.
You're just
Thank
gay.
you, Peter. He's not
Oh,
gay, bro. Why do you think every flat earther's
I
gay?
can just objectively say it.
Because if Glovers are weird, then flat earthers are gay.
Most gay
What?
people are Globers.
Yeah, you wanna know what's funny? Most Globers
No,
are
most
gay.
gay people are flat earthers because they want to be weird.
Okay, no, I said that wrong. So not most gay people are good. I think no, I did. I think I did say that right. Yeah, actually, now that I
What?
think about it, most
You
people that
said
are gay
everything
are
wrong.
Globers.
Oh, look at, wait, what's his name? Timbo.
Yeah, he's not weird.
Timbo is weird. He works as
He's
a
not
plumber.
weird, brother. You think that being a plumber's weird? What do you
Yup.
do? What do you do besides dress up in furry suits
My business?
and draw unicorns?
My business. I told
Yeah,
you.
that stuff's weird.
That's not weird. I have a company. I run it. I'm the owner, period.
You run a company at 16. What's your company's name? I want to go look them up.
It's called Queen Boutiques, period.
Queen Booty period.
No, I said Queen Boutiques.
Queen's Boutiques period.
Yeah.
What do you do
I
in this
can't say
business?
that on here.
What services do you offer?
Oh, I offer a lot of services, but I can't say that on here.
Oh my god,
I'll
you
get
better not be some
sued.
illegal stuff, yo, because you're freaking 16. You better stop.
It's nothing illegal.
Oh my. No, never mind. Don't tell me anything about this business anymore.
It's not illegal. What?
You know, it's okay. Forget I brought it up. It's okay.
All I do is invest in crypto.
Holy, I know you don't.
Yes, I do.
If you invest in crypto, you would understand the value of money and assets like gold. You would have not bought that Cartier ring worth $2,000, weighing only as much as $1,000 in gold. That's a bad investment.
So I don't care. People with
I know
crypto
you
and
don't care because you're not a real investor.
yes, I am.
Cartier only gave you $1,000 worth of gold in weight. It's a bad
Okay,
investment.
but it's Cartier, so I don't care.
Oh my goodness gracious.
I gotta wait for my grandma to come out this damn store so I can go somewhere else.
Oh
Anyways, what I was
shit!
saying, I
Damn
have to go sit down.
savage.
Who the fuck's a savage?
What do you mean? Queens don't need to sit down. What are you doing? Queens don't get
Queens,
tired.
queens do get the fuck tired, and this queen definitely do to get fuck tired.
Not the queens I know. What are you doing?
Well, those queens are fucking fake. Those are men. Men don't get tired. Females do. There's the difference.
No, there's a difference between a regular woman and a queen, right? Regular women get tired, not queens.
Queens do
But you're
get
a
tired.
queen. And what kind of queen are you? A weak?
I ain't weak. Why you think the other queen died? She dead, gone.
Oh my
She
God.
got
She
real
never,
tired.
she never sat down.
Sat her old white ass down everywhere. What the hell are you talking about?
No, not that I remember. She always was standing up.
Okay, well, that's AI.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Hold on, I'm gonna go back in the store. I can't go see what my grandma doing. And yes, to clarify, I am a furry like the fuck, and I'm the finest furry you'll ever see.
Oh, hell no. But there has to be another glow. Nope. No Globers in here. Son of a. No, it's okay. That's all right. She'll talk to this furry here and
You
listen to
keep
her
saying
man
it like it's a
gone.
bad
And
thing. You keep
I never said it
saying,
was bad. I just said it was weird.
okay, and what does weird mean?
Different,
And different means
off-putting,
bad. Off-putting.
off-putting.
Off-putting
Yeah.
means bad.
Not necessarily bad. Like the taste of wine can be off-putting for the first time,
Which
you
means
know?
bad.
I'm gonna disconnect. I cannot listen to Lats hit on a girl like this for too long.
Brother, fucking
Yeah.
stop. I'm not. Bro,
Good luck, Lats.
hell no. All right, bro. Take care, man. My, oh, hell no.
Hell no. What the hell are you talking about?
No, nothing, nothing.
Yeah, let it stay like that.
I cannot believe you're it.
Believe what?
You are the only Glover in here. That's insane.
Because it's 1 out of a billion, period.
Oh, man. Okay, you know what? Here, before I gotta go, do you have any new globe proofs or do you want to talk about any of your old ones?
I told you before, y'all can't prove how earthquakes work on flat Earth. So therefore, flat Earth doesn't exist.
Okay, I just want to make sure I get this right. Okay, so you're saying earthquakes, therefore globe, right?
No, it explains why Earth has a core and tectonic plates, which flat Earth can't have.
So yeah, I just want to make sure. So earthquakes, the Earth is shaking, therefore it proves that the Earth is a globe.
Well, it doesn't prove that it's a globe, but it sure don't prove that
Okay,
it's flat.
can
So
flat surfaces shake?
if something's moving it,
Okay, so awesome. So this phenomena is not exclusive to a curving surface then?
exactly.
Okay, so this isn't proof of ball then, right? Because I can shake a yoga ball, I can
I
also
just
shake a
told
kitchen
you.
table.
Of course, it's not a proof of the
Okay, then so
globe,
why are you using
but it
it?
cannot prove that the Earth is flat either.
Oh, we're not
So your
using
argument,
earthquakes for flat Earth proof
I'm
because we know that
saying,
flat surfaces can shake Curving surfaces can shake, bumpy surfaces, so on and so forth. Whatever type of surface you want, they can all shake. That will not tell us the surface of the Earth, right?
Flat Earth doesn't have a
Well,
core.
how do you even know that?
Because it wouldn't work.
Okay, cool. Nobody here claims a core anyway.
Yeah, and y'all are fucking retards.
Why do we need to claim a core for what? If we cannot
Oh my
access
god,
it.
I told you already that the core
The
helps with
core makes the
earthquakes.
Earth move?
No, it helps with earthquakes.
How does the core cause an earthquake? Nope. She's about to come in here on her alt. I can smell it. Oh man. Oh, where's knowledge at? I want to talk to him. Yo, honestly, I would prefer talking to anybody else. I'd rather talk to Rob Utah, Knowledge, give me Twonger, I'll take Talon. Shit. It's funny. It's not that I want to talk to them, right? I just prefer them over her. So I'll say that knowledge is like maybe like a hair better than Ipo to talk to. That hair is very thin, like a 99-year-old lady's hair thin. And oh yeah, that's true, Timbo. Oh shit. You know what? Ah, man, I don't know, because people's voices is like really annoying to listen to. But I was just thinking about knowledge, and I'm like, you know what? His voice is also really annoying to listen to. He has like that soy boy twang to it. Mm, I don't know. It's okay, guys. I'll take all the hard conversations. I like talking with confident retards. Those are my favorite.
That describes a flat earther very well. Confident retard.
Oh, speaking of, there's one right here. What up, Tom? How you doing, brother? I'm just talking about you.
I know. I live in a lot of people's heads rent free. It's no doubt. There's no doubt.
Well, not you specifically. There's a bunch of confident retards that come in here. You just happen to be the one that joined right when I was talking about you.
I would
What's
say the
up, dude?
most confident and the most retarded of all are the flat earthers. Let's be honest.
I mean, you can say that, but you don't have any evidence for your claim, so.
Just like flat earthers don't have any evidence. Yeah.
That's right. We have proof, not evidence.
We don't claim a model, bro, because we don't have
Yeah,
jack
we
shit.
don't. You're absolutely right. Because we don't need one. Crazy. We don't need a
We
model
don't need
to
one.
prove if something
Yeah, I
is
love
flat,
that.
isn't it?
Clip it and ship
Isn't that
it,
right?
boys. We don't need one. Clip it and ship it.
Yeah, I'll ask you, do we need a model to prove if something is flat or not? Like, do we need a model of a stop sign to prove if a stop sign's flat? Uh-oh. What happened? Why'd you get all quiet? You scared to answer a question or something, or what? Uh-oh. The soy's kicking in. Better eat a piece of steak by the quick so you can answer this question. Hey, brother, go get a protein shake. Quick. Stat. Oh, man, I don't know why people are so scared to talk to me, dude. Crazy. I don't know what kind of excuses gonna come in. This versus, oh, I had to go. The chicken. Oh, you know what? Never mind. He doesn't eat chicken. My salad was in the oven.
Guys,
So let's go get it. Oh, what's up, dude?
I'm sorry to cut you off, by the way, continue.
Oh, no, you're good. I was just talking shit. What's up, dude?
Okay, my bad. But yeah, man, I was thinking, man, what's your guys' thoughts about the whole UFO kind of thing? Since you guys are flat earthers, what's your guys' whole point of review of that, UFO alien kind of thing?
Well, can I answer this one?
Oh, yeah. All you, brother. I gotta go work out anyway. Take care, boys.
Like, stay safe, man.
So my opinion on the aliens, we think Earth is a closed system because there's air pressure on Earth. So I think that if there is aliens, they're from the local lands, like just within our system. They just come from farther parts that we don't know about yet. This is totally speculation. Usually only do that on Sundays, but I think they could come here, butt probe you, and then be back home in time for dinner.
Yeah. What is this gay shit, dude?
Yeah.
Sounds like a fantasy of yours, bro. Keep it to yourself.
Well, man, I have come to know a bunch of people, even in my own country. I'm from Denmark, by the way, a Danish, Scandinavian. I know I have a different a different accent, but I'm from Denmark, man, and I have come across people even from America and Alaska and even in Denmark, you know. And man, they told me about seeing these lights, having these experiences, and I even myself, I had some experiences, otherwise I wouldn't have reached out and even talked to these kind of guys. But
The only
yeah, man.
problem, the only problem with it is it's pretty much hearsay unless you have evidence to show
Well,
us,
these
right?
guys are not. I mean, dude, here's the thing, man. These guys are not internet guys. They're not on the internet like bragging about it. I'm not on the internet bragging about it. I guess I am now.
Yeah, but that don't change the fact about evidence, right? You could brag, you could not
Yeah,
brag, but
yeah.
we want to see evidence of this. And
Right. Yeah.
the one thing
Yeah.
I will say is, as a flat earther, I've ever since I kind of became a flat earther, I've just learned to become okay with things that I don't know about. Um, you just have to realize that there's going to be things you're just never going to know about, and you have to be fine with that. You know, everybody wants to seek answers and make predictions, but in actuality, you're never going to know. So I just thought that's worth mentioning that.
I hear you. I hear you. Yeah, man. I totally get you. I think we both on the same kind of standpoint because, dude, even though I've seen something, and I know a bunch of people who have seen something, and I've been in a group of people who saw the same thing. It doesn't mean that thing is a what we think they is. It could be a whole different thing. Just like Earth. Earth. What we see, it could be round and it could be flat. You don't know. You just see it. You don't know what it is. But we all can think and we all can have our opinions, and and think and talk to each other and stuff. But I think we all can get on the same page and say the government is a pathological liar. The government is they lie to us and and they use us and they lie to us. You feel what I'm saying, though?
Sorry, I had to bounce. I'll be back in a bit.
Stay safe, brother, man. Okay.
What's going on? Do we have to bring Ippo back for some conversation?
We had a good conversation last night, didn't we?
Yeah. Knowledge, do we have to bring him in?
Is it flat? Is it a ball? Thailand?
Very flat.
Where? What are you saying, guys? Thailand? Did you
Very
spit
flat.
hot fire? Very flat. How flat are we talking?
Like
Is it like a pancake?
over the Earth, it would be plus or minus 8 miles.
So like a pancake, or what are we talking?
Is a pancake size of the Earth plus or minus 8 miles?
Mm.
No.
I've heard about the ice wall. What about the ice wall?
That's not our claim.
Not the claim.
No.
I heard there's another world out there.
Yeah, that's not our claim either.
Oh. Did Dylan spit any hot fire about the sphere or the ball?
Thanks, mate.
Dylan, spit some hot fire. Dylan.
What do you keep saying? Thailand.
Dylan.
Thailand.
Dylan, yes.
Or Dylan. All right.
It could be Dylan, it could be Dylan, it could be many variations.
I thought you were saying Thailand.
No, Dylan.
Thailand. See? Thailand. All right. Do you think it's a globe?
Are you a passport, bro?
Yo, Dylan.
Am I?
Yo, what's up, Dylan? Spit some hot fire.
Yeah. Do you believe you live on a globe?
Believe.
Yeah.
I don't believe.
Well, you know you live on a globe, then, right?
Knowing is a abstract thing or subjective. What do we
Oh,
know?
I remember you. Person that doesn't answer questions and just goes straight into philosophical terms. Doesn't works his way around not answering anything. Yeah.
I have a question for you, Timbo.
No, you got to answer my question first.
You sound like a nice dude that would
Yeah, I
suits
am. But
on a motorcycle.
what?
Are you a
Right.
motorcycle guy?
Do you believe or know you live on a globe?
Very abstract things, questions you're asking.
It's not an abstract question.
You can never know anything for sure unless you have seen
Okay,
it.
so you can never know anything. So do you believe you live on a globe?
I don't believe. Believe you do in church.
Okay, where do you live?
Where do I live? In an apartment. In the north.
If you're going to do this, I'm just going to ban you and talk to someone else.
That's not a nice thing to
Or
do,
you
Tyler.
can just have a, yeah, I don't really care. Or you can have a normal conversation like a normal person.
Aren't we having a normal conversation?
No, we're not. I say a word, and then you go, you repeat the word, and then you start trying to analyze the word. So just stick to the content of the sentence or the question that I ask you. Or fuck off. You have two choices. Which one are you going to make? Yeah, good.
Which one? I will choose Dylan to speak for me. Thank you. Dylan, go ahead.
Okay.
Dylan here, man. Dylan and Dylan.
One of your retarded mates, is it?
All the Dylans are connected.
Would you ever have a conversation like that? Dylan?
I try to have conversations with you guys about
I know you do. Like a normal person, right?
I think he wanted to talk about something different, you know.
Yeah, he wanted to talk about philosophy. I'm not interested.
Do you guys have any theories about why Schumann resonance exists on a flat Earth?
That's a good
I
one.
don't know. Yeah, no idea.
It kind of requires a closed cavity with the dimensions of the Earth that we
Yeah,
all agree on.
yeah, spheroid, basically, yeah. Just like your goofy little noggin that actually operates at the same frequency. It's funny that how like nature repeats itself.
Well, we evolved in the Schumann resonance, yeah.
Yeah, and Earth has two lobes, by the way. A lot of people don't know that.
What do you mean?
Put it in side chat.
Yeah, fuck off, you racist cunt.
Who's racist?
Him. Last time he came in, being racist towards white people. I know he thinks because he's black he can't be racist towards white people, but yeah, he can. It's in the definition of racism.
Yeah, I've experienced that where they say that you can't. It's like one way, and that's pretty bogus.
Yeah, it's dumb. Yeah. Got some fucking victim mentality or something. I don't know. Something against white people. I never did anything to him. He's just a dick. You can tell by the way he comes in. Your dumb noggin. First sentence out of his mouth.
The Schumann resonance does seem to be evidence for the globe, though.
I'd be lying if I said I understood it. I know there's a resonance, but I don't. I bet you if you delve into it, they don't know where it's coming from and how it works. Right?
They seem
Could be
to understand
some.
it as well.
Yeah, but you think that about everything.
I don't think that about everything, but
Understanding.
I think we have yeah. There's definitely a giant chasm in what we think we have an understanding about.
How does the Schumann resonance make a ball? How does it? Well, we'll say
It's evidence for
the
the
evidence
globe.
points towards a globe. All right, so start there. Go for it.
So there's a background frequency that an electromagnetic frequency of like 7.8 hertz that exists around the world, and the explanation for it is lightning strikes are are creating this broadband of electromagnetic frequencies, and because of the shape of the Earth and the fact that you have the ionosphere and the surface acting as a waveguide, um, you get a certain band of frequencies that stay within this waveguide. So frequencies outside of that band are usually end up going off into space. And so what you're left over with is this 7.8 hertz. So we can model the resonant cavity of the Earth based on the
Cavity of the
dimension.
Earth.
Yeah, this waveguide. I'm saying the space between the ionosphere and the surface.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I thought you meant the cavity inside the planet or something.
Yeah, maybe cavity is no
So
cavity.
from the Earth's surface to the ionosphere.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. And you're saying because it's a sphere, it creates a resonance from lightning strikes.
Right. These waves are able to just continuously pass around the Earth instead of just dispersing into outer space.
So could it be something else?
We model it pretty tightly, and
could it be something else?
That's what I assumed you guys would say. Like, I don't know of anything else it could be. That's sort of
Well,
his
you have
question.
to. For us not to ask that question, it would have to be definitively true. So, is it definitively true?
Well, it certainly exists.
Yeah, on a model.
I mean, you can observe that there's
Yeah,
background radiation.
the Schumann resonance exists, therefore Earth is a sphere.
It's just another one of these examples, right? Like that fits very well into the model, the dimensions of the Earth that we have, and there's seemingly no good other explanation for it. But you could say, well, we don't know what else it is. Like, for example, the phases of the moon. We agree that those seem to fit well into our model. And then we ask you guys, what causes the phases
The
of the moon? And
oh yeah, the model of the moon.
right, so it's another one of those instances where you can
How
say
does the
we don't know for
sorry,
sure,
go ahead.
so it could be something else. But that's his question: is what is the something else? And
Yeah, that's
it's
fair enough. So the size and shape of the Earth creates this Schumann resonance.
right. It creates the resonant cavity, and then it's stimulated by the emissions from lightning strikes.
All right, so how does the shape and the size create the resonance?
Well, you have the specific uh, diameter of the Earth, right? So there's a certain path length that it takes for a particular, some of this light to go around the Earth, right? And
Light?
yeah,
Is it
it's light.
light?
It's an electromagnetic wave at 7.8 hertz. It's a low frequency EM wave.
Yeah.
I think it basically comes down to like how many times the light is traveling around the Earth.
Wait, let me mute this guy. I can't hear you. Oh. Yeah, go ahead, man. You there, Dylan? Lost you, Dylan. Check. Check. What happened to you, Dylan? I'm lighting up, so it must be a you problem.
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
Thank you, Tristan.
Oh, he's just gone now.
Yeah. Hey, I've noticed, I know you like hanging out here, but I've noticed you're very condescending and what would be the other word? When another glober comes in, you're very you jump on board and change your tone to be very sarcastic towards us. Is that just do you think that's just
Sorry,
like
I
a
got
natural thing that happens when another glober comes in? You feel like you can like join in the group and start ridiculing and things like that, or do you do it on purpose?
I don't know. I
Just
try to hit both sides whenever they make mistakes. So,
yeah, I heard that too. Yeah, I did hear that as well.
but yeah, I mean that's fair. If you thought that I was being, like talking.
Facetious was the word I was looking for, I think.
Oh yeah, I may have been a bit sassy yesterday as well.
Yeah. Oh, was that the gin maybe?
Did I
You did
miss
say
something?
you were having a gin. No, you disappeared, so we just started talking, but yeah. You back?
I'm
I
back.
don't know what happened to you.
I sometimes just get dropped.
Are you in like a rural area or?
Yeah, a little more rural than I'm used to. Not really rural. It's suburban.
Like outer suburbs?
Suburban and rural adjacent.
A suburb next to rural.
Yeah.
We got there. I'm sure your internet's better than it is here in Australia, mate.
Yeah, I would love to visit Australia.
It's a beautiful place. Sure, it's not as diverse as the US, but
Oh, I'm sure it's pretty diverse, right?
yeah, it is. But I mean, you know, the mountains aren't very big. There's
We got
lots of desert.
crocodiles. What do you got, Timbo?
We got more. There's heaps of desert. There's beautiful beaches. You can't go wrong with the beaches. But everywhere. Rainforests.
Hey, that's something I've noticed though too, Timbo. Is like there's quite a few people that like to like argue on both sides of the fence and not even really hold a position. But it's almost like they're waiting for that one thing to say, it is a globe. See, I told you. And then they're just going to like jump off flat earth or whatever.
Yeah. Jump off flat Earth. Ah.
Yeah, literally jump off flat
I was
earth.
going
Like,
to say Tristan's definitely got a side.
like Peter.
Yeah, I think he's trying to push a weird flat Earth. I don't know what he's doing.
He's just waiting for someone to bring an argument that we can't refute.
Now, what he does is he tries to gets people to agree with things, right? And then he wants to push. Okay, it's a flat Earth, but he believes in all the planets and stuff like that as well. Like, he's saying the atmosphere maybe goes out to these planets. Who knows how far the atmosphere goes, because it can be exponential, right? Net
Yeah, like
against
we're the
zero.
floor, and then if
Yeah,
you
but
go up, you can go land on the other planet. We're the bottom.
yeah,
I think he's just trying to incorporate things that we can
yeah,
observe and we know. Like which I think is fair.
yeah. I know,
Like
because he's physic. It's early in the morning for me. It's 6 o'clock in the morning, so uh, he doesn't want to throw out his physics, right? So what he knows. I don't even know. I don't even think he believes the Earth's flat. I think
I
he's
think It's really
I
hard
think
to
he's been
tell
a
with him. I can't tell.
yeah. Because he
He
fought for
fights
so
pretty hard
long.
for the flat Earth side, though. He gets pretty vicious against the Gophers sometimes.
Yeah, I think he likes arguing with people who get things wrong, like Tristan does, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Which I can understand. You don't need to pretend like you believe the
You mean
Earth's
it's 6
flat.
a.m. and you haven't gotten out a cunt or a piss?
I'm waiting for this place to open. I'm working at Bosch Tools. We've got a
Yes.
Oh yeah.
massive we've got a contract at the offices in the plant. So
Oh.
I'm waiting to go in and do some things. It's Saturday morning and I've got to shut down the water, so the whole place.
That's awesome. So you gonna work on big machines or?
No. I'm just doing something simple. This is just
Okay. Like for the building
We-
services?
Yeah, just for the
Cool.
plumbing. Yeah.
Cool.
It's really simple, actually. Underneath all the public toilets, well, they're private, but they have like a garden tap. It's to wash out. The cleaners fill up their buckets, right? So a garden tap has a washer in it, and they're sick of changing the washers. So I'm changing all the taps over for like a ball valve instead. So
Oh,
the ball
okay.
valve's like a metal sphere, like a half sphere with a hole in it.
Yeah, and
With
then have a
Brass
big
or
plastic.
handle
steel?
on the top.
Brass or steel?
Yeah, but I think it's stainless steel. These ones are.
Oh yeah, that's the high grade stuff right there, man.
Yeah, so they don't want to change them ever again. Damn. But
It's all right. Just charge them a little extra.
that's all right. We got like 40 to do today, so it's gonna be very boring. I'm not getting anyone else to do it because then I've got to pay double time. So
No, that's awesome, man. Go get you some money.
yeah, it just goes into an account, and then I don't know. Seems like we don't see much of it. But running costs, right?
Yeah, I know you're gonna win that client over at that golf resort.
Oh, that'd be nice.
Oh, we're gonna take them golfing for 18 holes over a 4-day weekend at the golf resort. Oh yeah, what's the contract? Two ball valves.
Sometimes I think it would be nice to just pack the family up and go up to Queensland and be the maintenance guy at a hotel or something, But at a resort somewhere on an island, that would be nice. Be a lot less stress. I think I'd miss it though. Got an addictive personality. Sometimes I enjoy it. Maybe I would get bored. Spend more time on Discord. But Dylan, are you still there?
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, so do you believe
Hello.
the Earth is flat?
Yeah, yeah. Don't you?
I don't have reasons to believe it is flat.
Okay, but you've got reasons to believe that it's a sphere.
Do I? It seems like the case that it is a sphere, yeah, from images like from NASA.
Okay. So would you be able to confirm that those images are a correct and true representation of the place where we live?
Oh, I don't have that power, no.
No, I know. Yeah. So it's just like,
It's a leap
things
of
we
faith.
see. Yeah, people tell us these things and then we go, yeah, okay, because it's the only thing we've ever been told.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can understand that. I was once a globie.
Do you believe Mars and the other planets exist or no?
I believe that, well, we can all see those things that they claim are planets, right?
Right. Wait, what do you think they are if
Yeah.
they're not planets?
I don't know.
Okay, you
I
know
know
what?
they're
I respect
lights.
that. I respect that.
Yeah. I know that they're lights.
Yeah, they glow.
Yeah. They're pretty right. Like it's confusing, right? Because it says that those planets reflect the light of the sun, but they're the brightest things in the sky. Always.
They're pretty big, right?
Well, the claim is they're big because they say that they're a really far distance away, and they must be this size because they're that distance away, and we're getting the light from them.
Right.
Yeah. So they only work out. So the size of the planets are judged by the first rung in the cosmic ladder, which is the size of the Earth. Now, that's in contention.
I want to get a telescope. Sounds fun.
Yeah, they're pretty cool. I used to look. My dad's got a telescope. I used to look when I was young. I was into
It's like one of
space
those
and
big
stuff
ones.
like that. Yeah, it wasn't that big. It was just a home one,
Yeah, I mean,
It
like,
was
I
pretty
guess
cool
those
though.
are like $100.
Yeah, I think this was he was pretty into it, so I think it was about $2,000, something like that. It was a pretty good one. He was a computer programmer, so he had it linked up to the computer and stuff.
Oh, nice. Oh, that's really cool,
Yeah,
actually. That's
yeah,
really
it was
cool.
good. Yeah, you could save images and things like that. It was pretty spectacular.
Yeah, I want to see like those planets and like just look them up close and like see what they look like. Because it's one thing
Sometimes
looking
it's
at
hard to
images, right?
focus. Yeah, yeah. Go ahead, man.
It's one thing to look at images, but it's like another like once you actually see it with your own eyes, right?
Yeah. They look very different from what what NASA shows you.
It's
And
like
most of those images that NASA show you are they end up being like renderings of
yeah.
what they think it would look like up close.
Good example of that is
Yeah.
I think it's Pluto, right? Like all the images you're gonna see of Pluto, like I think most of them. Maybe there's some like with the satellite thing, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't remember but all the images that we got of Pluto are usually like just renders.
Yeah, yeah. So if you see Pluto, I don't think I've ever seen Pluto through a telescope. But
No, me neither.
no. Um. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I don't think it. Yeah. I don't know what it looks like through a telescope. Actually.
I think I saw Venus once, like using my eyes. Like I could like literally see it in the sky. Like was that bright?
The other day, maybe a week ago, it was pretty trippy. There was two planets next to each other, really bright in the sky. I was staring at it for ages because I thought, no, they can't be There must be helicopters or something, right? I was fucking looking, and they didn't move. And I can't remember, but it was two planets really close to each other.
You know, like one way, my friend told me like to get into like into like this as a hobby is actually buying binos. So like apparently binos are actually pretty like cost efficient, and you still can see like a lot still. Like you're still able to like identify like stars and stuff.
Like high power binoculars.
No, it's like just like regular binoculars, like that you can buy like of the sort. Like that's like a good way to get into the hobby, because like
Yeah.
otherwise like you're gonna pay like a lot more just to get like something like a telescope, which you might not even use that much. You know, it's good to start cheaper and then like. Okay, I can see the argument. I can see it. I can see.
Sorry, just had to speak to someone. I didn't catch that last thing you said, but we were talking about binoculars. I think maybe with binoculars be better too as well. Like supposed to be able to see 3D with binoculars, right? Because you're using two eyes. With a telescope, you're only seeing through one eye, so you only get a 2D image. Did I bore him to death? Maybe he wanted to come in for an argument. I wasn't in the mood. wrong with everyone? So quiet. Must be late there. Is it late? Time zones. Only on a flat Earth. Rowdy bunch this morning. Hey Dylan, are you still there?
I am here. I am alive.
Yeah, so the size of the Earth and the shape of the Earth. All right, so how do we get from that to the Schumann resonance? It's very interesting. I'm going to look it up when I get home, but
I had it pulled up a little bit ago, but yeah, the Earth dimensions and the Schumann resonance. So the Earth ionosphere cavity. The Earth's surface is highly conductive boundaries to the oceans. Um, the ionosphere, layer of atmosphere, highly ionized, highly conductive as well. These two parallel conductive spheres form a massive planet-sized resonant cavity. When lightning strikes anywhere on Earth, it discharges a burst of electromagnetic energy. Most of this energy escapes or dissipates, but waves at extremely low frequencies get trapped. They bounce back and
all right.
forth between the ground and the ionosphere, wrapping completely around the globe.
And it just creates this one resonance at a certain frequency.
Right, it's a wave guide, but it's also like a band gap filter because
All right.
those particular frequencies get stuck in there and other ones don't.
So they say, so because of the size of the Earth and the shape of it, then it only creates this one frequency or only stores the one frequency.
Yeah.
Why not any lower or higher? Is that, they say, due to the size and shape of the Earth? So where do the lower frequencies go?
They are either absorbed or dissipate. Um, that's kind of a good question.
Sounds like they don't have it worked out.
Hey Dylan, I wanted to say something, but I know we don't do, models and speculation, so we can't like go into it. But the
Go
only
for
thing
it.
I'll say is look into toroidal field models, and I believe that they do offer another type of explanation that you could find really interesting because it's pretty deep. But that's all I can say. It's model speculation otherwise.
Yeah, go for it, man. Keep the convo going.
Timbo, I really don't think I should. It gets into some pretty wild speculative stuff. So I don't, every time we go that direction, it gets stopped, and so I just don't want to, start that train, bro.
Let's see who's in the room. Well, there's not much conversation going on, so I mean, if anyone's got any objections, anyone else got any objections? I
No,
find this
you
stuff interesting.
go ahead with your speculations, dude.
Yeah, let's listen to them. Go ahead,
Some
D-Town.
models they have. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, man.
Okay. On some models, they're working on right now with the electromagnetic field models, having a spheroidal toroid field that's cycling. I guess I can't. Wish I had a visual on it. I'm driving, so I can't post on anything. But it's downward force toroidal, rotating toroidal field that kind of goes in towards the center of the Earth and interpolates back out, and it's like a big, weird spheroid donut-looking thing. And so it's a lot of technical stuff that I'm not completely versed in, so I don't shoot my mouth off. But just saying that does offer it offers a little explanation for the possibility of the emanation of said frequencies and also the recycling of them and keeping them on the Earth. It is another alternative idea that it could be. It's something that is actively being worked on, of course, with electrostatics. Even people at MIT have that drone that flies with no power, stuff like that. So it's definitely being studied right now for sure. Saying, is there another possibility? Sure, I believe, that I can't say for, 100%, like that's it, of course, but, is it another possibility? I think so, yeah.
When you said drone flies with no power, you meant it flies with no propellers?
Yeah, they use, Jesus Christ. Yeah, bro, you can peel out the road's wet. Good job. Um, yeah, it's they hit it with the negative ions, which of course bounce off the negative or neutral ions off the Earth and creates that anti-magnetic field that we know about. Like when you stick two negative or positive poles of a magnet together, they bounce apart. It uses that force to hover, and then they directionalize it and move it around, flies around just on ions. Pretty cool.
You talking about the thunderstorm generator?
Thunderstorm generator? I mean,
Yeah.
what's that called? Crap.
It's that Australian guy who's claiming he's got like almost like a free energy source. And he does the with the cavitation and the toroidal thing. Randall Carlson, is that what you heard about it? Randall Carlson.
I don't recognize that name. No, there's a lot of stuff going on with that. I'm trying to think of the electrical the thing the little I can't, dude.
He's Randall Carlson's Canadian, isn't he?
No,
He's
Randall
a
Carlson. Randall Carlson
geologist.
lives in Georgia. He does like things with geometry and state.
Let's prove the round earth really quick. Go ahead.
What's
Guys,
that? Sorry.
these fucking flat earthers. They can't prove anything. They can't even prove that there's hair up their asshole. No, it's crazy. Every
Okay.
time I come in here, they can never prove anything or disprove anything. So
Okay, try it. Ask a question.
try for it the 1,000 times. Can you prove the flat earth? While
Yeah,
also
with
considering,
measurements.
hold on, let me add a few things just so you understand.
Can you just
While
ask a
also
question? You're not
considering,
going to let people answer.
no, hold on, let me finish, and then I'll let you talk. Okay.
I look at the
While
moon and see the moon's
considering
round.
that if the Earth is flat, there's no gravity. You would also have to prove the gravity doesn't exist. You would also have to prove
Why would
space
you have
doesn't
to do
exist.
that? You just change the
Because
distribution of mass, right?
hold on though, flat earthers claim that there's no gravity on a flat Earth.
Okay, I'm not right now.
So you're
You can have
deciding not
gravity
to.
on a
Okay.
flat.
So
Yeah,
you're
you can
deciding
have
not to claim.
You can
Okay.
have gravity on a flat Earth. You just got to change the distribution of mass. Prove me wrong.
But real quick, Timbo, wouldn't that mean that any item we have in our possession would just simply have its own mass and gravity?
Well, it'd be a downward bias, right?
No, I mean wouldn't it
You have
mean
you have things in your experience. You experience things. So your version of gravity is things going
Well,
down.
what are you?
Right?
How do you have
Well,
your version of gravity? How does
that's
that
not the
work?
same thing though, Timbo. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, wouldn't these things have their own rules? Because if we can say a
What
flat
things?
Earth, well, if a flat Earth can create its own gravitational pull or whatever you're advocating for, okay, well now we get rid of sphere shaped, we get rid of mass, you just have a flat plate. Like I have a plate in my room, right?
No, not a
Would that
plate.
why
It
wouldn't
would
that
be
plate?
because
Why wouldn't that?
you just wouldn't know the dimensions of it. It would just be a different distribution of mass.
So hold on. So we don't know the dimensions of a flat Earth.
No, no one knows. No one knows the dimensions of reality.
So it could actually be flat but goes down really far.
Yeah, it could if you change the distribution of mass.
So
You can have a
that's not
directional.
flat.
You can have a direction. Well, the surface would be. You can have a
Timbo,
direction of
Timbo, this is
vertical
nonsense.
or horizontal.
So Timbo, that's nonsense.
Okay, so what do you experience with gravity, right? You experience. Everyone says,
Well, I
"I
mean,
dropped something and it goes straight down."
what I think you should do
Right?
is get a
Hello,
telescope.
hello,
Hold on, Timbo. Timbo, hello,
hello.
hello.
So, with
Timbo, 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 hello,
your
hello, Timbo.
experience of
Timbo,
gravity,
hello.
do you
I'm talking.
just
I'm responding,
experience
Timbo.
dropping something?
Hey, Timbo, I'm gonna respond to you.
That
Hello.
would be a
Can I
vertical,
be a
right?
Hello,
Vertical
Timbo.
up or
Can
down,
Timbo hear
right?
me? Can Timbo hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, and you're not answering my question. So your experience of gravity is you dropping something and it going vertically down, right?
Vertically down?
Yes,
Maybe not.
yes.
Maybe
That's
I throw
your
some things up,
experience.
and depending on their mass, they float around or glide differently than what I would.
What?
Yeah.
So when you drop a bowling ball,
Who's to say what's up or down because it's only a flat Earth? We could be upside down and actually going vertical.
okay, so from your position,
Up.
what
We
is
could be
up or
going up.
down? From your position, what's up or down? Vertical, right?
Well, it depends. It depends on how the Earth is facing.
So you experience dropping a bowling ball and it going sideways?
I mean, we would never know.
Yeah, I know, because you don't experience it, right?
Not in a flat Earth. I wouldn't. No.
Well, how would you know that?
Well, what I was going to answer you with is if you get a telescope and you just look at the planets at nighttime, you'll see them turning.
Oh, okay. So what's that got to do with the Earth?
I mean, it just would be like a
Do you
sort of.
experience things on planets?
It would be like probable cause, deduction, I guess.
Yeah,
It would be
do you,
like if I looked at, for instance, if I
okay,
looked at a murder
let's just
scene.
talk about real
Right.
experience, right?
Right. So
So
if I
your
looked at a
real
murder scene and somebody
experience.
had a knife in their back and there was bloody footprints leaving the house and I would say, hey, this is a murder, and you would say, well, this person fell down and died because of a heart attack, and I
No,
would
I
say, oh
wouldn't.
no, well that's just dumb, and you would be like, no, you can't prove I'm dumb, and I'd be like, you're right.
No, I
Well, I
would
know you're
start
dumb.
at the starting. I would start at the starting point, right? Because you've got to start from the starting point. Was there a murder? Okay, yes. Is there right? There's a body, so there's a murder,
With a knife in the back.
right? So that would exchange to, is it flat or is it curved? Okay. So then you go to gravity, and then you go, okay, do you experience gravity
Are you
with
making
things
your
going into the...
argument for yourself or for
Hello?
me?
Do you experience things going to the center of a ball? Or do you experience things going vertically
I
up or
experienced seeing
down?
things curving.
I mean, when I walk forward and backwards, I experience things, I guess, horizontal.
Yeah, but you're on the ground, right?
Not always.
So you won't answer my question.
No,
Do
I
you
did.
experience things? Is your experience of gravity things vertical?
No.
No.
The answer would be no.
Oh my God. So what is it then? What's your experience of gravity?
It's relative to weight and mass, and there's different kinds. It specifically only really applies to planets, and the life on those planets are subject to the rules.
Yeah,
I guess what
yeah,
you're
that's an
saying.
assumption.
I guess.
Yeah.
I guess what you're saying. Well, no, it's not an assumption. I mean, if you're advocating for this framework, we're going to say it's your stance. So you would think that it dictates like the laws of jumping up and coming back down from the jump. But that
No,
wouldn't like
you were
I would
claiming
say it
that
would be true
gravity
if like me and a
is the
feather felt
reason
the
we live
same
on a
way, or
sphere.
like me and something else felt the same way, or like
Hello.
if flight like travel was different. But it seems like your view of gravity is really weird. Like you just have this view that
No, I was making an
you're
argument that
kind of like mobile suit. I don't think it like
you can
weighs
have
your soul
gravity on
down,
a.
and like these
I was
people
making
feel
an
you, like,
argument.
bro. It's just your view of it's not even elementary. It's like your
Okay.
own interpretation of
Your
what gravity is.
gravity was that it turns things into spheres. Your experience of gravity is that it's up and down. My simple argument
No,
was
gravity
that you can
does
have
turn things into
gravity
spheres.
on a flat surface if you change the distribution of mass. Prove me
Mm.
wrong.
Yeah, I mean gravity turns rocks into spheres.
Where?
The Earth that you're on.
Okay, prove that it's a sphere.
Timbo, I have a question for you. Do you know what spatial disorientation is?
Oh my God.
I'm asking. No. Can you explain
Have
it
you
more?
ever
Please?
stood on a mountain, Timbo? Have you ever stood on a mountain?
No, let
Yeah,
him answer
man.
mine
Yeah.
first before he avoids
And you
it.
and
I'm
you
about-
and you do see the Earth curve, right?
Nope. Not from
You
a
sure
mountain.
do.
Do you? Can you show me that?
You most definitely do. Yeah, go look up a picture of Kilimanjaro or Everest.
Yeah, go for it. Show me.
Huh?
Show me. Show me the Earth curving from Kilimanjaro.
Yeah, I put a 360-degree pan shot in the side chat there. It's
Thank you.
uploaded
Thank
now. Everest shows the curve very clearly.
Yeah.
Not.
So can we agree that your experience of gravity is vertical?
No.
Okay. Well, I don't know how far we can go with this conversation then.
I mean, I'm just gonna. I mean, I could just chalk it up to you not being able to have like depth perception.
Yeah, we live in a 3D world, so everyone's got.
Well, then you would see that there's a curve.
Where? Where
You'd see that
from?
it rounds out.
Where's the curve, dude?
Yeah, I mean, we can chalk it up to you don't have depth perception. I'm okay with. Look,
No,
I'm okay
you're
if your
fine.
eyes
You
don't
said
work.
there's a curve.
There is.
So
I just
where
posted
is it?
I just posted it.
Oh, let's have a look quickly because I got to go into work.
You should do that, man. It's a good one. That's
So
another
from
good
what?
one.
What
It's another
height
good
is
one.
that? I don't see a curve.
Yeah, I mean that's because your eyes don't work.
Oh, that one. I see a camera lens. Yeah. So what height are you expected to see curvature left to right from a mountain?
I mean, you do.
Left to right. So
Yeah.
if you turn around in a 360-degree view, Where do those two lines that dip down and left and right, where do they intersect?
Look here, check this out. This one goes from the right to the left down.
No, I just asked you a question. Yeah.
I just gave you a photo. It goes from the right to the left down.
Yeah. Okay. So now, can you turn around with that photo in 360 degrees?
I'm not.
Where do those two lines that are dipping down? Where do they intersect?
I mean, I guess we're gonna have
Otherwise,
to
you'd be
go
living
there.
on a.
I guess we
Yeah,
gotta
you'd be
go there.
living on a lumpy. You'd be living on a lumpy Earth
I guess we gotta
because
go
you'd
there.
have humps, right? Doesn't make sense, dude.
So what you're saying is that
I
the
got to go to work.
skyline? Yeah, man, that's
It's
probably a
just
good
a
idea.
lens effect, bro. It's just a lens
It's
effect.
probably a good idea to go word, man.
Yeah, it's just a lens effect that you're showing,
Sure.
right?
Sure.
If you pan the camera up
Mm,
and the horizon goes below the center of frame, then it will start curving the
and
other way.
the fisheye effect will change.
Well, not even a fisheye, right? Fisheye is an extreme version, but it can just be a regular phone
Mm,
camera or something like that. So, I mean,
mm,
this is a valid argument. I mean, you would want to know what type of lens it is.
mm.
So
No, I mean I've stood on
Shinobi.
mountains. I don't have to.
Well, you
So
see, the horizon's a
Shinobi.
circle around you, right?
It's all right.
I've
I mean I've stood on a mountain, bro. Like I
Hey, that's
don't really
great.
care.
You
I
can
know the
stand
Earth
on the
is
mountain.
round.
That's cool. Shinobi, I've got a very simple set of questions for you.
I know
If
the
you
Earth is
face
round.
directly north, that doesn't involve you talking yet, not through the question. If you face directly north and take a photograph, you will see that the center of it is more elevated than the left and right hand side of the image, which is what you've shown us there. True?
No.
Hey, Australian guy, why are you
That's
actually
not
trying
what
to
you're
argue
showing
with
us
him?
there.
They're
I mean these
retarded.
photos I gave you are like full size photos. Like the type
Yeah,
of
I'm
like,
not. I'm
like if
in
they
the
were on like
photograph.
the effect
You're
was as bad
claiming
as you're
curvature.
saying on that
In the photo,
photo, like the
Shinobi,
entire
silence.
photo would be that
Shinobi,
way.
Shinobi. Hello, Shinobi.
Making me
Earth to Shinobi. Yeah, Shinobi. In your photograph, you're claiming curvature. True or false? We're gonna take this step by step.
where would the curvature
In your
be?
photograph that you've posted at, let's scroll up.
Right, but the way that you're
53
saying
past
maybe
the
where would
hour.
it be?
Are you claiming there's curvature in said photograph? Yes or no?
Where would the curvature be?
Are you claiming that in the first place? Yes or no?
I'm just asking where it would be.
Why are you asking where something is on your own photograph, you simpleton?
Well, I mean, you just educated me on camera lens. I'm telling you, I'm asking.
I haven't
where
educated you on anything. Obviously, you're stupid and you don't listen. Because I haven't spoken about camera lenses.
Didn't you just go on a tirade?
I have not spoken about camera lenses. That was DJ. Please start listening. You are not very good at this. This is why you are uneducated. Information just blurts out and it doesn't sink into your thick little skull. So, in your photograph that you posted for our convenience, are you claiming there is curvature in said images? Yes or no?
In all three images, you can clearly see that the Earth is round.
You can clearly see the Earth is round. Excellent. Yep. So the center of the image is slightly more elevated than the left and the right-hand side of the image. Yes?
No. Look at all three images.
So there's no curvature then. They are all of equal elevation.
Look at all three images, please.
So there's no curvature then. They're all equal elevation. Let's try again.
No, the planet rounds.
Are you a broken record or something? Are you actually trying to have a conversation, or are you just a dumb shit repeating stupidity?
I think you're trying to get me to say that the...
No, I'm trying to get you to be honest. I'm not trying to get you to say anything in particular. Okay, Shinobi, let's try again. Yeah, I'm not talking about camera lenses. That was DJ. Obviously, you have a hearing impairment. DJ was talking about lenses. I'm trying to establish what component of your image makes you believe you live on a ball tard. And you're trying to think it's some kind of stupid gotcha moment. So let's try again. Is there a component of your image that you want us to look at that makes you believe you live on a ball tard?
I would say if you ask that question, you're like retarded and gay.
Also, someone's sexual preference chooses or dictates the shape of the Earth. That is a whole new level of stupid.
I didn't say that, but I think you're retarded and gay.
That's what you were suggesting. So in your image, you're showing a whole heap of snow-covered shit. So image at 53 past the hour, where it looks like there's some kind of cloud.
Yeah, it's an image issue. It's an image issue,
Yeah,
right?
so
That's
what
you've
makes
been saying the
you
whole
think
time,
that the Earth is a sphere
It's not an
from
image issue.
what
It's a
makes you
marketing
think
thing.
the Earth is a sphere from that image? The
I
last
can't
one
help
you
it because
posted.
you can't look at photos
Why do you
and
not want
realize
to answer? Why do you not want to answer the question? In your last image at 53 past the hour, and you've posted a couple up, what makes you think that the Earth is a sphere because of that image? What is in that image that says to you, this is a sphere? And don't tell me to look at the image. I'm asking what you see in the image that gets you to think that that's a sphere.
it's a sphere.
How did you come to said conclusion
I know what
via
a
that
sphere
last
looks like,
image?
and I've stood on a mountain before.
So you standing on a mountain and you understanding what a sphere looks like tells you that that's a sphere.
Sure does.
How?
Because I am sentient.
Because you are sentient. I think
Same
you're
way
a
I know
fucking
that
idiot.
same way that my penis. I know what my penis is.
Ah, so this is just a cop-out. You're an idiot and you need an excuse to get out.
I mean, if that tracks.
How about you listen to something? When you take a photograph facing north whilst you're standing upon your mountain, you believe you see curvature. So the center of the horizon looks like it's slightly higher than the left and the right-hand side of the horizon.
Oh, it's a photo issue.
Is that... No, it's not a photo issue. You've jumped to conclusions again. Is that what you're claiming in your photograph? Yes or no?
I mean, I didn't make that claim.
Yes or no?
I didn't make the claim.
Yes or no? You can do this. Come on.
No, I didn't make a claim.
So what you're claiming is the horizon is not slightly elevated in the middle. Therefore, there's no curvature to be
What the
seen.
hell? What is the horizon? What is the horizon? What is that?
Dude, I have this guy's trip.
I just joined in. I said, what the hell is the
Hey,
horizon? You're
ND.
talking about the horizon.
ND, thanks for jumping
fuck was
straight in.
that?
Yeah, that's...
Yeah,
Can you hear
what
me,
the fuck
dude?
is the horizon? Yeah, sure.
This guy has posted photographs. He is claiming that because his ability or his past experience of standing upon a mountain and he knows
Well-
what spheres look like, he is claiming the photograph pasted up at 53 past the hour, and
you're like
there's
that.
another one.
Oh.
He's claiming that that's
Well,
proof of curvature.
I can, yeah, okay, yeah, proof of curvature. Yeah, would you trying to convince people that that's flat Earth or something?
Listen, dude, how about you put yourself on silence for 5 minutes?
I just joined, bro. I just joined.
I know that.
So you
That's why you're going to put
convincing
yourself
them?
on silence so you understand what's going on. You're playing
Well,
catch
I
up
could
at the
just
moment.
ask. Yeah, I could just ask one question.
Or
like
you
that.
could put yourself on silent and I can go back to ripping
Or
this
I
other
could just
guy's
ask
ass a
one
new
question.
one.
I'm a very efficient guy. Yeah.
Yep, so am I. Right, Shinobi, let's try again. Are you claiming the horizon in your images is proof of curvature? Thus, the center of the horizon will be slightly higher than the left and the right-hand side of...
I just helped you out, bro.
Yes or no?
I just posted another pic for you.
Oh, let's have a look at your next one. So what does that image prove to you? That there's red lines on it?
I think it proves to me that you're fucking dumb.
No, I'm trying to establish something, right? And you keep running off onto all these fucking... Why are you talking through me? Why do you have the necessity to talk through me? Shinobi, Shinobi, what I want you to do... Shinobi, okay, I'll show you what we're going to do. We're just going to put you on mute because you're a fucking idiot. Fuck off. Right, sorry, Saga, I clicked on the wrong one. You probably weren't going to talk anyways. Shinobi, if you're not going to put anything forward of note, you may as well not be in this room. You may as well go and preach to someone else that cares. You are not here to listen at all. You're here just to be a complete muppet. There is no reason we should allow you to speak anymore if you are not even going to answer an exceptionally basic question. If you're claiming curvature, there must be a difference in the line that you class as the horizon. So it's not definitely straight by your vision. In the center, it must be slightly higher than it is on the left and the right-hand side. And your answer was no. So welcome to Flat Earth. If you make anything other than that, you're a clown. So, we'll unmute that ND guy now, because Shinobi's not going to be worried about talking anymore. So welcome, ND. What would you like to know?
Hey, what's up, bro? Yeah, no, I just hope you know that you just scared everybody away. Nobody wants to be your friend.
I don't care if they want to be friends with me or
I
not.
don't want to be. Yeah, right. So then you can talk to yourself. So fuck
Excellent.
off.
So,
You can
all
talk to
right, not a
yourself.
problem.
Yeah.
You can just go back to quiet too if you want to have a meltdown. We're not interested in that. You just want an excuse to dip out. Good. You could have just left.
That's all right, Matrix. I'll talk to you.
Yeah, I know. Even though it sounds like you're in the shithouse. What's the echo? You have an
That's
office
funny.
or
I am. I'm at work. At work, changing taps over, mate.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I hate doing that. There's just one tap at work, a kitchen one, that's doesn't have a shut-off valve before it. It's the main water for the whole building.
Well, that's the same
That's it.
here because we're changing all the, in the bathrooms where they have the cleanest taps.
Yeah.
Like near the urinals and stuff like that. Yeah, I've just had to shut down the whole building just to change all these taps. So I'm draining the whole building. It's a 4-story building.
Oh, yeah, that'd be...
They got like 30 of them to do.
Ouch. Yeah, it's a pain.
And then
I
got to bleed the system again and fucking make sure the pumps are running properly. Pain in the ass.
Yeah, that's like at work. That's what I said to him. I can't understand why, when you have set up a building of this size, why wouldn't you have broken it down into sections? So the kitchen's got its own singular shut-off. The laundry's got its own singular shut-off. North, south, east, west wing has got its own particular shut-off. But no, some of the rooms have got their own taps in them. Some of the rooms have got random shit in them. Oh, it's painful. It's so painful.
Wherever I go, if I shut something down, I always install a ball valve next to what I'm doing.
Yep.
Shouldn't make it so easy for people though, should I?
Well, what you're doing is you're assuming that you're going to be the next poor bastard to come and fix it, and you're setting it up for a win. That's what you're doing.
That's right.
And I can see that.
That's because I'm a dumb flat earther. If knowledge was in here, he'd be saying, well, that's gravity that's pulling that water down to the ground floor.
I saw the side. I didn't get to hear it, but I saw all the side chat crap about you don't know how to do your job, and you doing your job is proof that we live on a ball and proof of gravity and all this shit. And I'm just looking at it going, yeah, that probably didn't go out too well. Oh, wow. I can't believe some of the most crazy abstract crap that comes out of them. It's like this shinobi clown. All he's got to do is go back to his hill, which he loves doing, standing on his hills. He faces north. He takes an image. He then has to turn 90 degrees, face east, take an image. He then turns 90 degrees, face south, take an image. And guess what I'm going to get him to do? One more turn and face west, take an image. Then go and print them all out, place them on the computer, and then have a look where all the dips join. That's all I want him to do. But no, he spent 15 minutes going round in circles with all this other bullshit that he thought necessary to say. For what reason, I don't know. He thought he must have been... That the way he was carrying on tells me that he's come across flat earthers before and he was concerned of some gotcha moment. But all I want him to do is what he loves doing anyways. Go on standing on hills and believe he lives on a globetard. So as you'll notice, Shinobi, you muppet, when you're up there taking your images, on the image, it shows that it joins in the middle. It dips down each side where the images join. That is not what you see in reality. You see a constant smooth horizon as you do a 360 upon your mountain. Sorry, dude. Your images don't show what your eyes see. See? Nothing to do with lenses. Nothing to do with anything else. You thought you'd be a smarty pants and try to dance around a very basic fact. But anyways, since you wanted to be a numpty, you can stay where you are. Oh, someone else got bounced. Okay, then if it's a lens argument, you understand that it's a lens that's the problem. So you claiming that there's curvature due to lensing is your own stupidity. There's nothing I can do for you, Shinobi. Oh, what do we got here? Zestmaster.
Yeah.
How's it going?
His name was Shin Boy.
Yo, we vibe in chat or not? Someone said my name. Well, I'm literally gaming right now. No! Fuck! What the fuck?
What the? You're
Yo,
literally
chat,
gaming
hop
right
on
now.
Minecraft.
Hold on. So you're playing Minecraft.
Yeah,
So you've dropped into a flat Earth channel and you're playing Minecraft.
Yeah,
Interesting.
brother.
So no curvature.
No, bro, we're flat on the flat disc with Minecraft, bro. Let's fucking go, dude.
Oh yeah, what disc? Minecraft is not a disc. It's a great big square.
Oh, no, bro, it's infinite. Do you not? It's a plane, bro. Get it right.
Actually, it's not infinite.
Yeah, bro, it literally is, bro. Trust me.
No, it's not.
It is.
It does have limits. I've been to the edge of it. Sorry.
Bro, no, it like generates more. That's just like the barrier, bro. Get it right.
No, it doesn't. It actually does come to an end.
Prove it.
I've been to the edge of it.
What?
Go and look. Just go and check it out on YouTube. You can actually type in the coordinates and go to the edge of the Earth in Minecraft.
I ain't doing the research for you, gang.
No, this is your research, your game. And anyways, do you think you live on a ball tard?
What?
What? Okay, so he's a stoned gamer. We've all got our hobbies.
Oh, I'm like intensely gaming, bro. I don't know if you can like hear the gaming noises, but bro.
If you're intensely gaming, you wouldn't be talking because you don't sound like someone that's got the capabilities of doing two things at once.
I'm literally doing two things at once right now, bro. You just contradicted.
Yeah, you're intently trying to speak, and when you're speaking, you're messing your gaming shit up.
Not really, bro. Bro, I'm literally kicking these niggas' asses, bro. Goddamn.
Yeah, that's great. So you're not very good at it then.
I am, bro. Bro, you just see my level, bro. I'm level 79, bro. Let's fucking go, dude.
Congratulations. Look at you go. So you're only just started.
That's so nice, bro. Thank you, bro. You're such a kind little motherfucker, you know that, right?
I do what I can.
Oh, real nigga, bro.
So, anyways, do you know what channel you've dropped into?
I forgot.
I forgot.
Could you give a nigga a reminder, please? Please.
Okay,
Apparently
no more.
Apparently you're an N-word too, Matrix.
Yeah. Yeah, less N-bombs, bro.
Oh, my bad. Wait, why, bro?
Because we don't deal with that racist shit in here. We just...
Are there black
people.
people in the chat?
We got white people, we got black people, we've got people of brown skin. We got all sorts of brothers and sisters cruising through here.
I'm black. I got the pass, bro. Trust.
That's cool. But we still don't use that word because some people get offended by it and I have to kick you out.
It's my birthright.
I don't care whose birthright it is. You still don't use it in here.
Hey,
Go to another channel if you want to use that.
Maybe you can't use it, bro. You're just mad that you can't use it, bro, because you're white.
Well, how do you know?
Stay mad, bro.
How do you know? I didn't ask if you were mad. Has he broken his microphone? I hope so. I'd be sad if he did. Bro's still talking. Lights are on, but no one's home. That's crazy. Yeah, we'll let you game in peace, bro. See, that thing flash has dropped me mad already. How warm is it where you are, Timbo?
2 degrees or something.
Yeah, we got 3 here. I'm not going outside yet.
Had not this morning, but yesterday morning I had ice on the car.
Yeah, we haven't got to any of that yet. Isn't it crazy? Where what? Are we past halfway in winter yet? Yeah. Oh, nearly. No.
Yeah, I think it was the 21st of June, wasn't it?
Yeah, something like that. We're past halfway and we're still coming into it.
Yeah, it's just getting really cold.
This year has been such a slow start to winter. Like normally Anzac Day is what kicks it off. Like the day before Anzac Day, you're running around in shorts and shirts and stuff. Then Anzac Day, you got to put your jumpers on. It normally drops in ultra quick. And yeah, what was it yesterday? It was 21 degrees here.
Fuck. I was going to say you get colder at night, right? Up there.
Yeah, we get very high temperature differences, which absolutely drives me. There's nothing worse in the morning. You get up, put all your shit on, and then after 5 seconds of work, you got to take your jumper off. I hate that.
Yeah, we can stay in jumpers and vests most of the day. So.
Oh wow.
But I think it's got something to do closer to the water. You are. I know where. What? I'm about
not.
600 k's south of you.
Yeah, but you're
So
closer to water
than me. It's
than
going to be colder, but yeah. Well, I'm like 5 k's from the bay. So.
Oh wow, that's a lot closer.
Yeah, so
so
it's
you'll
supposed
get coastal
to keep
weird stuff.
Oh yeah, we get southern the Antarctic blasts and stuff, but generally closer to the water, it's supposed to keep the air warmer, closer to the water temperature. But
yeah, the
I
water's
guess so cold down here that it just ices up. At the moment, I think it's about 13 degrees. Just down to about 11, I think.
Yeah, so your temperatures, even though it gets cold, there's not much difference between high and low, where we get the greatest swing between high and low. So we get down cold at night time, so we'll get down to like 2s and 3s and shit like that. But then at daytime, it rockets back up again because there's nothing to store that energy. So where you guys have got the energy stored, we don't. So yeah, it's pretty.
Only on a flat Earth.
Yeah, water bodies have a real regulating effect on temperatures. Keep it much more temperate so it doesn't get as cold or as hot. I'm in
Well,
Canada.
except where Timbo lives.
Yeah.
I'm in BC.
Depends how far south you are, yeah.
Or in their case, how far north.
Yeah, I'm in Canada, and I'm on the west coast. And when you're inland, it gets really extreme temperatures in the summer and the winter. And when you're on the coast, it's much more temperate, much narrower range.
Oh yeah, because like Vancouver stays pretty temperate, like during the winter, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And then you get inland,
But on the
and
other
you'll get
coast, though, like on the east coast, like Newfoundland and places like that, it's much colder, right?
the seas are it's exposed, got really rugged, rocky coast, and there aren't any islands protecting it. So they get really, really crazy storms and high winds. Whereas on the west coast, you've got Vancouver Island and all the Gulf Islands that act as a break to a lot of the wind. The west coast of Vancouver Island will get all that, the big seas and the high winds. But by the time you get to the mainland, the energy of that's all been diffused, and it's much milder.
Is that where you are, around Vancouver?
I've lived there. Right now I'm not, but I've lived in various places in BC. I'm further north right now.
I was born in Toronto.
You were? Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
You've lost your Canadian accent. How old were you when you moved?
Well, I was born there and we left when I was 4, so.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question
I'm
about
gonna.
so-called moon landing? You know, the so-called moon landing.
You can
I
ask, but you're
mean,
probably
yeah,
just
go
going to get
ahead. Yeah.
speculations anyways.
Oh, I don't know. I just think it's kind of like interesting. So I asked Chat GPT if it's possible to send messages from the moon to Earth with a radio, like like supposedly they did, and it told me that it can reach much further than the moon radio waves, and I don't know if that's correct. So what are your guys' thoughts on that
Yeah, I
theoretically?
don't know. Well, the claim was that they were bouncing radio frequencies off the moon before the moon landing. I think it was 1950 something. And then they said they put a reflector there when they landed on the moon. That's how we can bounce things off the moon. But they were doing it before then. So I don't know. Kind of weird.
I just don't think it makes sense. Like I don't think radio waves can travel that far.
It all depends on the frequency and energy input. So as you know, different frequencies are affected differently through air. And it's just a matter of how much energy you want to jam into it to get that signal to go a particular distance.
And then I guess
So
Chat GPT 2 is going to be looking at just grabbing information. It's not going to be critically assessing it. It'll take whatever the dominant view is, usually, and give it to you.
well,
Do a better job of
I
that.
think that, but I think it's also programmed to spit out the narrative. You know.
No,
Exactly. That's what what I was trying to say in different words.
your phrasing was more accurate. It's not programmed to do much in particular in the sense that you're thinking. Like, it's just an accumulation of lots and lots of text. So the most of that text is going to be mainstream. It's going to represent the
Exactly.
mainstream.
Yeah. So not
Okay.
intentional, but I mean, are there some things that are biased in it, or is it all? Do you think some things are biased in it, Tristan, or do you think that it is just the effect of the majority of information out there that's leading to bias
No,
potentially?
well, I would say like it's more of the second thing that you said. It's the information itself and the accumulation that creates the bias, yeah. But they also do other things like in the alignment process and in the post-training process that kind of change it. Like they make it refuse to do things that are harmful, which changes it a lot. So it's biased in that way as well.
Okay.
I guess I'm skeptical of a lot of things.
I can tell.
Probably a good way to be, or at least discerning.
Earlier, somebody was talking about the moon, and I just wanted to add that the mainstream, like what the official narrative is that we bounce radio waves off the moon, and we did that long before we went to the moon, and you can do that today with a ham radio license using the right wavelengths. But we weren't able to bounce visible light off the moon until they went there and installed the reflectors. So it's like just the difference in wavelength. If you wanted to bounce a laser off of it today, you would need a very powerful laser and a sensitive detector. There's only a few facilities in the world that can do it, that can use the reflectors that are up there. So it's easy to be skeptical of them. But the narrative is that, sorry, go ahead.
So then, are you a flat earther? Just I'm trying to understand what
No, he's
perspective.
not.
No.
Yeah. So I always believed in the narrative about the Earth, but recently I started believing in the flat Earth. Like I'm not 100% convinced, but I'm really starting to get there.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
So I'm just like trying to learn more about it and see if I could like solidify the view in my mind.
So what are you having trouble with?
It's
The
not so
moon,
much
obviously.
well, yeah. I really think the how they got off the moon and back to Earth is a little looks like even the look of the I don't know what to call it, but what the spaceship was, the part of the spaceship that
lunar
was on
lander.
the lunar lander. There we go. Sorry. The look of it even it looks silly to me. I don't know.
Have you seen the documentary American Moon?
No, I should watch it, huh?
Oh yeah, 3 hours of awesome. Grab your popcorn, put your feet up, and enjoy that one, bro. I'll grab a link for you in side chat, just on YouTube.
Yeah, I got it. I got it up right now. But another thing, do you think the whole theory about the land behind, like beyond the ice walls, is just silliness, fiction?
Don't know. Never seen any ice walls. I can only go off what they claim on television. Documentaries suggest that it's an ice wall. Others say that Antarctica is a extremely high elevation. So if it's a higher elevation than everyone else, then there must be some kind of ramp or something that goes from sea level up to the elevation that it's claimed. If it's just a straight cliff, then being that it's cold down there, it's going to look like an ice shelf to us. Being down on the lower level, it'll probably look like a wall. But it's a global claim anyways. I think, who was it? Bird or Cook? Someone was involved in, Bird I think it was involved in Operation High Jump, when they were taking stuff to the Antarctic, lifting things up onto the ice. Who was it? Was it National Geographic? Said something about an ice wall. Yeah, it's not a
US
flat earther
US
thing.
Geological Survey as
Oh,
well.
there's another one.
US
Yep.
Geological. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a whole heap of randoms that have said, "Hey, it's an ice wall," but yeah, it's not Game of Thrones, dude.
Just a description of a cliff, right? Or an ice sheet. That's what I'd say.
Yeah.
So, if the Earth is flat, then what holds all the waters in place? Like, what holds them from spilling out? You know, wouldn't there have to be some kind of like barrier?
Yeah, it's called the shoreline. You've got sea level, right? All you have to be is higher than sea level. So if sea level goes a maximum of plus 2 meters, your land only has to be 2.2 meters, and the water will stay. That's it.
So then you do believe in some kind of landmass around the world.
No. Maybe you're looking at it the wrong way. Maybe the oceans we know are something else. All we do know is that water takes the shape of its container. The container is the shoreline. That's it. We might be just one small speck or one small component of it. I've only ever been as far south as Melbourne and as far north as a trip around Lake Superior. Outside of that, who knows how far it goes? Unless you've been further and you can enlighten me, that'd be swell.
I'll be back, guys. I gotta take care of something.
Cool. Is Yoda on channel? He'd be listening for sure. That was something interesting, Yoda. In the documentary American Moon, it actually got changed. The original one that came out actually showed the original recordings, how there was 0 time delay on the long distance so-called phone call. They pretty much answered straight away. And when you think about it, it should have been him talking, then the transmission would have been translated to some kind of radio place. So it would have been delayed there. And then there would have been distance delay from ground to moon. So there probably should have been something in the order of 10 to 20 seconds of delay between, "Hi, how's it going?" and that getting to the other end before they could respond. And then the information would have had to come back. So number one, there would have been, so let's just cap it at 10 seconds. "Hi, how's it going?" 10 seconds of travel time. It gets to the other end. "We're going great." 10 seconds of travel time. Gets back again. So you're talking 20 seconds of delay between, "Hi, how's it going?" "Hey, we're cool." In between those. And in the actual recordings, one of the things they answered within like was less than 2 seconds or something. Pretty much like we're having a conversation now.
I think so.
So they changed it. They actually broke the original recordings up and stretched them out. So because someone pointed out that there should have been a delay at that distance. So probably one of the mad radio guys went, "Hang on a minute, you're a long way away. Signals take time to travel."
There?
Who we got here?
Hey guys, it's me. You can pet the sledge.
Okay, you can turn the show off now, dude.
What?
What's a unit of power?
Unit of power. Watts.
You said what? What is unit of power? Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah. Cool. Anyway, I heard this is a flat Earth place. I was told. I got a flat Earth.
If you're trying to do Cartman, you're not very good at it.
No, I'm not trying to do Cartman. I'm being myself, the sledge.
No,
anyway,
you're not.
Yes, I am.
Dude, drop the stupid. Just come in here and talk to us. We're not going to bite you.
I know. I'm here to talk to you.
No, drop the show. You do not sound like that. I don't care about your name. You can keep that. Everyone's got random names.
Yeah, the
But
sledge.
you talking. Yeah, that's great. You repeated it again.
Yeah.
So you know your name. Good boy.
Yes, I am.
You're going all right.
You go, no, you're not. And I go, yes, I am.
I hate you.
Yeah, have you ever seen Pantomime?
In English, dude.
Yeah. Anyway, so, like, Earth, like, I have looked at it, and I hear it looks like a meatball, like a tasty meatball stuff, like a meatball.
It looks like a meatball.
Yeah.
Well, that's wrong because all the fat white dudes would have eaten it by now.
What about fat green dudes?
Not a meatball, not a donut, not a pizza. It would have been strip mine if it was. Seriously.
Yes. You're making me hungry. Can you still talk to my fish?
So tell us, Sludge. Do you think you live on a ball, spinning, tilting, wobbling, flying through the vacuum of space, allegedly 72% covered in water, or is it planar with topography, also known as flat?
It is a meatball that spins through space and shoots spaghetti everywhere. It's so delicious.
Okay, so you've gone downhill.
So think about
Sludge,
it. Think about it.
Yeah, no, you're going to think about it. Where have you seen this stupid meatball shooting spaghetti everywhere?
A stomach. Well, look, okay, think about it. When you leave a meatball out on the side, which I never do because I eat them all, but...
Okay, what's the time? It's 7:36. Listen, Sludge, if you... Hey, Missy! Why don't you get back to the kitchen and cook me some pie?
So if the meatball gets
Shot.
moldy...
If you're going to do the voice, do it properly.
I'm not doing a voice. This is just how I sound because the sledge runs down my throat.
Mic check.
Yeah, the mic check's working, dude. Whoever, I think it was Warrior.
Yeah.
Well,
What's
you
up?
stepped away for a second.
Yeah, I'm back.
Negative 50 IQ dropped in.
Yeah, I seen that.
I just had to mute him for a second.
Should be going.
Thank you.
I'm testing out a new microphone. Is this absolutely terrible?
No, this microphone is sex on legs, dude. Please continue to use it.
You can hear me. I'm not low or anything like that.
No, you are fucking awesome.
Oh my
That is
God,
the best I
Elijah.
have ever heard your voice in the 2 and a bit years that I've been coming in here.
Like a new
Wow,
man.
you're an OG. You've been going here for a while, huh?
That's crazy because I was in Truth Awakenings and it just wasn't working out. They said it
Flat
sounded
This flat earth shit is whack. Ain't no
to
way, bruh. Nah, I'm not fucking. Yeah.
Well, how about if this flat earth stuff is whack, our good man, Big Daddy Flurf, would probably like to converse with you about it.
No, I
Well,
can't.
why don't we converse about it, man? Why don't I get my IQ strained out, huh?
It can't be that low.
Yeah. So let's fucking talk about it.
All right, what's your proofs of curvature? Obviously, you believe it's a ball.
Obviously, my proof of curvature is gonna be special relativity.
Special relativity. So what's so special about your relativity?
What's so special? I like this guy. So what's so special about it is we know that massive objects take oblate spheroid shapes due to the way they curve space.
Excellent. You'd have some kind of scientific experimentation to validate said claim. Please provide it in the side chat.
Of course I do. My most famous piece of evidence, I'm going to put it here, is the precession of the perihelion of Mercury. You guys probably never heard of that because you're just stupid flat earthers, but it's actually very strong evidence of relativity.
Yeah, well, the nigger shit in my ass is not coming out.
This guy just say, can we ban him for saying the
So,
N-word?
can any?
Thanks. As you can see, I don't like people who say the N-word.
Yeah, I don't like it either, bro. I don't even. I'll be honest with you. I don't like people that say the soft version of it, regardless of what race they are. I don't. Yeah.
Anyway,
I'm
it's all
actually
good.
one of the best.
He's gone bye-bye now. Seems two people don't like him. Anyways, your evidence of your special relativity, you're going to tell us how special it is, or what's so special about relativity,
I
or if
was
it's
able to
relatively
predict.
special at all. So you're going
It
to
was
post that in
able
the
to
side chat. Scientific experimentation which validates this claim of.
Yeah, it's called the precession of the perihelion of Mercury.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you look up into the sky and you see lights moving backwards, and therefore you've made the assumption of gravity. Thus, gravity therefore must be globe. Am I guessing this pretty correct?
Yeah. Because the gravity,
Yeah.
it makes a prediction, and that prediction comes true.
So gravity makes a prediction now. So it's
Yeah.
like some oracle. I can go down to the local circus when they come to town, and I can go into the gravity tent, and it'll make a prediction for me, like I'm going to win the lotto or some shit like that.
You've got a model, and you're testing it. Yeah.
No, you've got a model, and we've ripped it to shreds. All you're doing is trying to bring it back to life, except you can't, because your model has one very specific thing, and that's curvature. When we go out into the real world, we're not talking model anymore, the real world, and measure for the claimed curvature, it ain't there.
It
So,
never
your
accounts
model
for
is broken
atmospheric
with one
diffraction.
simple test.
You guys never account for atmospheric diffraction properly.
Yes, we do.
No, you don't.
Would you like me to demonstrate?
You can't.
Oh, yes, I can. It's quite simple. Would you like me to show you? I'll even post it in the side chat.
I'll even post it in the side chat. Yeah, okay, listen to this guy.
Okay, let's go.
Let's go, mate. Post it in the side chat.
Right.
Yeah.
You's all whinge and bitch about it. So,
No.
where is that's the one I'm after.
Here we go. We got the ground reflection 2-ray model.
No, I didn't post that. Dr. Yoda was having a conversation with someone else. You probably don't want to talk with him because he'll make you look very low IQ.
No, he won't.
Excellent. There's the one I'm posting. So, where's the horizon in that image? Is it in front of the oil rigs, in between the oil rigs, or behind the oil rigs?
Obviously, it's behind the oil rigs.
I have to commend this guy, Matrix, on his Aussie accent. It's actually the best one I've heard for a while.
I gave him a 7.5 out of 10 the other day.
It was fantastic.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Excellent. So, yes, your eyes do not deceive you. The horizon is behind that. So, what is really, really cool is we can actually calculate, due to the numbers given by globe law, where the horizon should be. So, 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So, at 1 foot high, the horizon, square root of 1 is 1 times 1.22 equals 1.22 miles. So the horizon should be at 1.22 miles. You know, the furthest distance where the sky appears to meet the ground. Obviously, you know what it is because you told us where it is. The only problem we've got here, my friend, is that platform habitat is 9.41 miles away. That's a fixed oil rig, and old mate knows exactly where he took that photo from. Or actually, that is a screenshot out of video. But you didn't know that, but that's cool. So you're going to claim refraction is the reason we can see so far, and that we don't account for refraction. So how about we get our 1.22 miles and you add refraction into that? So the standard is 7/6R. So the horizon should be where? At what distance should the horizon be?
Based on refraction, I don't know.
Well, you're claiming it. You should be able to work it out for us.
Yeah.
I
Hey,
wasn't
Matrix, I
there.
got a question. Isn't
You're nobody.
Hold on, testosterone. He's breaking up a bit.
an admission that
You're breaking up, Yoda. All I heard was question,
isn't like isn't
negation.
claim admission that it looks flat?
Well, there you go, testosterone. Is your refraction claim that the Earth looks flat?
No, my refraction claim is that it bends the light, and so an object is further up than, like, it appears further up than it actually
Yeah.
is.
So that's why you think it looks so flat, right?
That's why it measures flat.
Right. So you're saying everything looks so flat. It's just refracted.
It's not that it looks flat. It's that the reason why your measurements don't match what's predicted is because you're not taking into account all the variables.
Well, we're trying to take into refraction
Right. So you're
account,
saying
but
it's
you don't want to
flatter,
do
right?
it.
What?
Matrix, they have a problem admitting that it looks flat. It's fucking hilarious.
I know. So, testosterone, you're claiming that we're not taking into consideration other factors. You've suggested refraction is one of these other factors. I would like you now to insert that factor of refraction into the equation. So 7/6R is the standard that they use. So please insert that. So what it does is it changes the formula slightly. So it goes from the square root of the observer's height in feet times 1.22. That now changes to 1.34. Okay? So let's redo it. The square root of 1 equals 1 times 1.34.
You can't
So that
use
means the
standard
horizon.
refraction.
I just inserted refraction for you. That's it, bro. So now the horizon should be at 1.34. So let's look at the image again and reconfirm that. Horizon behind the oil rig at 9.41 miles. No, I'm sorry, mate. Refraction's not the problem here. Why are you trying to chat with AI to confirm what you've already claimed in the image?
Not what
you
I'm
told
doing.
me the horizon. I can hear you typing.
Yeah, I'm texting somebody. It's none of your business.
Right, bro.
To answer your question, you can't use standard refraction. That's why.
Oh, so surveyors are all wrong then when
Great.
they use zero.
You know, yeah. Not only that, guys, but like, what K factor are they going to then use to explain seeing beyond 10 miles from 1 foot off the ground? If it's not going to be, 16% over the radius, what are we talking about?
Okay, there's a guy, Dr.
Maybe
Blitz.
he can use AI to come up with the answer.
There's this guy, Dr. Blitz. Okay, he's a PhD physicist. He debates flat earthers all the time. What if one of you were to
Yeah,
go
we
up?
debated him in here. He got his ass kicked.
No, he did not.
Yeah, he did. You can just
yeah,
watch
it's
the
recorded.
debate. You can just
Yeah,
watch the debate. Indio
anybody have
007 versus Dr. Blitz.
007 versus Dr. Blitz. This is gonna be a
Indio 007. Yeah. I mean,
Oh,
Blitz
debated
just avoided
Indio?
the topic mostly, right? He got the he brought up the neutrinos experiment. He got the wrong neutrinos experiment that he was trying to explain, and then he eventually devolved into spending most of the time arguing that we can't prove that he has hands, right? And claiming that maybe his hands don't even really exist. And he might not have hands, right? That was most of the debate. He was whining about we can't prove anything, and not even that he has hands. It was ridiculous. It was embarrassing. Anyway, back to the refraction. Is he still here? Did that guy leave?
No, he's headphoned himself for some reason. He's probably got a phone call or something.
To call his boyfriend, Dr. Blitz.
Look, Ma, no hands.
These guys are saying that you have no hands. Elijah, your microphone sounds... Oh, he's gone.
Yeah, it sounds awesome, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, I've been listening to his tragic microphone since 2020. So it's great. It's great to hear him finally get a new one. It's awesome.
Yeah, you don't really notice it when someone's had like a medium level mic and then they step up to a good one. It's sort of a slight, maybe it's a little bit cleaner. But his mic basically sucked balls, and all of a sudden he's got a good one. It's like, holy shit, listen to this.
Yeah, who's this guy?
Yeah, it's always had to be someone going, wait, Elijah's trying to talk. Wait.
Yeah. Thanks, Helio. Helio's put Dr. Blitz vs. Indio in the side chat.
What's up, Helio?
Indio is getting his back blown out right now by Blitz, dude. You should watch this debate.
No, he's not. We were actually there listening to it live.
Dude, you guys have to have some strong...
Yeah, name one thing. Name one thing. Name what did you watch? What, 2 minutes of it? You were just on mute for 2 minutes. Right?
Yeah.
Tell us what you learned about the specific points in that 2 minutes.
Yeah. So give me a second, because that's not...
No, just tell us what you said that he was getting destroyed about something or other. So what is it that you were just talking about then?
Hold on, he's got to get AI to summarize. Just stand by. Oh no, yeah, he's gone.
Like,
yep.
I haven't listened to the full debate. One of the things that Indio says is like, you don't even believe in truth. And Dr. Blitz says, well, I do. I just don't have an absolutist view. And he's like, well, what is that? And he's
Yeah, that's
like,
a problem.
it's just stuff like
That's a huge problem, dude. Like, what is truth subjective? Do you think truth is subjective?
No,
Obviously.
that's not what he said either.
No, it is what he's claiming. Absolutely it.
No, it's not. He just doesn't believe you can like have a perfect knowledge of like the truth.
Oh yeah. So you can't have a perfect knowledge of anything, right? Like, not even the fact that he has hands, he's not even sure of. He said.
Well, nobody can be like totally sure. Like, this could just be all an illusion.
Dude, I am totally sure I ate breakfast this morning, and I'm totally sure I got to take a shit.
How do you know that memory wasn't just implanted in you and the universe didn't just start 2 minutes ago?
Why would I think it's implanted? What reason would I have to think it was
That's not
implanted?
the point. The point is that you can't know. You can't know for sure.
No, the point is I can know, and I do know. And you know what? The reason why I'm here is the survival instincts of my own, because I know things, and my ancestors.
So there's a chance that Yoda
Right?
could
I mean,
have
you
just
guys
taken
believe
a
in
shit
evolution.
in
Wait, you guys
Tristan's
believe in
mouth.
evolution?
You never
right?
know.
Like in evolutionary biology, right? It's survival of the fittest, right? So you have species that depend on their sensory inputs to know for sure whether or not predators are going to come fucking eat them.
No.
Like, come on, guys.
That has nothing to do with perfect knowledge. In fact, that's a really good example because you know that there's cognitive biases built into our minds, right? Like we have attribution bias.
Yeah, I know there is perfect knowledge of things, right?
What?
I'm
No.
perfect. Listen,
I'm
I've
talking
got
about
perfect knowledge that you had a mom and a dad.
There's errors built into the human mind, right? Like the mind
No, I got
makes
perfect
errors.
knowledge that you have a mom and a dad. 100% without a doubt, no errors.
No, you don't. You're subject
You
to the
come to that knowledge by
No,
virtue of deduction.
no, you don't. You don't know if I was
So let
created
me
by
get this,
God.
Tristan. You're telling us that you did not have any parents.
No, obviously I did, and like I
Well,
don't
there you
believe
go.
I don't believe in any supernatural. I'm just trying
Yeah,
to
it's
help.
obvious, just like you said.
I'm just trying to help you understand like what knowledge. Like the example of the universe being created a few minutes ago is a really good example. I forgot.
So he skips one example because he doesn't like it because it's obvious, and then skips to an example that he can't validate, verify, or prove in the first place.
Yeah, that's the point.
I don't think the problem is perfect knowledge. I think the problem is lack of fucking brains in the first place.
I forgot who the other guy was talking, but he's the one that brought up the young universe thought experiment. And that's all that we're talking about. Like that's all that scientists are talking about when we say like, oh, you can't be completely sure. We just have varying levels of confidence, right? But yeah, my confidence level that you have both a mother and a father is extremely high. But it's not logically impossible for you to have just been created by a god or something, like without parents, right?
So what instance of this have you ever witnessed to validate that claim?
None. And I don't believe in the
Excellent.
supernatural.
So
Right?
you're 100% sure that
No.
you have a mother and a father?
No.
You're not. So
No.
mum never cooked you toast or anything when you were a kid,
No,
and
it's
your
like
dad never slapped you up the back of the head like you needed.
If I had to put a number, it would be like 99.9999999.
The
With some
only
number of error.
scenario
One
where
percenters.
the only
Someone play the Miggy
scenario
video.
the only scenario where I would see somebody without a mother and father is if, like, for example, like an angel in disguise was in this Discord. But like, is an angel in disguise
Dude,
really going to come into this
I
Discord?
think you're above your pay grade in here.
It's a little ridiculous.
Yeah, and then you can debate, is that a person? Sure. I'm just saying that like
And
that's
off with it. And this is your typical red herring Glober tactic.
no.
So we start off
I'm
on one
just
thing,
trying.
and then they go to be a brain in the jar, and then they justify being a brain in the jar by dragging it across the other side of the lake, which is
No,
still measured as flat.
it's not a red herring. It's just a
Yes, it is.
misunderstanding. Like you guys just don't really know what we mean when we're talking about knowing things. Because we just mean something
The
else.
problem is your definition of knowing things is I believe the earth is a ball.
Yes.
You conflate belief and knowledge. You think that they're both the one and the same thing. They are not. Belief, acceptance without evidence. That's very simple to define.
Well, I would call that faith.
Belief, faith, acceptance without evidence. You can change the word if you like. I got no problem with that.
No, like I believe
so you
the
have
sun
faith
will rise.
in your ball.
I believe the sun will rise tomorrow. Like I don't have faith. I have lots of evidence that the sun is going to rise.
So you're one of these justified true belief tards.
I don't think about it that hard. I'm not sure what
Yes, you do.
Well, I don't use like 3 separate
So do
words.
you believe the sun will rise or you know it'll rise because tomorrow's another day?
Believe.
You know it'll rise, so stop being an idiot.
Yeah, in the way that you
all you're doing is using this as an excuse to carry on with your stupidity. Grow up.
Watch this debate, bro. The more he's getting blown out, like it's honestly sad. I feel bad for him.
Name one
He's
thing.
not getting blown
Name
out.
One thing. Name one thing.
Like, bro, like even another point, like they started talking about what was it, the atmosphere, and he started saying just like the typical you can't have like a what do you call it, atmosphere next to like a vacuum, and he basically like destroyed his point on that. Like he gave him the pressure gradient stuff, and like he's just getting
Yeah, but
destroyed.
Indio didn't deny a pressure gradient, right? So do you think that you can validate that claim that you can have a gas pressure system inside a vacuum without a barrier? If so, go ahead and present your demonstration of this.
The atmosphere would be the demonstration. Don't say it's circular.
Oh, really? So the thing in question would be the demonstration.
No, the thing in question is if it's possible for gas pressure to exist without a container, not the atmosphere exists.
So demonstrate it.
No.
Yeah, the
demonstrate
atmosphere.
it. Okay, show us the demonstration of that.
Yeah, like I already know where this is gonna go, right? But
This is
we have
we already know where this is going to go before it starts.
Yeah, sure you do. Sure you fucking do.
Yeah, of course we do, because all you guys have the same cope, right? It's like
Right, I'm just hoping. I'm just
universal
So-
globe clobe.
Without circular reasoning, demonstrate gas pressure without a container.
Not circular.
Well, you haven't put forward anything yet, so I can't claim that nothing is circular. The statement was, without circular reasoning, demonstrate gas pressure without a container. Insert frantic Googling noise.
If India was getting so wrecked, why don't you just say what Dr. Blitz said to wreck him so bad? Dude, you are shit at this.
Yeah, it would have been, Blitz said this, there's no counter to this argument. Full stop.
Like, I don't know how else to explain to you. If you make a prediction and it comes true, that's evidence. It's evidence.
Okay, what's your prediction?
My prediction is that according to the pressure equation, right, which is density times the gravitational constant times something else, I think, equals pressure. Okay, and you have the gravity in there. You have little g. And so when they actually measure it, it agrees. Like the gravity equation.
All right, so show us empirical validation of the pressure, right? The pressure in the gradient above the stratosphere.
Like I don't know, like they go as high as they need to with like the weather balloons. So I don't know
Yeah,
what you
weather
want.
balloons are not above the stratosphere though. Like, okay, so in the mesosphere, what's the pressure? Show us any validation of the
What do you
pressure
think? What do
in
you
the
think is gonna
mesosphere.
happen? Like it keeps
You
getting
can't
smaller and
use
smaller.
barometers. Barometers don't work in the mesosphere.
You're just so fucking like this is an ultimate cope.
Hey, testosterone, you're not
No,
listening.
this is just you not being able to back up your claims.
So at the moment,
This is-
testosterone, they've only gone so high to test for the air pressure, okay? Do you follow so far?
Yeah, exactly. They only need
Excellent.
to go.
So yeah, that's the problem. They've only gone so high. So anything beyond that is pure speculation.
That's ridiculous. Like there's
Well,
no
how do you know what it is then?
Because you know, like there's a reasonable like I don't like. You just
How do you know what it is
the correct
if you've
response.
only gone so high? They've gone to a specific elevation. Any claims of air pressure values above that are pure speculation, nothing more.
There was a study I saw a while ago where they like took a rocket, okay, and they started doing measurements up to the vacuum. Like, but even then, you wouldn't be fucking satisfied.
What height was that? What height's the vacuum start, in your opinion?
Oh, I don't really remember, but
what level of vacuum are you talking about?
Just like whatever's considered vacuum. There's no levels of vacuum.
There's no such thing as a perfect vacuum. So what type of vacuum are you talking about? Low, medium, high?
There's no such thing as a low, medium, high vacuum. Like you're making this shit up.
Yeah, there is. You could just Google it. See, no, I'm not making it up. I've done my research. You don't know what you're talking about. That's the problem.
You don't know what you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I do actually.
10 to
No,
the
you don't.
negative 40. HB 10 to the negative 40. So I think that's a high.
10 to the negative 40. Where did they measure 10 to the negative 40, Tor?
Yeah, they measured it on like a Venus rocket, something like that.
No, it's not even claimed to be that.
Yes, it was.
Show us that. Show us that. Back your claim on.
Yeah, I'm gonna back my claim. It could have been 10 to the negative 7, maybe, but.
Oh, okay, so you're just throwing numbers out.
There's a big difference between 10 to the negative 7 and 10 to the negative 40.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Oh,
really?
Yeah, good, nice
You don't
projection.
know anything about like mean free path, and you're just like a fucking goofy goofball.
Yeah, really good debate skills, bro.
You're
Goofy goofball. That's mint right there.
You're goofy goober. You don't know anything.
Goofy goofball. Oh my god.
So you think the Earth is fucking flat, and like you'll see.
Well, it's measured as flat. What would you like us to do about it?
I don't know, like maybe like try to change the world, but you're not doing anything.
It's measured as flat, and you'd like us to blatantly lie and tell everyone that it's a ball tard. No, thank you. Some people don't do lies.
Change the world with your knowledge, but you can't because you keep getting destroyed by PhDs.
Blitz hasn't destroyed anything. He's a muppet.
He literally destroyed you. It's pathetic.
I'll tell you how honest your Blitz character was. Your Blitz actually had somebody else line up a debate with Indio. Your Blitz said it was just going to be a casual conversation about FE. Then, when the meeting started, it switched from a casual conversation to a full-blown debate. The only problem with that is, Testosterone, is nobody informed Indio of said full-blown debate. Indio thought he was just going to be another person like you jumping into the channel having a chat.
Now you're
that's
coping.
all. That's all that. No, that's not coping. That's actually what happened.
So that's why he did so poorly.
So you had somebody, number one, who's a lying sack of shit, who deliberately altered the playing field to stack it to his favour. That's Blitz. You had another guy who was going in just to have another conversation with another person, who was not informed that it was a debate in any way, shape, or form. So you're saying Indio got wrecked when Indio went in there for a conversation and all he got was debate bro tactics of people who deliberately avoided the subject of the shape of the earth, who spoke about everything else other than the shape of the earth. Whether he had hands or not, whether neutrinos actually exist or not, he spoke of nothing to do with the shape of the earth. Maybe you should watch the whole thing.
I did watch the whole thing. It's only like
You're a liar.
Dude, you didn't watch the whole thing.
I put it on 2x speed.
It doesn't matter. You still wouldn't have had a chance to watch the whole thing. Why are you blatantly lying now?
Oh, I meant to say 3x speed because that's an option now.
You still wouldn't have had time to watch the whole thing. You've been talking to us most of the time, and you've been on deafened for about 5 minutes.
You know what?
Got a lot of glove.
You're a fucking piece of shit.
Oh yeah, okay, buddy. Go Potter.
How you doing, boys?
You're lying
He's
to people.
good. Someone else to talk to. Yeah, shush, bro. You already failed. Right? Just give up. Anyone else to talk to? Big zombie cat. Kel.
I'm not married on the topic. I just came in to see what what was happening, what was being talked about. Like for me, it's I don't know. You probably come across this mindset. My thing is whether it's flat, round, whatever. That like, where does the power from that draw from? Like, how does it impact our daily life? Like,
Truth.
yeah, well, yeah, true. But it's like it's one of those things. It's like again, it could be flat, it could be like it's. Really, I don't really care about that. Like, it doesn't change the price of bread for me. So it's more so. It's like, why? If it is hidden, why?
Why is a funny question. Because then you'd
Yeah.
have to get into people's heads to understand why, right? And then you'd be making speculation about it.
Yeah. It could be lying, but do you think it's lying for like some ulterior motive that benefits them, or it's just we lie so we will, we can so we will?
Well, maybe that's why people lie for gain.
But that's what I mean. Like, what is the gain from it? That part I can't wrap my head around.
Gain, look at your price of bread, like you mentioned.
But the Earth being flat or round, like, how would that change that?
Well, you're stuck in a ball, aren't you?
What? Like, I'm gonna forage. Would I find more lands like to live on?
I don't know about that, but you can test if it's a
the
ball
land to
or
like explore and like.
Yeah, you can test if it's a ball or a flat surface, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
It's just your thing, like just like we explored, we found like the Americas, we found different parts. They're stopping us from finding more. Because to be honest, looking at the West right now, I wouldn't want just until we clean house, I wouldn't want to find new land and turn it into what we're turning our countries into. Are there any other kind of worldviews that people try and tack on you? Just if you have like a flat earth theory, are there other things people try and tack on you that you don't believe in yourself?
Yeah, man. A huge
Like
amount of
moon
things.
landing stuff like that. Like there's probably go, oh, you probably believe this and this. Do they rattle off?
Yeah, even that there's a like you did it without even really noticing that you did it. With the whole, there must be a big grand conspiracy going on where everyone's trying to hide the fact that the Earth is flat. I don't think that there's a grand conspiracy going on.
I did say it could just be they can lie, so therefore they will. Like it could be no benefit, but just like it could be. But that's
who
why I
do you
say that's
think?
why it's not important to me to find out if there is no ultimate power in what they're doing. It's just they're being dicks.
Well, who's they? Who's the they that you're referring to?
Would be like the educational system, wouldn't it? The science.
Well, I think that, most of the people that work at the educational system would genuinely believe that the Earth's a globe. Their professors would have taught them that the Earth's a globe.
Yeah,
The
so it starts
professors,
from whoever started it, basically.
well, yeah, I mean, if you want to keep dating it back, it's going to lead back to Pythagoras, he just, through philosophical reasoning and kind of weird culty reasoning, he assumed that the Earth's a globe because he thought spheres were the most divine shape and that the divine creator must have made the Earth a globe. Because why would he have
But
made
it would be
something
to
that's not
people
the best
today,
shape?
though, it falls at their feet of because they would continue. If it is false, they are continuing it. So it would fall at their
Well,
feet. The
that
current
would mean that
education system, the
someone,
current like science field.
right? So maybe, right? That may be true. That a bunch of people might have worked out that it's not a globe and did actively lie about it, which it could. That's very plausible, right? But
Could be, yeah.
I wouldn't be able to give you a single name of a single person that I can prove
Same.
is lying about the globe. Right. Or lying about the they know the Earth's flat and they're lying about it being a globe. I think most people generally believe it. I think it's a coordinate system mistaken for reality over a long period of time, and now it's kind of like a
Okay.
tradition that gets taught. It's like a mathematical concept that's convenient. It's based off the celestial sphere, which is an imaginary conceptual way of mapping out the sky, and that was imposed onto the Earth itself, and it's useful for certain things. But when we measure the surface of the Earth itself, it doesn't check out, right? Because coordinate systems and maps are not the territory. And when we check the actual territory for curvature, we're not finding it. And there's been so many tests that have been done, and we're just finding, the surface of water isn't curving over distance.
So you would have the lens that like it's also like you think it's just a genuine mistake just being perpetuated. People are caught in this thing, like in many fields, like people just write derivatives of what is already established. They just
Yeah,
they work on the groundwork of what has already been.
Obviously, I'm only speaking for myself. Other people might
Yeah,
say,
well,
yeah,
that's what I mean. Your
absolutely,
lens.
there's a
Yeah.
big grand conspiracy going on, but
Yeah.
they
There's
probably
always going to
also wouldn't be
be
able to get you a list of names either.
subdivision. Yeah.
Yeah. Even people that work at NASA, for example, I think NASA lying about going to space is different than lying about trying to cover up the flat Earth. And obviously, if they are lying about space, for example, right, hypothetically, just to win the space race, to beat the Soviets, and
But
they
that's interesting.
faked
What
it.
do you think? What do you think would be kind of a worse lie in terms of, when I say lie, like you said, you're not sure if they are lying. Maybe you're thinking is that it's like a mistake just being perpetuated, which happens in a bunch of fields. One thing is the science, and then all of a sudden it isn't when it gets like later corrected. So you would say like faking the whole space thing and kind of creating this kind of notion, like just think about the money that's been pumped into it henceforth since then.
Yeah, money, control, power, worldwide notoriety as like the most powerful country that, is a spacefaring country and that kind of thing. That may be the reason, although, it would always be speculation, or even just like money to put into secret weapons programs or something like that. I
Yeah.
mean,
It could
NASA
just be
gets
a way
taxed.
to ask for more donation, like to create some sort of thing. Oh, we need money now for this. Look, we've done this.
Yeah,
We need more money. Like, it could be just a way to kind of, what's the word
yeah,
I'm
maybe
looking for?
well, yeah,
When you get, it's like
a way to
embezzlement or
funnel money.
not embezzlement. When you get money, but it's not really for the thing you're saying, and then it gets pocketed elsewhere.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's slipping my mind at the moment too, but I know
Yeah.
exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. At least you understand. Yeah. The word's not important.
Money that's they're saying is going to one place, but really it's going to something else.
Yeah, and they use this kind of thing as the kind of spirit, like the big attention grabber to justify it. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe it's that, and maybe it's like a multitude of benefits. Maybe it's all about money, control, and power. And also, the government thrives on control and being seen as, people want to, they're the leaders. Leaders want to be kind of worshipped in a way or respected, and people, they want the civilians to put their faith and trust in them, but maybe they've
We see it in the UK
right?
and Germany. What's the politicians, if their appearance is insulted, they can face fines and jail time.
Regarding what?
In the UK and Germany, there's been cases of where the appearance of politicians has been like criticized. They've been mocked online and they've faced like fines and been charged.
Yeah, exactly.
I think I don't know about like main prison or anything like that, but there's been a few
look,
kind of charges against
they've
them.
essentially, through the heliocentric model, they've been able to remove religion for the most part worldwide from the education system, or at least in the Western countries, and replace it with that that we evolved as accidents and we're little specks on a universal scale after a big bang, right? A big bang, and then we evolved from pond scum into monkeys into people, and we're just here by chance on this little speck flying through space, going nowhere for no reason at all, and it's all going to end one day once the sun expires. Blah blah blah.
Well, the macro evolution thing, that's one thing I do rail against a lot, because I do believe that you are setting narratives that do have knock-on effects for everything, for a lot of different things. That's like one thing I would be a stickler about. But flat Earth, I'll be quite honest, I just haven't done research one way or another. It's just like I've had other kind of avenues I was more interested in.
Yeah, a lot of people have a lot of misconceptions about what flat earthers are claiming. I mean, we're not even claiming to know the shape or size of the earth that we live on. We're
And
just
it's
going
not
out
all
and
the same.
testing.
There's different variations of like people within it. Like it breaks up into like subdivisions of these people say this, these people say that. There's no one story for all.
Yeah, as the globe does as well. You've got geocentrists, and then you've got people that
exactly
deny relativity and all sorts of different concepts when it comes to globe model as well. Electric universe theorists and all sorts of different.
Well, I don't mind. Yeah, I don't
sections.
mind your stance on it. Just so I think like it's a mistake being made, just like we had in science. I believe, based on my own personal research, that it is X rather than Y, and that it will eventually get there. You're saying that you don't believe it's some sort of like plan or plot that's kind of rule over somehow through this, but it's more so just a mistake being made and what you've seen. Just for the
Yeah, it
sake
could
of
be.
truth, it should be corrected.
Yeah, I mean, the heliocentric model was really pushed by the Roman Catholic Church 500 or 600 years ago. They went around the world pushing the heliocentric model, all around the world. So they're also the ones that came up with the Big Bang theory as well. It was actually
The Catholic Church.
a Jesuit priest, Georges Lemaitre. he's the one that came up with the Big Bang Theory as well. So yeah, a lot of this comes from the Roman Catholic Church.
And they say church and science are totally separate.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. So yeah, it's interesting when you look into the history of the globe. And how it became
interesting. Like, have you discussed with the others in here, like the ones that like they have like a different view from you? They believe that it's somehow it's holding something back from us. We're missing out on something because of this like mistake or deception. That if we were to unleash the truth and became known somehow, like I don't know, like the world would be better somehow.
It could well be. I wouldn't be able to gauge exactly how it would change, but yeah, I think there would be. I think that there are bad people that pull the strings worldwide, and I think it could be a lot better. Yeah, it could be completely different, but it wouldn't be. I wouldn't be able to predict exactly how it would be. So yeah, that would be pure speculation.
Okay.
But look, this is what we can do, right? We can what we have access to, what we can test is the surface of water. And if the Earth's a globe, they tell us the exact size, and they tell us that gravity is pulling everything towards the center of mass. Over 70% of the surface of the globe is covered in water. So that water would have to be curving at a specific rate. So we can calculate exactly how much it should be curving, and we can go check for the byproducts of the curvature. So that would mean that at a certain distance away from you, right? Let's just give a quick hypothetical. Let's say you're standing at the beach or a big lake, 20 miles, 20 miles out into the ocean. At 3 miles, 5 kilometers, that should be where the geometric cutoff point is, right? So say you're 6 foot tall, the horizon should be 5 kilometers out.
Man, can we be honest?
That's where the horizon line. Hold on a second. That's where the horizon line should be. So anything that goes beyond that, right, like the water, for example, should be physically cut off by the curvature of the Earth. If a boat sails out beyond that, the bottom would start to disappear at a certain distance. Or if there's, say, something out at 10 miles, we can say, okay, there's an oil platform, it's 10 miles away. We can calculate how much should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth.
You're talking about
we've gone out and tested this hundreds, if not thousands of times now, and we can show all of the tests.
Yeah. You would have to do a water test because on land, even if it was flat, you would have like dips and hills and things like this.
Exactly. So yeah, that's what we generally
So you just create an agent
buddy.
or something.
Yeah, you don't need to just jump in, right, like that. You did that earlier, same guy. Just let me finish, and then you can respond after the other guy, right? After we have our conversation, you can say your things. Okay, so we have a lot of receipts. Everything that we claim in here, we'll be able to back it up. We're not going to say something and then not be able to back it up. So when we go out and do these tests, we're able to see orders of magnitude further than you would be able to see on a globe consistently. We can zoom in across a 20-mile lake.
Camera technology is getting a lot better now. So that's how
it's amazing.
It's kind of yeah.
Yeah, so we can go to a 20-mile lake and we can set up a camera on a tripod just above the surface of the water, and we can zoom in and see the shoreline 20 miles away. And that shoreline should be hidden behind hundreds of feet of curvature. If there was a skyscraper on the other side, most of the skyscraper would be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. But we just see flat water all the way across the lake. So testing, right? Shooting lasers across large bodies of water, all sorts of different tests. And then lack of empirical evidence in return from the globe side, that's not just faith-based evidence. There's a lot of people that are looking into this. And if you look into it generally, it makes a lot of sense. Genuinely, it makes a lot of sense.
Have you looked at, I saw snippets again, like I'm not like clued in on this. I do watch every now and again. I don't know if you heard of like Sam Hyde, he had like a show. He had a guy that was like a flat earth guest on. Same as like David Weiss, but Weiss.
Yeah, I know who he is, yeah.
Is he like, from your perspective, from the flat earth, like well, at least from your personal one, because you don't speak for all, is he like a good representative of what you're talking about?
And I think he's got good social skills, and he's good at giving people the basic arguments, but then he makes a bunch of speculations and he makes a bunch of bad arguments.
He has his own things that are not observable, like
he kind of claims a model, right? He'll claim that there's a particular flat earth map and model, and he's got his little app that he makes a lot of money off, and he pushes that.
Oh,
and he
right.
makes
When
a few arguments
really know,
that
you're saying you can't really know the shape.
Well, yeah, well, he's
Okay.
claiming this map that you've probably seen it, right? It's like the traditional flat Earth map that you hear about, and it's got the ice wall that goes around the outside, and it's got the North
Yeah.
Pole in the middle. It's called the AE map or the
It's
Gleason
like some
map.
Game of
And
Thrones type stuff or something. Yeah.
well, it's actually just a globe projection map. It's like a polar projection map. It's a azimuth or equidistant map projection. It's just based off the celestial sphere, which all of the maps are based off. All the globe maps, latitude, longitude maps are based off this celestial coordinate system or spherical coordinate system. And he claims that and a lot of other flat earthers claim it as well, that this is the map of the flat Earth, but it's literally a globe map. So,
Yeah.
most of the people in 24/7, like we're empiricists and we go off things that we can back up. And if he's claiming that there's ice walls that surround the entire Earth and lands beyond the ice walls and stuff like this, that's getting into territory that makes us look bad, and it's speculation claimed as fact. And we try to avoid that kind of thing.
Find you.
But he's good at talking to people. He's good at presenting the basic arguments.
Okay.
He brings
So
a lot of
he
people
wouldn't
to
be a
flat
bad.
Earth.
You could do worse than him, basically.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of people much worse than him.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, look, it's because I'm not going to promise that I'm going to like it. Like I said, ultimately, I don't think it's going to change like, my daily life. Like, but I understand truth seeking. Like, if you believe X is true, and you can understand why it would irk you, annoy you, that it's just affirmed that it's not that, that it's something else. But in terms of the reason why I just don't put the time in to watch like multiple 12-hour, 15-hour documentaries in a row, it's just I don't think it's going to
Right.
change much of that. But I understand. I have my avenues that you guys would not want to bother venturing into.
Yeah, exactly. It's different for different people. Some people are more or less interested in it, but it's very interesting once you start looking into the long distance observations and the laser
Yeah.
tests and that kind of thing. It does get intriguing, and I think it's important that we know the truth. It's not about the shape of the Earth that matters. It's about knowing where we live and this amazing place that we all live at. We'd like to know what the truth is about it. And if
Yeah.
we're getting told that it's this spinning space ball, and the first thing you get taught in school is about the solar system and the dinosaurs, and then the little kids are like, oh, whoa, what happened to the dinosaurs? Oh, a big rock came from space and it could come at any second, just like it killed all the dinosaurs. And and then you get told that you're spinning in all of these different vectors, and that one day the sun's going to burn out, and we could die at any second, and we're kind of like we came from monkeys, and we're just here by accident, and all of these different things.
You think a lot of that stuff
It
is to
kind of
trigger people into like reckless behavior. If none of it matters and it could all end tomorrow, like it's kind of that kind of just trying to steer people
well,
into
I
reckless
think
behavior.
people this is just speculation, obviously, but people in
Sure.
fear are much easier to control. And if they can
Yeah.
instill that subconscious fear into people from a young age, maybe that helps them control people. I'm not sure. That's me speculating. But
No, I could tie into that, but again, it wouldn't tie into the purpose of this call. It would be a derailment. But very briefly, yeah, like anarcho tyranny. If you understand that model, you punish the lawful, you kind of enable the criminal, and you create this kind of like quasi kind of control through fear and kind of disarray within society.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, quite often, it could be like a Stockholm syndrome type situation a lot of the time as well, where we get people coming
Yeah.
in here all day long, just defending the very people that are lying to them, keeping them, quote unquote, captive mentally in this heliocentric system that they, convinced everyone they live in. Maybe, right? Or maybe it's just a coordinate system mistaken for reality over a long period of time. I'm not sure.
What do you think? Like the current map, though, like I don't think it really changed. But I think it's the Mercator or Mercato or whatever it is, like
Yeah,
projection.
Mercator map, the
It's
rectangular
like they
one.
say because when you take a 3D map and you put it onto 2D, you'd have to like distort the sizes of countries to make it all fit. So that way
Right.
the actual landmass of like places closer to the equator are actually larger than they're depicted on a map, and those further away to the poles are depicted much larger on our flat maps. Like it's like what's like, is that necessary, or like what would be like?
Well, what they're taking is the latitude system, lat long system, which is based off the celestial sphere, and then they're taking that spherical coordinate system, and they're basically projecting that from the sky onto the Earth, right? So the celestial poles become the terrestrial poles on the Earth, and the celestial equator, right? That's what the equator is. It's based off the sky, but then they invert it onto the Earth, so the celestial equator became the terrestrial equator, and so on. And then they take that coordinate system, that spherical coordinate system, and then they project it onto different maps for different purposes. So you've got the Mercator maps, probably one of the most commonly used ones, but there's actually
And
hundreds
then
of
the
different
school books
projections that
and
have different purposes. They're all based off the celestial sphere. And if you look up what the celestial sphere is, for example, if you go to Google right now and you type in, is the celestial sphere imaginary? It will say, yeah, absolutely. The celestial sphere is completely imaginary and conceptual. It's a convenient way of conceptualizing the way that the sky looks, and it's a way that we can conveniently map out where the stars are going to be at a certain time, etc. And so that's what the globe is. If you look at a picture of the celestial sphere and then a picture of the globe, it's the same thing, really. It's the exact same thing. So yeah, it's a
So do you think
convenient
that, like,
coordinate system.
so like people that sit, like, we do have people that have like mapped out coastlines and kind of rough estimates of how like large the coastal surface and land masses of a country by kilometers, square kilometers, all that. Do you think like a lot of that is like misleading, or
No,
because it's
well, I
based on?
mean, no, I think we can map out the land pretty well. It might not
Hmm.
be perfect, but I think we can map out like the coastlines. I mean, people have been doing this since we look back at maps. You can see pretty accurate
Yeah.
coastlines mapped out. We can survey areas. We can take, do all sorts of things. It's once we start getting to the vast oceans, that's when it starts to get very difficult to get correct
Trying to
distances.
gauge the size, yeah. Trying to gauge like the distance and all that, yeah.
Yeah, because if you're in a plane, you've got
You need kind of landmarks, yeah.
yeah,
But you could use
exactly.
time if you have like some sort of way to track time. You like time over distance, so that could
Yeah,
be one way.
yeah. It's would be semi-accurate. And then how do you know exactly where you are at any given time? Let's say you're out in the middle of the ocean. Once again, you don't know where you are. It's not like you can carry a globe around. You need to use the celestial coordinate system once again. You need to navigate by the stars.
You can figure out based on how much time it took you from where you came from. Like you can figure out how like kind of where you
Yeah,
are,
like
how much time and
let's
distance it
say
would
it
take to
took
get back to
you
where you were.
right. So just say you were going from Australia to New Zealand in a boat.
Yeah.
And it takes you a certain amount of hours, and then you do it 50 times, and you kind of average it out. You can probably get a rough estimate of how far it is, but then you've got all the ocean currents and everything to take into account as well. So yeah, they could do that, and have rough
Or
estimates and that kind
plane
of thing.
flight. Yeah.
Yeah, well, planes have jet streams, and once again, it's like the calculated distances on the plane are using that same spherical coordinate system to calculate the speed that the plane's going. So the plane only is able to detect the airspeed, which is basically measuring the pressure of the wind as it goes over the wings. So it's measuring airspeed, and then the ground speed is calculated once again through this spherical coordinate system.
Interesting. So,
Yeah, so
would you say like if there are like you would say so your thing is not so much that there's more land than what we have like well, there would have to be. How would it work? Like if it were like is there more territory? Like is there like an end to it? Like
yeah, what's interesting is circumnavigation, right? Like let's say you're on a globe and we have compasses and they all point to the north. Okay, so there's a magnetic north.
Yes.
And whether it's a globe or whether it's a flat earth, you could do a circumnavigation, right? So let's just pretend it's a globe. And if we want to do an east to west circumnavigation, the compass is going to point to the north. And then if you want to go east or west, you're essentially going to do a big circle around the North Pole because the compass is always going to be pointing at the north. So you would have to keep correcting to the left if you're going east, or correcting to the right if you're going west, and then you're going to do a circle and you're going to come back to where you started, and that would be a circumnavigation, an east to west circumnavigation. Tons of people have done that. That works just fine on a globe or on a flat Earth. But what wouldn't work on a flat Earth, right? Let's just imagine you're standing at the magnetic North Pole on the globe, and then every direction away from you is south. So imagine you go in a straight line south, you're following your compass south, and you just keep going. Eventually, you would go down the globe and you would go down to Antarctica, and you would cross over Antarctica, and then you would come back up around to where you started. Similar to what you did east to west, except this time you would be doing it north to south. Now, countless people have done the east to west circumnavigation,
That thing is blowing my mind.
but nobody's done a north to south circumnavigation. The only ones they've done are kind of like pole to pole circumnavigations, where they start at the north, they go down to the south pole, and then they turn around and come back up again. No one has
The ice
kept going
sheet.
south.
If the ice is in the way,
They,
it
well,
becomes
I
cumbersome,
mean,
to want to attempt it.
maybe that's the case, right? Whatever the reason is, nobody's just kept going south and done a perfect, a great circle around the globe, and
You have to
that would
carve up
debunk
those
flat Earth.
icebergs.
Yeah, I mean, you can fly. If you can fly into the center of
Yeah,
Antarctica, I'm sure you could fly right over it in some, high technology plane or drone or something like that. But anyway,
Check the
regardless,
weather. Go through during a time when it's at its warmest. Yeah.
yeah, I'm not sure. Whatever the reason is, no one's just kept going south, right? So if you wanted to ask, where's the edge, or where's the edge of the
Yeah,
shoreline of the world
just like
oceans,
because everyone has a different
you would
theory.
have to
Yeah.
just you would just have to keep going south. And I can't confirm anyone that's just kept going
How
south.
far? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You wouldn't.
Yeah, how
You don't
far?
have
I don't
like
know.
yeah. You don't have like a theory or a speculation on that. Like it's just so. What you observed, it isn't like a spherical thing. Now whether this continues for X amount of miles that way, I don't know. That's like we'll have to find out. That's
Yeah.
your stance.
So
Okay.
this would be my logic, right? Is that in every other known circumstance, to have a large body of water, you need to have a container and a shoreline. Okay, so the flat earthers
Yeah.
would argue that to have a large body of water, you need to have a container of some kind. And when it comes to containers on the ground,
That's be a
that's
land edge rather
the
than
low
just
spot
water.
in the
Then.
land, the low spot in the ground where the water gathers, right? So you could have a puddle, and then a pond, and then a lake, and then a sea, and then an ocean, and
Yeah.
and they all have shorelines, as far as we can tell. So I would, by logic, deduce that there should be a shoreline at some point, and that the world ocean, right? Because they say there's all these different oceans by name, but really it's just one big giant lake at the end of the day, right? Like the world ocean, and that would probably have a shoreline at some point, just based on my own logic, right? I don't know for sure, but it wouldn't be illogical to say that. So
There's no one even out
yes.
there. Oh, sorry. I was talking to my dog barking at something.
Oh, you're right, man. Yeah, so
He was barking at
you would have to keep
shadows.
going south and see what happens. I can't confirm anyone's done that on either the globe side or the flat Earth side. It's actually not that easy to do as well, because there's something called the Antarctic Treaty, which prevents free exploration past 60 degrees south. It's kind of like an
Don't the
invisible.
British like technically own it? Don't they claim ownership over it?
Well, there's the Antarctic Treaty. So Antarctic is kind of split up in like a pizza into different slices, and different
So
countries
it's
own different
different powers
parts.
like have like a shared. Okay, so it's like
Yeah,
maybe a
yeah.
handful of countries that like claim it.
Right. Like if you want to go on a tour to Antarctica from Chile, then they'll take you. They have a contract or whatever with the Antarctic Treaty,
Okay.
and then they'll take you to their little slice, right? You'll go to certain
Yeah.
bases or whatever, and then if you
I
go
mean, that'd
through
be
a different
funny.
tour,
Like, is that actually strict about that? Like, you got to cross like, borders on the fucking ice. Like, oh, this is our part. Like, you're gonna have security checks. Like, kind of.
yeah. So
I
to
doubt that.
freely explore past 60 degrees south, you have to have a very strict permit that has all of these terms and conditions that go along with it. And
Is it
it's
just because
extremely
they're fearful you could end up fucking like dying, basically getting trapped and dying?
Yeah, like you have to have millions of dollars to even just, or like there was a Navy SEAL, I forget what his name was, but a few years ago he wanted to just pull a sled across a little section of Antarctica. He had to raise over $1.2 million.
Well, he wanted him like just running, pulling it.
Yeah, just pulling a sled, right? So he had a sled and he wanted to set a world record. He was like one of those endurance snow people. He had a bunch
Are
of
there
fingers
polar bears in
missing.
Antarctica? I know they're in the North Pole. Are there some in Antarctica? What could actually fuck him up down there?
They're just the cold. It gets down to like negative 50 degrees Celsius or something like
And
that.
if he falls in the water, obviously there'd be some whales or whatever.
Oh yeah, if
There's no
it's
animals or
freezing,
vegetation
it's just
in
ice.
Antarctica.
So he didn't even make it.
But a certain breed of penguin, no? That's about it.
Maybe on the
Yeah,
coastlines there's some
there's
penguins.
penguins. That's it.
Yeah, that's about it. Yeah,
And
so he's fine
albatross.
unless they somehow flap him to death. Yeah.
Well, he had to tap out. So he wasn't able to do it because the cold would have killed him.
Yeah, like it's crazy. Yeah, it's gonna get you're gonna get severe frostbite.
So he made videos explaining how much everything cost him. So not only is just the permit itself extremely expensive, but he had to spend like $60,000 on this flight, and then he had to spend $500,000
That's
to
the
have
thing.
all
Like,
these
why are they
safety teams on
charging that
standby.
much? Like, it's like if he dies, it's not like they're liable for it. Like, it's
He had to
Yeah,
charter
they
a
make it
private jet.
very difficult to freely explore Antarctica. There's a lot of mystery when it
money
comes to
grubbing. Yeah.
Antarctica.
Well, not really.
Maybe.
Like, this guy got a permit. Do you know what country he's a citizen of? Because you have to register with your own government according to the Antarctic Treaty.
Oh. What's he
do you
part
know?
of? Well, he said Navy SEAL. Said U.S. Oh, naturally.
Oh yeah, yeah.
He was a
is
U.S. Navy SEAL.
Great.
Yeah, so he was a
So,
U.S. Navy
you
SEAL.
said it
He
was
had to raise
very.
over $1.2 million just to drag a sled across a little section
You
of
said it was very
Antarctica.
expensive to get the permit. Do you know how much it was to get the permit? Like very expensive. Do you mean like $6,000?
60K was it?
No,
No,
60K was the
he
plane.
goes over. He
I know
goes.
it's a
So
plane,
not
yeah.
only do you have to get the permit, but the regulations that go along with the permit meant that he has to have all of these teams of safety teams on standby that cost him over $500,000 to have. It's the might not be the actual permit that costs you the most, but it's all of the rules and regulations that come along with the permit, like having to have all these safety teams ready to come and airlift you out of there if something happens. But he made a video on Instagram. I can look up the it's called Fearvana.
Yeah.
I think it's called
Part of the
fearvana.com.
part of the permit is a environmental impact study as well. So you have to send a environmental surveyor there to tell them what kind of impact you're going to have on the environment. That's part of your permit.
Yeah, I don't think they actually have to go to Antarctica. Like you can just contact an environmental scientist and be like, yeah, I'm gonna pack in all of my trash, so I won't. The only thing I'll be leaving behind is like fluids, like pissing, right?
No, you're not even allowed to do that.
Well, it depends, right? That might be what he says. Maybe he's gonna like pack in his shit and leave his piss, and then the scientist will be like, no, you need to pack in your piss too, and he'll be like, okay, fine, I will.
Well, I think
And
it
then that
even means
concludes
carrying fuel beyond a certain point as well. So on
any
foot, you're not really going to be able to
environmental
explore.
Yeah, the government's going to want you to explain any environmental impact, and that may be like for that guy in particular, that might even include him having to pack up his literal shit, right? But that doesn't mean that you have to send a scientist to Antarctica to investigate the situation, to do the assessment, right? You just have to explain the situation.
Yeah, look, this is all I'm saying. All I'm saying is that you can't freely go and explore. You can't just set up a boat and go and freely explore. You can't just go and take a whole team of snowmobiles and go and just start cruising across Antarctica, towing fuel around and stuff like that. It's very difficult to go and explore it. It's very expensive. And there's a lot of mystery surrounding it. So yeah, you can go there, right? You can do these things, but it's not easy. And it's
You
dangerous.
think they found some oil in the ocean nearby or something like that? And they're all kind of squabbling over that.
Well, Admiral Byrd, there was something called Operation High Jump, led by Admiral Byrd in the 40s and into the 50s, basically where they went to explore Antarctica. And Admiral Byrd came back from that operation and he went on TV and he said that they found more land untouched by humans 180 miles beyond the South Pole on Antarctica that was that didn't have ice, that was rich with enough coal and minerals to charge the whole world for many, many years, and that it would be the next big battle to see which military power could gain control of this newfound land. And then a bit after that happened, they started the Antarctic Treaty, right? And all of the main countries at the time signed the Antarctic Treaty that there wouldn't be any military action or whatever on the island, or military presence, military bases, and that they would preserve the ice and set up all of these environmental things. And that treaty is still valid until well into the future. So that interview is out. If you look up Admiral Byrd interview on YouTube, you'll find the actual interview. He says a lot of interesting things. So yeah, there's it's interesting when you look into it. There's a lot of mystery behind Antarctica. Some people, I think it could be a continent, right? Or it could be something more than that. I don't know.
Could it just be just bureaucratic nonsense for the sake of it, just because they're just controlling people?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure, man. All I know
we
is
get
that
that
nobody
we
is.
get that even in our own countries, like there is all we get all kind of just power
Yeah, all I
stricken
know
and
is that
kind of
I
just like
can't confirm anyone that's just kept going south. That's all I know.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I don't think that has, but I think they just kind of, like you said, they just reach the coast, they kind of venture in like somewhat, and they're like, you know what, I think we're good. I think we shouldn't win any further.
Hey DJ, wasn't there a flight that's supposed to go to the South Pole, went to the South Pole, turned around and came back instead of popping up the other side?
Yeah, they got the Guinness record. It was called One More Orbit in 2019, 2018. But even
So
the
what? They were
footage
the
that
ones that
they
went furthest.
well, they are meant to have done pole-to-pole circumnavigation the fastest or something like that. But if you just look at the
Oh,
path
okay.
they took, they just kind of went there and then sort of turned, right? They did a bit of a
They
U-turn
were the
and
first
came
ones
back
to
up
do it.
again.
Did a speed run. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like a speed run, trying to break a record or something like that. It's like when they tell you that they do space jumps, like Felix Baumgartner is jumping from space. The way that they market it so they can get funding, they make it sound like they're doing something a little bit more amazing than what they're actually doing. Same with that. So there's restrictions in the sky for civilians. You can't go above a certain height without government permits, right? Or permits to be able to put a camera up past a certain height. It's called the International Outer Space Treaty.
Okay.
And then they've got limitations on how far you can travel south as well. So they've got a fence around the perimeter and a fence over the top of us, like a big invisible dome on where we're allowed to be within. And it's very difficult to go beyond that. Like a big Truman Show kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, that's something to put a pin on and look at. Like just a few things to kind of if I remember half of it, and to look into it again.
Mm-hmm.
So what's some of the most confrontational types that you get coming in here?
Oh, we get a bunch. I mean, just some people are just straight up like mocking, ridiculing. They don't know anything about what we claim. They've heard that flat earthers are morons, so they'll just come in and start attacking. Like these debate
That's one thing I
tactics.
never liked, is that thing. Just because I hold wherever is the accepted status quo thing on whatever topic it could be, therefore I am more intelligent than you, even though I haven't done even the slightest modicum of research. Like the thing is, like flat earth could be totally bunk, but they wouldn't really like know that. They haven't really done any research. It's just more, I have the position that is accepted, so therefore I'm more intelligent than you. I hate that laziness.
Well, a lot of them are Googling for the first time also. You ask them a question, and then they're giving you an answer as if you didn't Google that 5 years ago.
Yeah. No, I hate that. I hate that kind of lazy superiority when they've done like nothing, not even a modicum. It's okay to say, I don't know. I've not done that, but it's like, no, you're an idiot. You're low. Like, I don't know. It happens on a bunch of topics. This kind of thing. Oh, you don't know? You don't know the accepted status quo? You don't know? It could
Well,
be anything, man.
most people are really stupid.
Yeah. That's the thing. Like, I could still hold that. Like flat Earth could be totally bunk. Like it could be like if I go look into it, I could find a thing. But at least then I will have looked into it. I hate to repeat myself here. Just the laziness of it. Not that's the thing. Someone could be wrong and intelligent. People are not like unintelligent for having a position that's not part of the status quo.
Yeah, quite often people have heard that, in a server like this, people will go channel to channel trying to sort of feed their ego to try to defeat people in debates and things like that. And then they'll see the Flat Earth channel and they've heard Flat Earthers are retarded.
Oh,
Right? So
easy
they go,
dub.
oh, this
Easy
will be
dub.
an easy win. And so they think that
Let's go
they've got
deal with
all of
these
this
retards.
ammunition. Well, yeah, they think they've got all this ammo, and then they enter into the battle by coming in here. And then after a short time, they realize that they don't even know the basics about their own globe model, and they don't know anything about our arguments. And by that stage, they've already engaged, and they find themselves kind of naked on the battle floor, where we know our arguments, we know all their arguments, and then they have to try to work out how to deal with the situation. It's interesting to see.
Again, they just assume the default position. Therefore, they just didn't really think like, how am I actually going to have a conversation about this? Like again, like I'm not fully convinced. Right, I would have to do my own research, but I do promote just mocking people that do little to no research and think they're so. I like the insults, calling them globe heads and shit like that. I think that's hilarious. Okay, globe
a lot of the time people are just going on ChatGPT and they're all just reading out the same scripts that ChatGPT
That's what I don't like
pulls
about
off.
this area. I don't like about this. You don't know if you're having a true conversation with someone. Like they're like live, like having multiple fucking AI up, like as they're talking to you. Like I miss the days when like I used to fare a lot better when it was just verbal IQ versus verbal IQ. Now they have all these fucking AI helping them.
Yeah, and if they don't know something and they say, look, I don't know, but I'll look it up on AI because I want to check. That's okay. That's different. But if they're just pretending like they know, and then there's a pause and you can hear them typing really fast, and then they'll start saying something as if they are saying it naturally, but you can tell
Or
they're
you hear a lot
reading.
of hold on.
Yeah.
While they're
And then
fucking waiting for
they
the
all
shit to
have the
load.
same scripts, and AI plugs the because AI doesn't have access to good flat Earth arguments, so it strawmans and it pulls up Reddit posts and Facebook posts that are just
kind of just
ridiculous
base like
arguments.
surface level kind of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's why we hear the same shit half the
Reddit mod
time,
stuff.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's actually screwing them up more than it's helping them for the most part.
I do believe that
that's
like
the
it's
whole
almost
thing.
like it becomes like too much of a crutch and your brain really isn't getting tested and stressed the way it should. I didn't mean to cut you off, bro.
No, you good? Are you kidding me? Yeah, you good.
Yeah, sorry, Andy, I forgot to unmute you before. I only meant to mute you for a second.
Imagine that I didn't notice. Imagine I didn't notice.
Right.
Yeah, we're kind of cutting the combo. I'm walking around in the park right now, just enjoying it.
Now you said it. Now maybe I won't even. Now maybe I'm just gonna shut the hell up. I'm just not even gonna do nothing because you hurt my feelings.
Wow, there you go.
Yeah, maybe I do that.
Wow.
Okay.
You broke a man's heart. Look at that.
No.
It's devastating
You know what?
news.
You know what? The earth might not be round, but you know what
I
is? His
hate to
heart.
do it,
You
but
broke it.
yeah, I have feelings apparently.
Trying to think of like what's
Like
like the kind of what's the other kind of
Nope, you will not get my response.
no just for anyone here to chime
Shut
in
up.
to what's
Shut up.
no what are the other kind of ones where people take this kind of the normie
I don't
position
know,
of
man. I
it's
don't
just
know. Fuck you.
what you feel
No, I'm just playing. I'm just playing.
no
You're good.
no.
Yeah. You know I like you.
What would be some other opinions that have become like status quo thing and people just kind
Really?
of take by default that they're I'm intelligent because I just push whatever it is like the
I'm gonna just on purpose. I'm
status
just
quo.
gonna let you do it. Yeah. Why don't you do it?
Why don't I do what?
Say nothing.
It is a Friday night.
Someone's had too much to drink.
Yeah, it is a Friday. I was
Yeah,
gonna say
I'm having a good
it
old time.
is a
I'm having
Friday
a
night.
good old time. You kidding me? Yeah. Why not? You kidding me? I created this whole app, and then
Damn.
yeah, of course.
Is your dad Bill Gates?
What's that?
Is your dad Bill Gates?
No.
Oh, okay, okay. But I know. I'm just
Yeah.
saying. I know someone on Microsoft, buddy. Watch yourself.
You know what you want to know? What I am?
Sure. No.
Yeah.
Oh, top secret information. You can't give that out freely. You gotta pay for that.
It's not. It's not at all. I don't know. You're being silly. So I'm just you're being silly.
Well, there's no there's it's all quite civil in here now. I think the people that you were having like a kind of confrontation
Sure.
with have kind of gone quiet or disappeared.
All right.
So I don't know what's.
I don't want to pressure you. You know. This.
What do you mean? You coming on to me? What are you talking about?
No. You tell me.
I don't want to pressure you, but I like you pretty.
I don't want to pressure you, bro.
How about you go to sleep and you stop talking, bud? How about if we say something you regret?
I didn't say nothing.
No.
It's a 24/7 flat Earth theory yet.
Yeah.
But why does nobody want to talk about it?
Yeah, I guess we've already kind of.
Why not?
Covered it. I think I came in and kind of neutralized the whole thing
Why
because I didn't
not?
want to have an
No, I mean,
argument about it.
I'd be interested. What is flat Earth theory?
How on earth is
Why
gay?
not? Why not?
What is that? What's a flat Earth theory? It'd be like water finds equilibrium, or water at rest.
I pay for it anyway.
Like the water
so why not?
I mean, what would it be? What would the flat? Would that be? You got flat Earth and the word theory after it. What is that?
You have to ask one of these guys. I'd have to look into all that myself.
Do you know about the firmament?
Yeah, I know about the firmament. That's in Copernicus's book, The Heavenly Bodies. He put a glass sphere right outside of Saturn, or outside of Saturn. So in the first heliocentric model ever thought of, you had 6 planets right outside the 6th
You
planet.
know, was that
there was a firmament.
you clicked it, huh? You liked it. Wow, that's nuts. You liked it, huh?
No, I mean I didn't like it.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that a firmament that comes
okay.
from heliocentric,
Sure,
so that wouldn't be a flat Earth. That would be a
You know how much millions of dollars
Earth.
I just made right now?
That'd be a globe Earth.
Perfect.
The word firmament.
Very good. Yeah, that's good.
So, do they want to talk about globe Earth theory?
You know, you want to be a monkey? You want to be a monkey? Jump.
So, what's the globe Earth theory's idea in the firmament? Are they pro Copernicus or no Copernicus?
Just mention something. I was just curious on
Yeah,
the
I'm doing it on purpose.
What do you think?
Yeah,
it wasn't me dealing with the flat Earth thing. I'm just curious on the question.
No, yeah, I mean, like, what do you think now? Do you think are you pro firmament or against the firmament?
I think it's hard to know. Like,
You'll need to.
left to be known.
Well, if you trust do you trust the astronauts? Do you trust them? Do you think they're lying to you though? Do the astronauts lie to you?
Well, so I'm not married on the flat Earth thing, but I would say just any kind of government adjacent.
Simple. I don't think anything is as simple as what we're told it to believe. So
some things are as simple as always, but yeah.
Oh, you think so? Well,
how about this?
Some things,
What if
yeah.
you
Not
had-
not every single thing is like that out there in the world has a deeper kind of thing to it.
What if you had an astronaut who talked about the firmament nonstop, constantly read from the Bible, and he's like, "Yo, I gotta tell you about the firmament." Do you think
wouldn't
he's talking
this
about a
be
flat Earth?
anecdotal? Would this not be anecdotal evidence?
How about the very first director of NASA
answer the
on
question.
his tombstone,
Answer the question.
his grave mark?
Would this be anecdotal?
No, this would be expert testimony. This would be supposedly people who have been to space.
On a court, yeah.
Yeah, so they said, so you've got the last director of NASA, Bill Nelson, not the current one. The last one, he talked about the firmament nonstop, constantly gave the glory to God. The first director of NASA, Warner von Braun, World War II war criminal, like a Nazi war criminal. When he died, he didn't want a huge headstone. All he has is a grave marker, and on the grave marker, it just cites the Bible where it says the firmament demonstrates the handiwork of God, or something along those lines.
What does that mean to you?
It means to me that the word firmament has jack and shit to do with the flat Earth.
Oh, okay.
The word firmament comes from Copernicus.
Where did you get that from? I'm sorry. Where'd you get that from? How was that directly? It was never mentioned directly correlating to a flat Earth concept.
No, it's globe Earth. That'd be the globe Earth theory.
All right.
That'd be curved Earth theory. They talk about the firmament. They won't shut up about their firmament. So my question to you is, like, you referenced the firmament, but you referenced it in reference to a flat Earth theory. Now, were you just retarded, or you didn't know? You're ignorant.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was. You're not sure.
You're just retarded, or ignorant? Which one?
Whatever.
Was it ignorance? Was it just blind ignorance? You went your whole life not knowing what any of these people had talked about, or were you just
projecting?
Which one is it?
You're projecting.
Okay, so you retarded or ignorant? Being ignorant's not a problem. You can say, "Oh yeah, now I know. I learned something today." Being retarded, you can't fix that. That's just who you are. Take a drunk dude off mute. All right, there you go, drunk dude.
What
Start
the hell?
talking.
Nothing happened? Just literally nothing happened? All right.
Yeah, that's every day. Nothing happens. Nothing changes around here.
All right. Yeah. Right.
That's how you know the Earth is flat.
That's
in
nuts.
case you notice that. There's nothing new
I don't know.
underneath the sun.
Just you all doing this, and then all of a sudden you give me an umbrella. Nice. and then probably you're gonna mute me or whatever my comments. Then I said, "Bitch, I didn't do nothing." Sure.
You didn't do nothing.
I didn't do nothing.
Well, we have a rule around here that if you're too drunk,
Your rule is I don't care about your rule. That's weird.
It's
What
just
the fuck is
yeah,
your rule?
dude, being too drunk to be able to have any level of
Really?
conversation.
Imagine this. You have the recognition of actually playing the games. And then literally it doesn't exist. Unless, yeah. So, fuck off. You know what's crazy? I don't know. You guys are bored. Maybe you're not talented. I don't know what your situation is. I'll act. I'll do this. No problem.
You can do something?
No, I can easily do it. Yeah, it's nuts. I just think it's funny. Who's this bitch? This. I don't know. Hey, bro, you good? Unless, nah, I got you, bro.
What time you got over there, Crit? Sounded like you were trying to host an AA meeting. Lucky I was busy.
The drunk dude still here, or did he get bounced out?
Nah, he's still here.
All right. What's been going on lately?
Not a lot. Just your usual. Caricatures coming in. Knowledge. Thinking he's got some. I haven't seen Ice JJ fish for a while. Maybe someone banned him while I was off.
No, there was something that came up where he had a question. Yeah, I can't remember the.
gay.
Yeah, like it just like it totally cracked his mind.
Ouch.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what it was.
Let's see.
Is this dude having a conversation with someone else and he's just left his
I
microphone
don't know what
unlocked?
the hell he's doing. Yeah, what the hell?
Bro, you're good.
Put it in your inventory, yeah.
Sounds like he's
Yeah.
standing in the corner of a room talking to the corner.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's DJ here. I think he knows what
Nah.
Ice JJ fish. I think what's his? He's
Nah.
got a different account now.
He's not here.
Yeah, Donald J. Epstein.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, Donald Epstein or something like that. Yeah, he did. He came in here. He was tried. He thought he had a gotcha, and then it like totally melted his brain at the end.
No, I think it's.
No, you can go back to your corner. Probably going to be more of a conversational partner for you. Just normally he comes in every couple of days, has something that he believes is some kind of epic gotcha, and then 9 different people try to explain it to him that he hasn't and that he's messed up, and then he'll crack the shits and he'll run away, and then he'll come back a couple of days later and try the same thing on different people. Except some of us live in here, so we get to see the same dumb things over again. But yeah, I just haven't seen him for probably a good, I don't know, probably nearly a week. So whether he's been like yeeted or what, I don't know, but I just haven't seen him for a while. He didn't make a deal with AI Overlord, did he?
We had our old friend in last night. Remember the guy from politics a while ago? He was a surveyor, kind of weird speaking guy.
Oh, the one
that
that
had a different name, but now he's called Flat Earthers
JR
Silly.
something. Yeah,
that guy's an idiot.
Oh, Jarizi.
Flat Earthers are silly.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jay Reezy,
that guy's a
whatever his
clown.
name was, yeah. So, like, there's another example of your classic Glober. Why not bring your data out? If he claims he's a surveyor, that's great. Bring your data out, put it down, and then wait for people to ask questions about your data, because there's going to be people that don't understand a screen full of numbers. Okay, what's the number on the left represent? And he could go through it. But they don't. They have just wig out instead. It's crazy.
I did ask him. He didn't want to do it, though, did he?
No.
He brought up something from 1800s.
Yeah, and he's the one with the equipment doing it. So why couldn't his speech or script or whatever be relevant to the tools and things that he has done? I just went outside and tested my camera. It's slightly foggy here, like 9 o'clock in the morning, and slightly foggy. IR doesn't like going through fog. Interesting, I found. Like a couple of houses behind me, they got this palm tree, and it's only probably maybe 100 meters away. And yeah, just with light fog, I can see the tree quite clearly, but IR doesn't go through it. So I find, yeah, pretty cool. Can we get a Glober in here that's not either drunk, stoned off his head, or a complete moron? That'd be awesome.
I think you know the answer to that.
Oh, sorry, was I thinking out loud again? I'm just saying what you're all thinking. You know that. It's probably why the Globers hate me so much. Because I just spit it out, I don't care.
There is a huge chemical dependency issue on the globe side.
Seems to be common with the can't prove anything cheerleaders.
It's one of the very first questions I had. These guys were like just high as a kite. I mean, Gem Pandas, smoking up all the time. And I'm like, how do you have that? How do you do this where you're like, government cannot lie to you? It's impossible for government to lie to you. It's too many people would have to be in on it for them to keep a secret. And they tell you that marijuana is schedule, like what was it, A or 1 or whatever it is, schedule 1. It is no medicinal value, extremely addictive. You got senators, congressmen giving testimony about maintaining schedule 1 status for marijuana because they say marijuana is more dangerous than heroin. Heroin, they say, is a painkiller, has some medicinal value. There is zero medicinal value in marijuana. It's a dangerous psychoactive drug that causes schizophrenia, like all kinds of stuff. Like you still to this day, you can go to CDC's website. They'll list like symptoms like schizophrenia, paranoid delusions, severe cognitive impairment. Like they make it, they imply that sniffing glue is safer than marijuana. So I'm like, you expect me to come in here, have a long form conversation about a topic you think you already disagree with because government hasn't told you it's true, while you're basically huffing paint. A government would say you're doing the equivalent of being a paint huffer. How do you think that's going to go? What do you think that conclusion is going to be? Oh yeah, okay, I get yeeted out. I get banned. So then it shows them that they want and don't want to have the conversation at exactly the same time. Because they're just wasted. They're just like, they just put on Cheech and Chong or something. I don't know. Like, keep yourself entertained with, like, go play a video game or whatever. This topic isn't for you. Get sober first. Sober up, and then we'll see if you're able to carry on the conversation.
Oh, don't be like that, Crit. There's some of them that've got to have 6 glasses of Dutch courage before they even jump in the side chat.
Do you know what the difference is, Crit?
What?
People. Because I grow, and I mean, it's been years. I don't even know how many years since I haven't gone a day without smoking. But you know what I know? I know that when I get home and I smoke up, I get dumber. Facts.
No, I think okay, let me rephrase that. Okay, I didn't mean that my personal take on marijuana is probably got tons of medicinal value. It's whatever, okay? But I'm saying that someone who's got the argument that the earth can't be flat because government can't lie to you as they're smoking marijuana when government tells them they shouldn't do that, but they do it anyway. That's kind of what I was saying. And then two, it's like someone who's just going to enjoy their weed in their house, no problem. You do whatever you want. That's your property. Do what you want to do it. But it's like these people come on, they get wasted. They're not in their right mind. They're spaghetti, like their brain's scrambled like a fried egg. You'll crack the egg and drop in the frying pan. This is your brain on drugs, and they're expected to like convince me the Earth is flat.
Well, yeah, I was trying to agree with you because I mean, it's all our personal thing. I'm not going to argue with the personal thing, but what I'm saying is that I totally agree with you because what I can say for myself as a knowledgeable person on the subject because of 20 some years of it is that yeah, I know that when I come home and when I smoke up, I can literally tell when my reflexes are shot, my brain shot, I can't think as well. I'm silly. It's all a good thing for me, but the last thing I want to do is get into an intellectual debate or think I can, think clearly. That's the problem. Is people think they're like better on weed. It's like I have enough to know that I'm not, and that's just a fact. So yeah, I hate the culture like you were talking about before. Like everybody like being like bragging about it and stuff like that is really annoying. Like it's that's always been annoying for me personally. But yeah, I'm smart enough to know that I know I am dumber and I'm okay with that when when I'm getting home and relaxing and stuff. But I'm also just aware that
I do get dumber.
Maybe a few of them, Crit, should look up the history of the paper industry before they start preaching that drugs are bad, okay?
What's bad, okay? I kill you, okay?
Hello, friendos.
Oh, Maz is in. Welcome back.
Hey.
G'day.
Thanks, man.
Said Mez?
Maz.
Maz.
Yeah, I know, just joking.
With an A.
I was going to say, if it was the other one, the red flag would already be on. Just to keep our sanity.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm just coming from I was just playing the new Call of Duty. The old Call of Duty that just came out on the PlayStation. And man, I'm sweating. Are you kidding me, man? I'm sweating so hard from playing Search and Destroy on Black Ops 1. Dude, that shit is so hard, dude. Like, it's so tough. Like, you can shoot a gun at somebody's face, but it won't even hit them. I don't know if it's something to do with connections or anything. But anyways, how you guys doing?
Yeah, we're pretty good. We're just waiting for some globe champion to step in and put us all in our place.
Awesome.
Eco join.
Hey, how
That's
are you
not a
doing?
globe champion.
Eco, are you the globe champion that they've been waiting for?
Yes, I'm a champion of the champions, brother.
There you go.
Certain states,
There you go,
certain states in this country we live in, you don't want to call yourself a champ. That's not a good idea.
Why not?
Because it means something very nasty.
Them's fighting words right there.
Well, there you go. AJ knows about it. Cool.
Sure is.
What's the law?
Can't call other people champ.
Chimp. No, not
It's like you're
calling anyone a chimp. No.
But
It's
what's
like you're
interesting,
challenging them.
it's certain states that do it. Like in my state, you slap someone on the back, oh, good job, champ, and walk away. Not a problem. You do that in other states, and they will turn around and brick you. You're gone.
So it's kind of like a belittling thing.
Yeah, it's calling them a homo.
It's like a belittling thing, like, oh, good job, champ, like you're a little kid.
No, that's what it means in the state that I live in. If you say it in another state, it's calling them gay.
Oh.
And if you say it in the other states in jail, it's basically that they've interfered with little kids.
Really?
Yeah, it's pretty nasty stuff. So you must be careful about where you use certain words.
Wow.
It's like I'll give you another classic example, and we've all heard people drop an N-bomb.
Sure,
it's okay if you're within your own circle of friends and you happen to be Black American. Nobody cares. But if you're a white fella that says it, you have to be very selective of the context where and when you say it.
Well, I mean, dude, I mean, you can go to the hood and say the N-word. I'm pretty sure you're gonna be safe.
Don't worry about the N word. So you're saying champion?
But if you say like saying
Oh my
champ
God.
is like the PDF.
Stupid N word.
Yeah.
So champion.
That's deep, dude.
Champion.
That's
So
deep.
nobody can be a champion in Australia then. Like what?
No,
what?
it depends on what state you're from.
I mean, if
So which state does it mean a bad thing? Which state does it mean it's a bad
Queenslanders,
thing?
they're messed up anyways, but we'll leave that alone.
Do you say Queenslanders?
Yeah, Jimsy, it's not champion, it's champ.
Champ.
Oh, champ. Okay.
Right. I wouldn't
was
be
gonna
mad.
say.
I mean, it's a nice thing to say to someone.
Hey, Eco, have you been here before, Eco?
Yeah, I've been. Yeah.
Does it come from that song where it's like tiny kangaroo down champ?
Sport. Tiny kangaroo down.
Yeah,
sport.
I know. I just wanted to know.
That was good. Yeah, he's a champ.
Have you been here before?
Why you want to tie Timbo down? Hey. I said he sounds like he wants to tie Timbo down.
Jimbo.
Yeah, does that mean get married, right? To get tied down?
That's bad. Never get married, boys.
Do you know why
Why not?
divorce is so expensive? You guys hear that? Do you know why divorce is so expensive?
Why? Why?
Because it's worth it.
Right.
That's what I like when people ask me, how come you're not married? Because I haven't found a Sheila I hate enough yet to give a house to.
Well, since the marriage is a contract, just add your stipulations in the contract. She keeps 1% if she leaves. That's it.
Yeah, 50% to the lady.
1%. You're gonna sign the contract. You sign the contract with the stipulations in it.
Right.
Yeah, there's plenty of ways around it. Oh, look, that vase that you own is priceless. Your house is only worth 1% of the value of that vase. I'll take the house. You can keep the vase.
You also can make a stamp. You also can make a stamp, and if you can also make an LLC as well, and you can stamp the marriage contract without recourse. You can sign it without recourse.
See, if you're going to do all that, I believe it's just not even worth getting married. If there's no trust from the start, then there's no marriage to begin with. So I wouldn't even bother.
Good call.
Well, then if you want a marriage under God, then there's one thing. But this marriage is under the government. That's a different thing.
100%. I agree with you there, Gemsy.
Without recourse is a legal and financial term indicating that a party transferring a financial instrument or asset assumes no liability for its payment or performance if the primary obligor defaults. So if you sign without recourse, you have no financial. You don't have to perform financially. You have no liability. You don't have to assume liability. It's in the contract, and it's a legal term that you can sign without recourse.
Yeah, man, you can sign a bunch of contracts and a bunch of deals and a bunch of hoopla, and you can get fucked over, you can become rich, or you can get in a deal that will last you a lifetime. You know, but as soon as you sign that shit, I don't know what's the dealio with whatever you guys got going on, but if he already signed that shit, he got to go to a lawyer and figure it out, man. But then again, I don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about, so.
Said that it was worth it to get married. I mean, to get divorced. It was worth it. Yeah, it was worth it. It was worth it to get divorced too.
You know,
because it's so expensive.
I say don't get married.
If you sign without recourse a contract in the context of negotiable instruments like checks or promissory notes, adding without recourse to an endorsement means the endorser is not responsible if the instrument bounces due to insufficient funds. Okay. For other issues, the risk of non-payment shifts entirely to the holder of the instrument. Oh, yeah.
Nah, man, don't get married. You know, just love who you love, and If you get
that's the language of reason.
get married when
You
you are like 60 or some shit,
you do want to
Get
get
married
married.
is the language of love. Love
Get
is all
married
that
when
matters,
you are
boys.
like 60, like when you are so old, you are too lazy to go cheat,
When you can't walk over to another woman.
Yeah, your dick is soft and shit. Like you 60 years old, like damn, I can't even cheat on
No,
this
that's when
bitch.
we pop the blue pill, brother.
The blue pill might not work. You might eat 5 of them and you still like, God damn it. But then
Still
you
ain't
fall
work.
asleep and wake up like, God damn it, I can't sleep anymore. My dick is big.
It will happen to all of us, boy. E-
It hit
Every
your
one of
blood
us.
system slow as fuck.
Yeah.
Hit like 5 hours after you take them.
There's kind of a running joke with my sister. One time, this is years ago, 20 something, maybe 30 years ago. They had those, whatever Cialis or whatever it's called, the other one, whatever the boner pill, and yeah, what's the other one called? You're gonna kill me if I can think of it. Oh, whatever. Okay. Anyway, but you know what I'm talking.
Viagra?
Yeah.
Viagra?
No, that's not the one that I'm thinking of. Like the first one that came out, the very first one.
Very first Viagra.
Yeah, there we
thought
go.
that was
Viagra.
Viagra,
Yeah,
man.
yeah. So there's a commercial for Viagra. This is like, I don't know, yeah, like mid '90s or something like that. And we're just like a family event. And the commercial, like football was on. I think it was Thanksgiving. I don't remember the exact thing, but because it became a reoccurring joke. Because on the commercial, they're talking about like contact your doctor if the erection lasts more than 4 hours. And somehow it just hit my sister, like it just like hit her funny bone, and she tried not to laugh. You like when you try not to laugh, that sometimes when you laugh even more, like the more you try to not, you try to stop it. She just had this uncontrollable laugh for like 5 minutes, and she just couldn't say what. No one even knew what she's laughing about. She just started laughing like hysterically, but she was laughing so hard she couldn't say that line about like she's thinking of some old dude who like has a 4 hour erection and like on his phone with his doctor. Like she's like playing it out in her head, and it was just laughing. And ever since that, sometimes like people just add on there. And if that lasts more than 4 hours, call your doctor. Like just random stuff, you know.
Man, that sounds like a good drug.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, it's really great. Like if
Yeah.
you
Dude, I heard a story about a guy. He ate like a bunch of Viagra's,
Oh my god.
and dude, he actually died from it, man. His dick was so like
Oh my
his
god. Yeah,
dick was
describe it.
hard.
Tell me. Yeah. Tell us how it looked. Tell us everything about it. Come on, bro. Just be very, very specific, please.
Well, he
I
wanted
think
to
it's
like
time to leave
get
this
with the
call.
Yeah.
chick.
Give us all the specifics about it.
Gemsy wants to know he's putting it away in the spank bank.
Yeah. Tell us the color. How many veins. Tell us everything, bro. Come on. What the fuck?
Dude, are you like retarded or some shit, dude?
You're talking stories that are pretty retarded at the moment.
No, dude, this is a real story about a
Yeah.
guy
This
who
is
ate a
pretty
bunch of
retarded. He's pretty
Viagra's and
retarded.
died.
And now you're talking about his dick. Yeah. Tell us about it.
Okay, dude, if you want to be weird about it, I guess you can be weird about it.
You're the one want to talk about dicks, not me.
Man, you've been
Okay,
talking about
buddy.
sex
Why
for
don't you
like the
talk
last
about something
10,
else
15
then,
minutes,
dude?
and I've been. We should be talking about the flat Earth, man. Why are you talking about like sexuality, man?
Dicks.
well, it got there. This is kind of my fault because I had talked about divorce is worth it. That's why it's so expensive. And then it got to a point where it's not really worth it at all. What's really worth it is covering your ass after the divorce. Then it turned into, yeah, why don't you just get married? Just wait until you're 60 to get married. And then and that's where I ended up here. Because at 60 years old, they might need some medical intervention.
Yeah, man, it don't matter. It is what it is, you know. But good conversation, though, you know, good convo. I did enjoy it. I thought that was a great conversation, and we learned a little bit. And yeah, man, I think I'm gonna go to sleep, man. You guys stay safe.
Don't take too much Viagra.
I'm off to the V8 supercars very shortly, Matrix and Timbo.
Oh, what?
It's going to be a big day.
I take it you're not driving.
No, I'm just rolling a few little doobskis up before I go, and yeah.
I went over to Bathurst a couple of years back and watched the shootout. I had tickets for the full event, but yeah, I didn't want to stay there. But yeah, I watched the shootout. That was pretty cool. The commentary from the crowd is just exceptional, especially when they're all smashed.
I'll be in that group.
Is pot legal in Australia, or have they not come around yet?
What's that? Sorry.
Is pot legal in Australia, or has it not happened yet?
Nah, you can. They've legalized medical.
Unless you're driving your car, you get caught
Unless
with
you're
medical
driving a
staff
car.
driving, you'll get railed. They're actually talking about fixing that. That means there must have been heaps of people that were on medical stuff.
New South Wales has just changed the law. You can drive with medical, and
Yep.
when Queensland, and then when they changed, Queensland revisited it and doubled all of their fines and said, "We're not doing it. We're going to double everything."
So double down then. That's fair enough.
Yeah, they doubled down.
Yeah, people driving shouldn't be using any of that shit. Any of it. Right. If you're gonna be driving, drive. Don't be doing drugs or anything.
There's people that can't even drive sober, so I mean, why would we want to see? I
That's what
had
I'm
one guy
saying.
who was a straight edge, right? He'd never done drugs in his life. I was like, I commend you, but like, what's the reason? If you don't mind me asking, he's like, man, I can fuck shit up all by myself. I don't need any help.
Well, I disagree. I reckon it depends on the actual person themselves. Yeah, I think my biggest problem is I self-medicate for ADHD. Yeah, it actually calms me down and makes me do things better. Believe it or not.
Same to me, actually. I do things kind of better. I just take my time a little more. But when you're driving, bro, like when you open the window to so many people, me, if I use some cannabis and I go driving, I'm fine, right? But I can tell that people are such bad drivers, and if they get in that state, it's dangerous. We're playing with lives. We're playing with children playing on the street. Like no, they shouldn't be smoking and driving. I don't think so.
No, but the law here is not smoking and driving. The law here is that as long as you lick their stick and it's in your system, so you might have had a smoke 3 days ago, but it's in your system still, and you will get charged for it and get fined and lose your license for 3 months, etc. I had a mate that hadn't smoked for 3 months, and he went over, and they took his license.
They're overdoing it. They're overdoing it. That's too much.
Yeah, well, they don't do the sobriety test things here, so they just give you a lick test, and if it's in your saliva, it's in your saliva, regardless of when you had it, you're done.
Damn.
Which is wrong because one of my mates is on medical stuff and he only has it probably once a week. And what he'll do is he'll have his Friday lunchtime, Friday afternoon, and he does not drive on the weekends, so he can drive through the week, so he can go to his job and all that stuff. And yeah, he said it's wrong because he can go and get tested. He's done the right thing, not driven whilst influenced, so he can have a clear head and drive properly during weekdays. And he said, yeah, you can get done for doing the right thing. You know, like he said, it's wrong. It really is. They've got just no idea. Too many do-gooders.
The nanny country, that's why. Our country's fucked.
It's a fucking daycare centre, that's what it is. It's a wonder we're not all driving around with bubble wrap around our cars.
Yeah, I know.
I almost got hit 3 times today, and 2 different people ran stoplights and nearly hit me.
Too many immigrants. That's why. Just kidding. No, I'll be true. Like, you know, I'm in the U.S. and I will say there's a lot of good drivers out there. Like in the area that I live in, Massachusetts, a lot of people are very decent drivers, and I've been driving to a lot of places. Most people are decent drivers, but there's some people out there they're just freaking crazy. And now I gotta say that a lot of the immigrants from other countries, they've been buying a lot of they want to buy like motorcycles and bicycles and electric bikes, and they're everywhere, like these motorcycles from you know, like all terrain motorcycles in the streets. There are like dozens
Yeah,
of them, like 20, 30, 50 of them in motorcycles. It's kind of crazy.
they just banned all that in I don't know about the rest of Australia, but Queensland, I think the fastest you're allowed to go is 25 k's an hour. And if you've got an e-bike or an e-scooter that goes over 25 kilometres an hour, they take it and they crush it. You lose it.
They take it and crush it. Damn.
You will respect my
Yeah.
authority.
Man, you get caught doing a burnout here in your car, they take it and impound it. You get caught again, it goes to the crusher.
Shit.
No reimbursement, no cost, no nothing. They just take your fucking car.
They're trying to crack down on e-bikes too here in Canada. We were out Canada Day for the fireworks, and I have this crazy like custom built e-bobber, does like over 100 kilometers an hour, and they were giving me a bunch of grief.
Yeah, well, Canada's very much like Australia.
Yeah, true that.
Still under the king.
We had 2 kids on e-bikes hit our trucks. One of them is in my center, and one of my good friends, another one up in New Jersey. The kids hit our trucks and got killed. So
I think the only reason they want to try to control the e-bikes is because they're more manoeuvrable and faster than what coppers are.
And they want to ruin my fun.
Well, yeah, the fun police always stop everything, but
is it against the rules if I post one of the pictures of my plants that I grow?
Yes.
I would suggest you do not do that.
Cool, appreciate it.
Yeah, because you gotta follow localization on YouTube. If we were just on Discord, I think it'd be okay. But since it would show up on YouTube, the account could get like I don't know. I'm trying to think of a country like Singapore or something like that. It would block the channel from ever being broadcast in Singapore again because it would depict criminal activity or something
Got
like
you.
that.
That's what I
Yeah.
wanted to ask. Yeah, appreciate you.
Wait, there's no plants in Singapore, and plants are like criminalized in Singapore?
Yeah.
They are in Australia.
It's banned.
Can't have tobacco in Australia either.
No tobacco.
Well, not unless you're buying it through the shops and paying $35 tax on a pack of 20s. But if you have a tobacco plant in your backyard, you will most likely go to jail. Because you're dodging taxes, yeah? It's tax fraud.
Or you go to the Chinese guy down the street.
Well, that's what I do, but he's not Chinese. But yeah.
It's still high fives and happy days.
Yeah, they're going up too. They're still $20 for a packet of 20s. They started at 10, and they've migrated their way up with the government.
Yeah, it's very interesting. If you have a look at our laws, they're all monetary based. So anytime a bank gets ripped off, anytime the government gets ripped off, i.e., not paying tax, they seem to get upset about it. So it all seems to be stemmed around the government's ability to rip money off of people. So anytime you dodge that, you get a stern talking to, a smack on the bum, stuck in jail, and a large fine. So with the tobacco, I looked into it years ago. They basically fine you based on units. So when you break the rules, you get 1 unit of fine. So it might be, say, $20. But with tobacco, 1 unit of fine equals 1 gram of tobacco in your possession, which is illegal. So you get $20 per gram. If you've got a tree in your backyard that weighs about 40 kilos, you do the math.
Yeah, 1 penalty unit. Or 12 months in jail.
That's 40,000 points. Hey, is that the weight of the plant or is that the mass of the plant?
It's based on its street capabilities. So what our grubby politicians will do, and you see it on the news all the time, like when the police stumble across a marijuana plantation, they'll turn around and say, this has an estimated street value of $10 million. So what they do is they look at the plants and go, if this was divvied up into fitties, this is how much it'd be worth. Whereas resale straight up, it's probably only worth about 5 or 6 grand, but they'll turn around and break it down to its smallest denomination and then sell it at that. So yeah, they are slimy with the way they do it, so that they can make a mountain out of a molehill. So your individual tobacco plant, even though you're probably going to roll it up and have a couple of ciggies out of it, whoop-de bloody do, they'll look at that and go, if he's going to roll it up, chop it up, he's going to make 20,000 or 20 million cigarettes, whatever their shit number is, and they'll basically fine you from that. It's just a corrupt system that fuels on money, and that's what they need. So if you dodge the money that they believe they should have, that's another excuse for the heavy-handeds to come down and have a talk to you.
Or you can denounce Flat Earth and make a YouTube channel debunking Flat Earth.
That's a good idea.
Matrix is the most Australian-sounding man I've ever heard.
I should hope so. I'm from Australia. It'd be quite sad if I was
amazing.
Chinese or some shit like that.
No, I love him, man. Respect.
He's a regular Paul
Suck it,
Hogan.
AJ.
As a Southern Hemisphere fucking friend, man.
It's all right. I'm
we
almost
gotta stick together.
It's all right, Matrix. I'm almost embarrassed to call myself an Australian these days.
Yeah. I can understand that.
Australia, am I right?
We could always get FE Batman into the conversation.
Australia, country.
I actually thought it was funny quite a while ago. There's actually quite a few Aussies that hide in here or hang out in here, however you want to throw it. But someone gets on here and has a whinge about Aussies. Oh, blah blah blah. Why isn't there many Australian flat earthers? Or it was something really stupid. And like we went down the list and there was like 9 of us. They were all Aussies in this list. They're all
I'm a South African, so you know, Southern Hemisphere, we got this.
You don't seem like a South African.
Yeah, I got a little bit of a British accent.
There's a lot of South Africans. There's a lot of South Africans in Australia, actually.
Yeah,
there's too many, if I'm honest.
Dino, are you saying that you're also an upside downer?
Yeah.
Oh.
I ride my lion to work upside down.
Okay. Do you believe you are like on the bottom of the sphere, on top of it, on the side of it, or what?
There is no top or bottom, really. It's all relative.
It's all relative. It's relative when you can stand on any side of a sphere.
Yeah.
You think that
because
can be
down
done like
is towards the center of the sphere.
Do you think anywhere in reality can any man can demonstrate anyone standing on the side of a sphere, on the bottom of it, like anyone standing on a sphere? Can that be demonstrated, shown?
Yeah, downwards is towards the center of the sphere. Spheroid.
I'm gonna tell you, I think it's an impossibility. The thought that people think that they're standing on a spinning sphere in a vacuum of space. I think that's impossible, fantasy nonsense. People believe it because it goes against what we can experience, check, verify, test for in the physical and natural world. The world doesn't behave as a sphere. It doesn't measure like a sphere. It doesn't spin. There's no sphere detected across the surface of the Earth anywhere we go across the Earth. Nobody can demonstrate doing anything with spheres like what they claim about the globe. Nobody can demonstrate any of that. So the sphere idea is just complete fantasy that nobody can show in reality. It's nowhere to be found in reality. You haven't seen it. You haven't experienced it. You still believe it.
Well, do you mean except from the fact that like there's observations that like a horizon exists. We have pictures of the Earth from space. We have made predictions.
Wait. Stick to one. Which one you want to stick to? We, like you and I, have pictures from space. We.
So,
like you and
so
I?
the fact that you expect individuals to make assessments in this case is kind of ridiculous because every other sphere of science, I use sphere loosely here, but every other sphere of science we trust in, like doctors, engineers, all of
That's
those.
the problem. You trust in them, so you've got actually zero validation, verification, or proof that what they're saying is true and or correct.
Sure, but like
you just blindly believe.
I personally,
guys, one second.
If I may quickly, I
wanted to reply
personally
to
have
what you
looked
said.
through a telescope and have looked at
I've
the
done it too.
International Space Station, and I personally
Excellent.
have looked at the
So
moon.
tell me how you looking through a telescope up at the ISS proves the shape of the ground.
Because there's a predictable orbit, so I know where to look for where it is.
How do you know this thing's not just doing circles over a flat plane? You still look up at the sky, you still see the ISS, there's no problem there, so the telescope's still true, the vision of the ISS is still true, so how does this validate the shape of the ground?
Because there are points where I cannot see it, whereas if the Earth was flat, I would be able to see at least a remnant of it.
No.
Yes.
You're limited to the optic. You can only see so far due to angular view. You'd have to get a better optic to see further. It's not ridiculous, it's true. You're using the telescope in the first place for a reason, because your eyes can't see that far.
Yeah.
They're limited. So that's why you grab the telescope. The telescope itself has its own optical limitations. So if your tiny little winged bat goes further than your optical limitations, you can't see it. This has nothing to do with the shape of the ground.
Define my limitations.
The optics that you're using.
Define them. Like, give me numbers.
Why were you changing to the telescope in the first place? Why were you using the telescope?
Give me numbers. I'm using a telescope because...
Okay, number 7. What's the purpose of using the telescope? You wanted a number, I gave you one. What was the purpose of using the telescope? There's no numbers required.
You don't even need the telescope. You can see it like the flashing light in the sky, and you can see it disappear upon the horizon.
We call them stars. That's great. Lights in the sky. So what was the purpose of using the telescope? Yep, just hold on. What was the purpose of using the telescope? You made the claim that you were using the telescope. I've got no problem with that. I want to know what the purpose of using the telescope was.
To see detail. But you can see
to see detail, which you can't see with the naked eye. Your eyes have a limitation. Every single optic does. Okay?
If I
so
may,
you wanted to see greater detail because you can't see the detail with your eyes. You are using a telescope. Once the object that you are looking at gets beyond the limitations of the telescope, again, you will not be able to clearly define what that object is. This has nothing to do with this, Dino.
Why you're being so aggressive.
Dino, this has nothing to do. Dino, you're not listening. Dino, your person, Dino, you're having a spiral out, bro. Dino, you're not listening.
You're just talking over me. I don't.
No, that's you are talking over. Hey, Dino, it's you that's talking over.
Speaking, bro.
Again,
just trying to
Dino. Dino, you're not explaining anything. It's called fundy muting. That's what you're doing right now. So we're going to help you. You using binoculars or a telescope or anything to witness something in the sky has absolutely nothing, I repeat, nothing to do with the shape of the ground. You have been told a story that the ISS is following some particular path which requires sphericity of the ground. Well, if that's the case, let's go and measure the ground. Let's put the ISS aside, let's put the binoculars and telescopes aside, and just measure the ground outright. But no, you want to cling to the story that the ISS is following an orbit. An orbit just means to go around something. So if we've got a flat plane, can your satellite do a great big circle over the top of a flat plane? Yes, it can. Anyone with an ounce of common sense can say that. So how does you, looking at something in the sky, validate the shape of the ground? The short answer is it can't.
Sure. So let's remove, as you said, let's remove the telescope. Let's remove the binoculars.
Excellent. So go measure the ground.
Well, if
that's what's in contention here. The ground. You're claiming it's curved.
Christ.
He's not going to help you either. Not with me here.
I mean, I'm not even a Christian.
What's in contention here? The shape of the ground.
Can I just finish a sentence?
True or false?
Can I
finish a sentence? Let Dino go ahead. Say something.
Okay, so the fact that we can predict the location of the ISS and the fact that you won't be able to see it at some point because it goes beyond the horizon, which is only possible on a globe Earth because it goes underneath something that you can't see further because it is blocked by the curvature of the Earth. Like the ISS, we can see where it is.
Excellent. So demonstrate the curvature of the Earth.
Okay. All right.
You know, the issue that you're having, he's trying to point out, is that you're stacking a bunch of assertions, baseless assertions, a bunch of claims. You're stacking claims on top of claims without addressing the elephant in the room, the ground, the thing in question. You're looking away from the thing in question, ignoring that, hand waving it, and saying, I'm gonna look at something else, and then determine what the ground is by looking at something else. Things don't work like that. Your logic is flawed. Dino, your premise is wrong. Your logic is flawed. Don't you get it?
I'm saying you can watch an object fly across the sky and disappear bottom up over the horizon and be like, okay, I can no longer watch the ISS. It is now outside of my view, and make predictions as
I've
to
never,
where.
ever seen anything in the sky disappear bottom up. It appears to take a curved path from where I'm standing, but I've never seen the ISS disappear bottom up. I've seen what's claimed to be the ISS fly overhead and disappear into the atmosphere. I'm not sure how you're seeing a horizon that high.
Well, it's not about height. It's about distance. So like, if the ISS flies far enough away, you can see it disappear bottom up.
You do not see it disappear bottom up. That is the biggest lie I have ever heard. Has anyone else in here seen what's claimed to be the ISS disappear bottom up when all we see is a flashing light dart across the sky?
I've never seen this happening, Dino. You never seen that happening, bro.
Sure. This is great anecdotal evidence. The strongest form, surely.
Well, so your anecdotal evidence, we're expected to accept that blindly, like you do.
Fair enough. I mean, that's fair. But if you watch any sort of videos of boats sailing away from you, you can see them.
It's due to optics. There's a thing called angular resolution. When something gets further away from you, due to perspective, things appear to get smaller. Thus, the angle that you are looking at gets smaller. This is with the naked eye. So once the angle gets below 0.02, you can't resolve that image. Okay? Very simple stuff.
But it starts to degrade
Excellent.
from the bottom up.
Then there's a reason for that. So what happens is, due to angular resolution, the things you are looking at are taller than yourself. So you have an eye line or an eye level. I'm going to assume your eye line is 6 foot tall. You are looking at a boat that's 100 foot tall. From your eye line, I know. Some people aren't, some people are. Anyone who's taller than 6 foot usually gets upset. Anyone who's 4'3" goes, you're a legend. Anyways, when you're looking at your boat that is 100 foot high, your eye line of 6 foot down to the water line generates an exceptionally small angle. From your eye line to the top of the boat.
Australian. Can you put it in meters, please?
Yeah, no. Your eye line to the top of the boat is 94 feet. It has a larger angle. Okay, you're 1 meter tall. Your eye line is 1 meter.
1 meter.
So the angle, red herring, we don't care.
Fair enough.
You can translate if you want.
Sorry, I just found it funny. Sorry.
Okay, I'm going to have to put little pictures in. He doesn't seem to want to...
I'm sorry. I just found it funny that you said I was 1 meter tall. I'm not trying to be...
Yeah, listen, you can get on your knees and put your eye view or your optical at 1 meter. You know that, right? You can do an observation from 1 meter if you want
Fair
to.
enough.
Didn't you know this?
I just found it amusing. That's all. I'm not trying to be...
Maybe the pictures in the side chat might make it easier for you.
Look, my question is to this guy, can objects disappear bottom up? Can objects disappear bottom up over a flat surface? Yes or no?
No.
Wrong.
Okay, so I've just done a little quick Google for you. I'm going to throw it in the chat, only because I'm driving right now. And Google completely disagrees with you.
Google is facts, yeah? Does the government
Well,
not
look,
control Google?
when you search something and you get an AI response or you get a Google response, AI is searching the web, for the information, and it tells you what the current belief or the current knowledge is. So
you don't trust
I
NASA,
mean, you
but we're
guys
just
use
gonna
it all the
talk.
time. You guys all, well, no, NASA will tell you that objects disappear bottom up on a flat surface. This just has to do with your angular resolution to the object, like Matrix is trying to explain to you, yeah?
Yeah, so objects become smaller as they like move away from our
not
vision. It
necessarily.
doesn't.
It depends on the atmospheric conditions, the optics that are happening on the day, because we know that we see all different types of effects occurring in the atmosphere. We've got sinking, looming, all sorts of different things occurring. And what you'll find is that it's due to perspective, and as well as that, it depends on the atmospheric conditions of the day. Boats don't always disappear bottom up. That's actually quite a rare occurrence. If you sit on the ocean all day, you may not see any disappear bottom up, yeah?
Well, I'm a fisherman by trade, and I can tell you that every boat I've ever
Not
seen
all
has
boats disappear bottom up. And if you're a fisherman by trade, then you should know that the distances that you're seeing buoys, lights, lighthouses, other ships, boats, etc., that is impossible on a ball with a radius of 39, 59 miles. And that was how I first came to flat Earth, yeah?
Sure. When I observe a ship on the horizon, I can see it sailing away from me, and I can see the hull disappear, and thus the sails are the only thing I can see. And then
Excellent. And you
after that,
believe
it's
the
gone.
causational mechanism of that is curvature.
Yeah.
Excellent. There's a video in the side chat. Watch the first 20 seconds for us.
Sure.
They start off with no ships on the horizon at all. So that means they're already behind the curve, aren't they? Oh my god, they just zoomed in and a ship appeared.
Sorry, I'm watching.
How can
for a
something
second.
appear if it's behind the curvature? Behind the horizon? That means there's water blocking. Not possible to zoom in on something if it's hidden behind something. You only have to watch 20 seconds. You don't have to watch the whole 11 minutes.
I'm only 17 seconds in.
Did you see at the start the horizon was empty? And then they zoomed in.
Sorry. Let me do it again.
He missed the empty bit, didn't he?
Yeah. It's a reflection line. I'm not sure I understand this 20 seconds. Can you explain?
At the start of the video, do you see any ships? Yes or no?
Yes.
No, you don't. You're a liar. It's empty. It's called the empty horizon for a reason. There's nothing on the horizon. Then they zoom in.
That's a matter of perspective. Like
What do you mean? It's a matter of perspective. There's nothing on the horizon. Then they zoom in. Please enlighten me your definition of that's a matter of perspective.
Objects are smaller the further away they are from us.
Appear to be.
And thus they zoom in and
excellent. Right, I told you that earlier and you went off on some red herring. It's to do with angles. Your
Why are you
optics
so aggressive, mate?
Because people are just dumbasses. Your eyes can only resolve down to a very specific angle.
Yeah. Like if we look at train tracks, They disappear over time,
nothing
right?
to do with train tracks. 0.02 of 1 degree. Once something is less than that angle, you cannot resolve what you are looking at. You can't resolve the image. It just is blurry. It matches in with the background. That's what happens when your ship. That's what happens when your ship sails away from you. It appears to get smaller, then it becomes non-resolvable. That's all that's happening.
It's not about blurry. It's just that something becomes so small that it's imperceptible.
Exactly. So not curvature. Thank you very much. The reason things appear to disappear from bottom up is because of your eye line. You being 2 meters tall and the ship being 100 meters tall, the line from your eye line down to the water line is a very small angle in comparison to your eye line up to the top of the ship. So naturally, because the bottom one is a smaller angle to start off with, as the ship sails away, the bottom angle will get to 0.02 before the top one does, thus giving the appearance of bottom-up disappearance.
This is a matter of scale.
Well, you can scale it up all you like, there's still no curvature. And things will still disappear at that same rate. So when it gets down to 0.02, you won't be able to resolve it. If it's bigger, it just means you'll be able to see it from further back. You won't be able to see the detail, hence the reason you needed to get your telescope out in the first place.
The further something is away from your vision, the smaller it appears. Therefore, looking at the quote-unquote empty horizon, the boats will not be able to be seen.
Excellent. So not curvature then. It's just they're too far away.
It's got nothing to do with perspective, though.
No, it has a lot to do with perspective. They get smaller as they get further away, or appear to. That's perspective.
Same as railroad tracks.
Excellent. And you can't resolve what's at the end. That's why it looks like it goes to a single point.
And then they disappear bottom up.
That's due to your relationship of elevation above them in comparison to other things. We see in angles. That's the problem. It's just an optical illusion, basically.
That's quite a claim.
Well, it can be backed. Yours can't be. The only way you're going to be able to back your claim of curvature is measured drop over distance. So if you can supply that, that'd be great.
Sure, it depends where you are, because it's an oblate spheroid.
Okay, so that means there's going to be some areas that are flatter, granted, but on the flip side, there's going to be some areas that are more extreme curvature, which won't really do you any favours, because we don't measure any curvature.
Well, we do, but yes.
Excellent.
Well, it only increases. It just increases. You just go an overall, and it increases the radius by 28 miles. Anyway, so it's not really a big
crazy.
deal.
That's a load of Australians that are flat earthers. You were right earlier.
What? You thought I was joking?
Did you?
No,
did you hear what
I didn't. Sorry,
no, he didn't.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Can you repeat?
Yeah. So if you claim it's an oblate spheroid, the biggest part of it's at the equator, which claims to only be 28 miles larger in diameter than north to south.
Yeah, it's a 0.3% deviation.
So it's not really, in the equation, doesn't really make much of a difference.
It does, depending where you are, because of the scale. That's the thing. The scale is the problem.
So give me an example of somewhere where it's measured to be different than somewhere else.
If we took the extremes, like the Arctic like North Pole, and I mean not magnetic. I mean the geographic North Pole to Norway would be a different curvature from Ethiopia to Norway. Does that make sense?
Okay, yeah. So over 100 miles, how much difference are you going to have? Over 10 miles.
I don't speak in freedom units. I'm sorry.
Oh, you used to. That's
the
where it started.
geographical North Pole is a position on a map. It's a coordinate location from longitudes and latitudes.
I mean the center of the
from
Arctic. I mean, I don't know how else to say this besides like.
Yeah. So
like
what would
a
the difference be over 10 kilometers then? The
10
difference in the drop.
kilometers would be minor, absolutely minor.
Okay. How much?
Fuck, I mean, I can work it out if you want, but that's absolutely minor.
Yeah. You can go to a Earth curve calculator if you want, or whatever you want to do.
Sure. I will go there.
Change it to kilometers. That'll give you the average radius. Then you'll have to change it to the minimum radius.
This doesn't seem a particularly good source. You just given a distance and it sort of just tells you curvature.
Well, you're the one.
It doesn't seem to take into account.
Yeah. You're the one that's
sorry,
claiming
this was your
that
reference.
it would be. Yeah, you're the one that was claiming that it would be different, a different drop over distance.
Yes, but you claimed Earth curve calculator could be the way I could find this out, but it doesn't seem to take into account.
There's thousands of Earth curve calculators.
Okay, I've gone to earthcurvature.com. Is that the wrong one?
Well, there's no such thing as the wrong one. They're just tools. It's like I need a 4-pound sledgehammer, but I'm going to pick up a 14. It's just the different tool. Can still do the job, might not be as effective.
Sure, I could use the back end of a screwdriver to slam in a nail if I wanted.
Excellent. Well, at the moment, you're using the back of a screwdriver. Pick another tool.
Give me a tool that you would respect.
Any of them.
The one I use is the one from GitHub. The reason I use it is because you can flick from imperial to metric, which is probably going to be handy for you.
Which one from GitHub?
Oh, there's more now, is there?
Platform.
Go to Google, type in Earth Curve Calculator. It's about the 4th one down, or 3rd one down.
Right. Give it a go. I think I got it. DZIP, Earth Curve Calculator. You got eye height, you got units, D0 targets. You don't have a start position, though.
That's how far the item is from you. So what are you looking at? What's the distance between you and what you're looking at?
Yeah, but you don't have, like, a coordinate for starting position.
Why do you need a coordinate? All you need to know is the distance from yourself to the item and your elevation.
That's assuming a perfect sphere.
Well,
yeah, well,
you can assume an oblate spheroid, but when you're talking a 28 kilometer difference, which comes down to, I think it's 0.03 of a centimeter, I don't think there's much to worry about.
0.03% over the scale of the Earth.
Okay,
which
so
is
let's have a look at this. So if we do a 10 kilometer measurement, let's add 0.03 on top of that. Oh my God, that's going to really make a lot of difference. Now you know why we're not worried. Excellent.
It depends on where you are, how much difference it makes.
No, you can just treat it as spherical. It's fine.
We're doing it at maximum and minimum, right? Claimed radiuses.
The Earth is very nearly spherical, so it's fine if you treat it as a sphere. You'll be very close.
Exactly.
The scale matters, though.
What scale?
Why would the scale matter?
Because 0.3 scales up depending on what the scale is, right?
Yeah, but the Earth's not changing its size. It's a fixed diameter, as claimed, 3,959 miles. It's not scaling up or down, so you using scale as a claim is somewhat redundant.
Not really.
Okay,
tell
why,
us where
then.
the Earth breathes and gets bigger.
Tell us why scale matters.
It's widest on the equator.
Yep. Tell us why scale matters in this equation.
Because the Earth is so large. That's why, like, gravity
Well,
is
it's
even
right.
a question.
It's right
That's
there in
why.
front of you, dude. It's right there in front of you how large it is. The claimed radius.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
So why does
it's
scale
not a
matter?
fixed radius, is it? It's not a circle. It's not a sphere.
Yeah, okay, so take the minimum and then take the maximum.
Exactly. Just run it at both extremes. It's still not going to match up. Scale's irrelevant. You got every time you guys don't understand. You say it's about scale. Just fucking run it at both extremes.
Is that
What's up, Chubbs? Hey, Jimbo.
It is Chubbs. Hey,
I'm outnumbered by Aussies. I'm gonna have to fight you in the rugby field, man. That was a joke, guys. Come on, no one laughed at that. All right,
that's all right.
fine.
You don't sound like you'd last very long on a rugby field,
bro. That's funny.
That was funny. I love it.
I'm a flanker, my mate. I'll fucking tackle any of yous.
Okay, all right. We're on Discord.
I don't mean that aggressively. That was a joke again. Come on.
That doesn't matter.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
That's the best offer you've had all week, Timbo. You should accept that.
Okay, so I've got the GitHub
the minimum
curve
radius.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's the minimum radius then? Let's do it. Let's do this. I've got 10 minutes. Let's do it.
Should I share my screen? Oh, I can't. Not allowed to. Okay, I've gone metric. I said eye height 1.7 meters. I'm 1.79, but we'll do 1.7. Distance to target, we said 10 kilometers. Yeah.
Yep. Do that.
Okay, cool. Horizon distance 4.6 kilometers.
Hidden height.
Hidden height is 2.2 meters. Yep. 2.25. What are we proving? Sorry, I feel like I'm lost.
So if you look out over a body of water,
yeah,
at 10 kilometers, and you're at your eye height,
yeah,
that thing
looking over 10 kilometers
should always be
2.5 meters.
2.5 meters occluded from the bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah. Always in the same position. You're talking about a geometric horizon, right?
Yeah.
Yep. How come that doesn't happen?
But it does.
Okay, so let's look at something.
Okay.
Anyone got Black Swan handy?
Oh, I see Tristan shared a better calculator, maybe.
Which one do you want? The original?
Yeah, and the other one with the the one
the windmills one.
The Globers bring up with the one in the background looking like it's occluded.
That one.
Yeah, that one. Yeah. All right, first image.
Yeah.
Taken from 1 foot eye height. Can you see the horizon in that image?
Yeah.
Yeah. Where is it?
The difference between the water and the sky.
Yeah. So where is it? Behind the second oil rig?
No, it's before that.
Where can you point it out? A, B, or C?
I mean, you can see how it's cutting off the bottom of the oil rig, and it's cutting off the bottom of the ship.
Okay, so B? You're saying B?
So I'm not sure what A or B is.
Are you looking at the picture?
Yeah, yeah. So I can see an oil rig, and I can see a ship.
He doesn't want to be a millionaire.
Yeah. So the picture that says where is the horizon?
seen that. Okay, I'm looking at that now. Yeah.
Yeah, just scroll up two posts.
I got it. Yeah.
All right. So where's the horizon in that?
Well, it's slightly obscured because it seems like it's the top part of the water has been modified in some way, but the like lighter part of the water, where that meets the sky, is the horizon.
Would be A.
B, I guess, would be the horizon.
B. So what's A then?
A is the the remainder.
The remainder of what?
Like of what we can see, like perception, reflection.
Are you being serious?
Yeah.
Okay, so we've got B then, all right? So why is the one in the background not occluded by B? I just want to ask
That's
that.
reflection, and it's clearly obscured.
What is?
A.
A is obscured.
Like it seems to me like it's reflection.
How can it be reflection if the horizon is in front of it? The horizon would be blocking it.
It's because reflection doesn't rely on the horizon.
No, it relies on something to reflect off of.